will give us possibly small trends before the big picture emerges, Rahul. This is going to be a big election, the first big election of 2024.
Over the last several months, you've seen Google, ChatGPT makes very important advances in computing. So what I want to do right now is take you across to the election intelligence dashboard. This is, make no mistake, the most powerful computing analytics engine put
Rahul,
together. Chief Minister Bommai is speaking.
Mr. Bommai
Let's just listen to the incumbent Chief Minister.
ರಾಜ್ಯದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ, ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ, ಜನರ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷಗಳ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದಿನ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಸಮೃದ್ಧ, ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತ ನಾಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಜನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ನನಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಬಹುಮತ ಬರುವಂಥ
ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ
ಕೂಡ ನನಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವೇ ತಾಸುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ.
ಇನ್ ಅ ಫ್ಯೂ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ನೋ ದ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್.
ಫಲಿತಾಂಶ ಯಾವ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಜನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಶಾಂತದಿಂದ ಮತದಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೊಂದು
ವೋಟೆಡ್ ಪೀಸ್ಫುಲಿ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
ಪೈಪೋಟಿ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತದಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ದೆಮ್.
ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಎಣಿಕೆಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಶಾಂತಿ, ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ
ಪೀಪಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ಡ್ ಪೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟೆಬಿಲಿಟಿ
ವಿನಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಏನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶಗಳು
ನೋಡಿ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬಿತವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಕೆಲವೇ ತಾಸುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜವಾದಂಥ ಅಂಕಿ ಸಂಶಯ.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆನ್ ದ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್.
ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಂಥ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಇದೆ. ನಮಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ
ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೂ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ.
I just want to give you a sneak peek into what to expect, because as those numbers start coming thick and fast, it will be difficult for you to track what's coming out of the election intelligence dashboard. Massive upgrades in this EI dashboard 2.0 now coming up on your screen. First, I want to show you, for example, the retain ratio. Now and explain what that means. A quick preview into what to expect. So the Congress currently holds 80 seats in the Karnataka Assembly. How many are they retaining? How many are they losing? And from the seats that they're losing, who are they losing to? So that's what's coming up in retain ratio. On strike rate of the candidates in the fray, how many are currently winning? What's the strike rate? Just think of it in terms of cricket. What's the strike rate at the moment? What's the required strike rate to be able to get to 113, which is the mark at which a particular party is able to form the government? Direct fight is on the seats where there is a direct contest between two parties. Party number one, which is the winning candidate at that moment, and the runner-up. How many seats is the Congress winning? How many is the BJP winning in the seats where there is a 1-2 race between those two parties? Then there is, of course, the heat map, which will show you where the BJP's voting percentage stands. So how many seats are they winning with where the vote share is more than 40%? How many seats are there where the vote share is between 30 and 40? How many where the vote share is 20 to 30? And so on. We're also going to be tracking live and in real time the margin on different seats. If this gets really close, then it's exciting. How many seats are there out of 224 where the margin is less than 1 between the winner and the run-up, and who's winning on that particular seat? That's what a margin calculator will calculate for you, live and in real time. Remember, this is the kind of analytics which the likes of Sandeep Shastri used to take 2-3 days to be able to put together ordinarily once the elections had been completed. We're doing that in real time for you. Swing seats are those 165 seats where the winner has changed in every election over the last 3 elections. So what's happening on those swing seats? We'll show that out for you. Stronghold scanner looks at what's happening in the seats where a particular party has won over the last 3 elections. Last 3 elections, same party has been winning. What's happening in the Congress strongholds, the BJP strongholds, the JDS strongholds. And then there is my favorite seat of all, the bellwether seat of Shirahati. Since 1972, whoever has won the Dalit reserved seat of Shirahati, has gone on to win the assembly. It's a bit of a freak, right? It's not really, there's no logic behind why this happens. It just tends to go with the winner. So this seat has had a phenomenal track record of being on the side of the winner since 1972. So we'll see what's happening in that big seat of Shirahati. You really need to look out for that. Then there is the caste calculator. Remember, Lingayats and Vokaligas, the two dominant communities going back in time, about 48 to 58% of the total MLAs elected come from either of these two communities. So we're tracking 69 Lingayat seats. How do we define a Lingayat seat? Seats where the percentage of population of that community is estimated to be above 20%. Remember, because there is no caste survey that's nowadays carried out, there is no exact estimate, but you have a broad sense because of all the polling about the number of people from each community on that seat. So seats where there are more than 20% Lingayats, there's 69 seats. We'll show you what's happening over there. This is a community which then can determine who's likely to win. So they're called Vokaliga dominated seats, so Lingayat dominated seats. 51 Vokaliga dominated seats, mostly in Old Mysuru and in the Bengaluru region. 20% plus Vokaliga population, we'll track that. We'll also have, and this is coming out for the first time, the profiles of the candidate, of the women candidates in the fray. The Congress has 11 of them, the BJP 12, the JDS 13. How many are winning? How many are losing? Then we are tracking muscle power of the candidates in the fray who have either serious criminal cases or criminal cases against them. How many are winning? How many are trailing? The Congress has 69 candidates with serious criminal cases, the BJP 66. Then we have money power, which is to do with candidates and the assets that they've declared in the Election Commission's affidavit. So if a candidate has less than 1 crores, how is he doing? If his income is if his assets are between 1 and 10 crores, how is he doing? If it's between 10 and 50, how is he doing? And 50 and above, how are they doing? So we'll track that. We'll also track the educational qualifications of candidates, all in real time. You don't need to wait to read, I think you said the Hindu the next morning. No, you don't. You can catch it all live, exclusive here in real time on India Today. Class 12 and below, how many candidates are winning for all three parties? How many are graduates? How many are postgraduates? We'll track that in real time. And then, of course, defectors. There's been a lot of talk about the impact of defectors. The Congress has given 8 candidates who came from other parties tickets. The BJP has 1, the JDS 13. How are they doing? Dinesh, of the candidates who come from political dynasties, the BJP has given 33 such candidates tickets, the Congress 11, the JDS 6. How are they doing? Track it in real time. Then the rally impact. This is always contentious. The Prime Minister did 42 rallies and roadshows. So his outreach went through 42 seats. On those 42 seats, what's the BJP strike rate? On how many seats are they losing? Home Minister Amit Shah, he did 30 rallies on the seats where he went through. How is the BJP doing? We're also tracking Rahul Gandhi. In fact, Rahul Gandhi is being tracked in 2 ways. One is what happens in the seats where he did campaigning during the assembly election, and then there is the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The Bharat Jodo Yatra went through 51 seats. 51 seats where the Bharat Jodo Yatra went through. We're also tracking live and in real time how the Congress did there. Then we're tracking what's happening on the urban pockets of Karnataka, the rural pockets, the semi-urban pockets, and then lastly, the voter turnout. And this time, the voter turnout, Sandeep Shastri, has been the highest in Karnataka. What does that suggest to you? The fact that Karnataka has voted as a higher percentage than ever in the past.
Rahul, a higher voter turnout by itself does not indicate pro or anti, but I will look at the granular detail. The higher voter turnout has been significantly in Hyderabad, Karnataka region or the Kalyan, Karnataka region. That's an area which has seen a higher voter turnout. And that area, our exit polls indicate, is seeing a movement from a tripolar race to a bipolar race. Coastal Karnataka has actually seen a reduction in the voter turnout, and maybe that's a reflection of the lack of enthusiasm there. And we also show there that there is no change in the trend. All the other areas, it's a very marginal increase.
I was just seeing pictures there of Basavaraj Bommai gone to a Hanuman temple early this morning. There was this whole Bajrangbali campaign that was launched in the last week. Even DK Shivkumar got into it, said, I'll have a Hanuman temple in every district. The truth of the matter is, Karnataka politicians are deeply religious. I don't think I've seen.
Especially on vote counting day.
You know, no-
Everybody is even more religious than
I would
normal.
say more than most other
Election day and
states.
counting.
You know, I'll draw a contrast. You know, sometimes we look at the south, particularly when you see it from the north, as one sort of homogeneous entity. Go to the politicians of Tamil Nadu. You will rarely see them in public on the morning of the election, particularly the Dravida parties in temples. But in Karnataka, particularly the likes of B.S. Yediyurappa, many others, Ramakrishna Hegde was a slight exception to that rule, but in general you saw politicians who are deeply religious. All of you from Karnataka, my fellow Kannadigas, is it right to say that you all are deeply religious
Rajdeep, the
people?
first
No,
set
no,
of
I'm not a
numbers have
temple
started
going
coming in. 8 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 3 for the Congress. The first set of leads from the Karnataka counting day on your screen right now. The JDS currently leading in 1, the BJP in 8.
With one caveat,
Yeah,
most
of
of those leads, 5 of those leads are coming from coastal Karnataka. So coastal Karnataka is where the BJP hopes to do well. Dakshin Kannada, Uttar Kannada, we've also included that. Udupi district, that's where the BJP hopes to do best. They've done well there in every election in recent times, barring 2013. But that's an early lead. And remember, these are postal ballots. The Congress's leads, postal ballots from coastal. Good one. The 4 leads of the Congress are primarily, 2 of them are coming from Kalyan, Karnataka. Remember, earlier known as Hyderabad, Karnataka, the relatively poorer parts of the state. Also where Mallikarjun Kharge comes from. So that will be interesting. Preeti was there in that part of the world and she's been telling us that she thinks the Congress has the edge there. JDS leading in 1, and that one lead is coming from Old Mysore, which is the stronghold of the JDS. So as of now, Karnataka are showing regional disparities. Coastal BJP, Kalyan Karnataka Congress, and Old Mysore going the JDS way. So no surprises. Very early postal ballots at the moment. But my son has given me the what I should be telling my guests who've come all the way from Bengaluru. Neevu Hegidari. ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಹೌ ಆರ್ ಯು
ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟುಡಿಯೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
beautiful I love it
He could have said anything.
no it is
Rajdeep, your exit poll is not correct.
Look, Kannada is a beautiful language, you know, a language which has thrown up some of the great literatures of our times, the musicians of our time. What a language.
I want to make a
please go
point here,
ahead.
Rajdeep. The point is on language. You know, I think it's very important for people in Delhi to understand Kannada. I'll tell you why. I'm talking political leadership. Because, you know, when political leaders from Delhi come down and they get translated from one language to another, there's plenty loss of translation. There were very irritated visuals recently. But the point is this. The Congress party in this election has had a national leader called Mallikarjun Kharge, who coincidentally belongs to Karnataka, speaks Kannada. So accidentally the Congress president speaks Kannada. Whereas Mr. Nadda had that issue of translation. So I think, you know, it's extremely important. National parties, when they want to go local, learn the local language, it might be a great...
Very good point. And also remember the Congress's history. This is a party which in 70s humiliated eventually that tallest leader of Karnataka, Devraj Arts, who eventually left the party. That started the decline. 1990, you humiliated Virendra Patil, Lingayat leader, removed from office, and the Congress paid a price. This time, perhaps serendipitously, the Congress has a...
There are more dholwalas. Earlier there were only dholwalas. Now they've got people who are dancing as well. That looks like a Bhangra troupe. They should have got somebody who do Carnatic dances. But anyway, they've got some dancing troops. Rajdeep, the Congress
and just
is
to take-
dancing more than they should right
Just
now.
to take what Harish Bijur just said, while we have the dhols, very North Indian style dancing going on, remember Sushma Swaraj, when she went to Bellary, learned Kannada. It is important. I maintain, Rahul, the challenge for the BJP is when you are in states with strong linguistic identities, can you use the Hindi idioms in those states? That's a challenge. Moshbi Singh is dancing or no? She's not.
No, she's
But look
trying
at
to
it.
get set
But
to
I'm
be
not
on
sure why they've got the Bhangra out there.
I
Maybe
do worry about that, Radhi, because
Yes.
these are Punjabi panches. You know, the panche is the dhoti that we wear. Punjabis
You
are
call it
also
veshti, right?
No,
panche,
panche. So this is the yellow Punjabi panche. I don't worry about that.
He's saying,
Should I ask you
He's saying this
to?
doesn't
Should I
count.
also ask you to give us an early teaser of the kind of Kannada dances that are done?
You know something, Radip, you are the hero on that.
No, I'm-
We are waiting for your punch
Rajdeep,
to
have
come
you
up.
been
You're
practicing
selling
a dance move or not?
Yeah.
I have got.
Rajdeep, we will sing and you will dance.
My dear friend Harish has very kindly brought Mysore Pak. Brilliant sweet.
Absolutely.
And if we get our exit poll right, I will have a full Mysore Pak today. A full one little Mysore Pak.
Even otherwise you can have.
In fact,
bad for cholesterol.
In fact, Radip,
Okay, look, the numbers are going thick and fast. The BJP Rahul has taken a lead, and importantly, is also taking a few leads in Bengaluru city. 19 to the BJP, 11 to the Congress, and the Congress's leads, interestingly, are coming from all over Kalyan, Karnataka, and Preeti, interestingly, central Karnataka. These are areas with strong Dalit population, Muslim population, ST population, and non-dominant OBCs, including the Kurbas. And you've got the BJP doing very well in urban Karnataka, doing well in Mangalore and Bengaluru city and in Mysore city. So the BJP doing well in urban Karnataka, Congress doing much better in rural Karnataka, sharp rural-urban divide in these early trends. JDS only in the old Mysore region. So these numbers really are very early, but they do reflect some kind of a trend that we could pick up. Rural Karnataka more likely to go with the Congress, urban with the
There are
BJP.
two
Yes.
trends here. One, JDS is also leading in one seat in the north, two in the south. Most of the BJP seats are in coastal Karnataka, save one seat in Kalyan, Karnataka. And as Rajdeep said, BJP's lead is across the state, where all it is leading. So those are the trends which are visible in the early leads.
You went to Kalyan, Karnataka, Preeti. What did you see there that made you believe that this is an area where the Congress has an edge? You traveled a day with Mallikarjun Kharge as well.
Well, you know, of course, that Mallikarjun Kharge has made it a grudge battle for himself. And I actually feel that, you know, the Congress is going to do really, really well in the area. Primarily, Rajdeep, that, you know, we talk about the Dalit vote, about 17% in Karnataka. We talk about the left Dalit, the right Dalit. You know, I actually did see even, you know, both the sides coming in together where we talk about the La Bharati and going behind the Congress. You could see that shift, you know, technically from the left Dalit, which were traditionally behind the BJP, wanting to go with the Congress this time around. And they did vote the BJP the last time around.
You know, very quickly, just explain this left Dalit, right Dalit to our viewers, Professor Shastri, because it's unique. You've got Dalits who are touchables, you've got left Dalits, right Dalits, together about 17%. Bomai's government brought in internal reservations within that, gave certain percentages to each group. Left Dalits traditionally with the BJP, right with the Congress. Mr. Kharge is a right Dalit. How is this left-right Dalit? How does it work?
This is the internal dynamics within the scheduled caste group. Traditionally in Karnataka, the representation for Dalits has largely been cornered by the right Dalits, be it in politics, be it in education, be it in jobs.
The touchables.
It's the right who have generally got the benefit. And of late, the left groups have been demanding an internal reservation for themselves.
Okay. Rahul,
If you look at the political support, the right has been supporting the Congress and the left has been supporting the BJP. One view is that there is a slight shift of the left vote from the BJP to the Congress this time. And that explains the consolidation that the Congress has created among the Dalits.
Okay, let's go across to Rahul Gautam. We have leads at this moment for 60 seats. The Congress leading on 26 of those, the Bharatiya Janata Party leading on 31 of those, the Janata Dal Secular on 6. However, there are songs and dances galore at the AICC headquarters of the Congress Party. Rahul Gautam, our colleague, is over there. Rahul, who's brought these dancers? Aren't they dancing a bit before time? Shouldn't they wait at least till 11 to get a clear sense of the direction?
लोकसभा खोज लोगे पूरा देश राहुल गांधी को मिल जाएगा कहीं ना कहीं ये लोग झूठ बोलते प्रियंका गांधी ने क्या दिया प्रधानमंत्री जी जब भी आते अपने दुखड़े रोते हैं मुझे गाली दिए भाई ऐसा काम क्यों करते हो जो गाली दी मैं समझता हूँ प्रधानमंत्री जी जनता से कहते कि मैंने आपका विकास करा मैंने आपको नौकरी दी मैंने आपका सम्मान करा
बांग्ला डाला जा रहा है आपको पूरा यकीन कितनी सीट्स आएंगी कांग्रेस को?
150 से ज्यादा आएंगी, ये तय है, क्योंकि पूरा कर्नाटक राहुल गांधी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से जुड़ा था और अत्याचार के खिलाफ है, महंगाई के खिलाफ है, बेरोजगार के खिलाफ है। जो पहलवान महिला बैठी है हमारी, उनके फेवर में है कि उनका सम्मान करो, महिला का सम्मान।
बीजेपी कह रही है कि उनके पास प्लान भी रेडी है कर्नाटका के लिए।
नहीं, उनको तो सत्ता का लालच है, हो सकता है हमसे दोपहर तक लूट मिले। उनके प्लान है, हमारी सेवा है, हमारी सेवा भावना है, हम जनता के लोग हैं, हम प्लान नहीं बनाते, हम दिल से जनता के साथ करें और जनता समझ गई है। अगर इनको एक मौका और दे दिया तो अपने बच्चों को भूखा मारना पड़ेगा, महंगाई का सामना करना पड़ेगा, डीजल पेट्रोल महंगा हो जाएगा, अब जनता इनको वोट नहीं देगी।
So these are Congress workers here. They are pretty confident that Congress party is going to come this time for sure in Karnataka, and the senior leaders are yet to arrive here at AICC headquarters. But Congress workers, they are quite elated, and they are, in fact, they are citing India Today exit poll, saying that it clearly shows that it is going to be Congress government this time in Karnataka, and also they are pinning all their hopes on Karnataka as far as their revival is concerned.
Interestingly for our viewers, the gentleman that Rahul was speaking to is Manoj Arora. He is a close associate of Robert Vadra. He's part of Robert Vadra's golfing for some oftentimes. And he has a bit of a mixed relationship. Many in the Congress, because of his proximity to Mr. Vadra, don't like him particularly. I hope he's not the guy who's brought the Bhangra Walas. They may not be very
Rahul, in the last few minutes, and this is how it's going to change, you've got the Congress taking the lead over the BJP. And the reason for it is that in the urban seats now, also the Congress has gone ahead 8-4. If you saw early postal ballot showed only in the rural seats the Congress was ahead. It's now 23-22-7 in rural seats and in urban seats. And Karnataka has strong, 28 seats of Bangalore will be looked at closely, 8-4. So the Congress 2-1 now ahead in urban Karnataka as well. And if the Congress starts doing well in urban Karnataka, then that's bad news for the BJP.
Rajdeep, in semi-urban areas, BJP is doing better. That's because most of the semi-urban leads are in coastal Karnataka.
That's also, remember, there are elections not just in Karnataka, there are elections today also in the big state of Uttar Pradesh, urban body polls. We're tracking that as well live for you. So we have leads currently from 11 Nagar Panchayat president results. The BJP leading on 7, the Samajwadi Party on 3, the BSP on 1. As far as the municipal corporation chairperson results are concerned, the BJP, we have 12 leads, the BJP leading on 10 of those, the SP 1. The BJP is hoping that UP to some extent will give them cause for cheer. They're expecting a big victory here on the back of everything that's happened over the last several weeks, including the encounter killings of Atiq Ahmed's son, and then Atiq also being taken down in the manner that he was. Municipal corporation mayor results, we have the total 17 mayor elections that are happening. We have results, trends so far for 12. The BJP leading on 10, the BSP on 2. So that is UP. Keep one eye out on UP. There's also the Jalandhar Lok Sabha bi-poll which is happening today as well. We'll track all of that for you. Currently, the Congress leading on 42 seats, the BJP on 38. We have trends available for 89, Rajdeep, out of 224.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, Ramakrishna.
Now, I have some information from the local channels, and they are talking about, again, the same trend is continuing, 76 for BJP and 73 for Congress. So this is a clearly tight fight.
No, tight fight, but let me just say, at 8:20, all you're getting is a handful of postal ballots. So let's, be very careful. It's too early to say which way the wind is blowing, but the wind clearly at the moment suggests it's blowing both ways. There are seats, a lot of the swing seats, Rahul. Interestingly, BJP, as per the early trends, is actually doing rather well in those. The BJP's problem at the moment is that they are concentrated mainly in coastal Karnataka. The Congress's advantage at the moment seems to be that their seats are being more spread out. That is giving them a slight edge at the moment. And the JDS is struggling, even though they've got 9 seats. Remember, they got 37 last time. So the worse the JDS does, you would expect the Congress to be the beneficiary of a declining JDS.
Of the leads that we have so far, the BJP is retaining 27 of the 47 seats that they'd won last time, trailing on 20. So the BJP's retained ratio at this moment is 57%. You want to make a point?
Bommai is leading in his seat, Shetter is trailing in his seat, Siddaramaiah is leading in his seat.
Priyank Kharge is trailing on his seat.
Of the 80 seats the Congress had last time, we have trends currently for 37. The Congress at this moment leading on 24. trailing on 13. Of the trailing seats, 9 leads are going to the BJP, 4 to the Janata Dal Secular. Let's take a look at the strike rate in terms of the candidates and how they're performing. The BJP currently leading on 42, a strike rate of 42%. Their required strike rate to be able to form the government on the remaining seats for which we don't have trends right now is 71 out of 123. So they have a required strike rate of 58% to be able to cross the halfway mark, which is 113. The Congress currently has a 47% strike rate. Their required strike rate, Rajdeep, is 53.
Okay, we've got pictures coming in of H.D. Kumaraswamy, who's also gone to a temple. As I said, they're all temple hopping. Today is a day for Karnataka politicians to seek divine help, because that's the only thing that can help some of them. But H.D. Kumaraswamy hoping that the divinity will ensure that it's a hung assembly and he can play the joker in the pack. Just an important seat, just mentioned just now, key contest, Hubli Dharwad Central. Jagdish Shettar in Hubali, as they call it there now, Hubali Dharwad, is trailing, and the person he's trailing to, Mahesh Tenginkai, and
he's an RSS person.
He's an RSS person very close to BL Santosh. In this entire discussion, the one key figure is BL Santosh. We focus on Mr. Modi, Amit Shah, JP Nadda. This campaign was driven by BL Santosh, organizing secretary from the RSS, and he made sure Shettar was very clear. I was denied a ticket by Santosh. He's a 6-time MLA now, Shettar, former CM. Lot of anger I sensed in Hubli against him. He was seen as an ineffectual MLA.
Ashok, Malik,
so even when you shift sides, you can lose.
A lot of professional pride at play for BL Santosh as well, because like JP Nadda in Himachal Pradesh, Santosh comes from Karnataka. Those who were denied tickets hit out at a Brahman lungi lobby, and therefore there is that thing for BL Santosh. He's playing for pride here.
To be fair, if somebody as senior as Jagdish Shettar, who's a former speaker, a veteran leader, former chief minister, is dropped, it's not just BL Santosh's decision, it's a broader decision to have a generational change. So one needs to understand that. Shettar has blamed just one person.
Rahul, in fact, they made 72 changes in this election.
24, yes.
72 MLAs were replaced.
No, let me correct you. What they did, that's the mistake. You see, that's where I think the BJP got it wrong. They have 75 new faces, but they did not replace sufficient sitting MLAs. Sitting MLAs who were replaced were only 22. So when you replace 22 sitting MLAs, you've replaced effectively 1/5 of them. So, the local anti-incumbency, where were you during COVID? Why didn't you repair my road before me? I heard these voices. Could the BJP have replaced more sitting MLAs? Look, it's a challenge for every government to do that. What we've seen in Karnataka, and a very interesting statistic for our viewers, in Karnataka, since 1989, the incumbent government has never got more than, on an average, 58 seats. The highest is 80. So remember, for the BJP, the history is stacked against them to overcome anti-incumbency. That's why maybe they've taken a risk this time, given a lot of new faces. Could they have replaced more candidates will become a critical question.
We can give our viewers now a sense of how the parties are faring in the different regions of Karnataka. We have leads for 4 Bengaluru seats, the Congress leading on 3 of them, the BJP leading on 1. In the 19 seats of coastal Karnataka, we have 10 leads at the moment, the BJP dominating, as our poll said they would, on 10 of them. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, which is also called Kalyan, Karnataka, 40 total seats. We have leads currently for 28. The Congress leading on 19 of them, up 5 from the last elections. The BJP leading currently on 8, down 3 from the last elections. In Mumbai, Karnataka, also called Kittur, Karnataka, on these 50 seats, we have trends currently for 42. The Congress leading on 21, up 5 from the last elections. BJP leading on 20, down 4 from the last elections. In Old Mysuru, 28 leads out of 64 total seats. The Congress leading on 12 of them, up 3 from the last election. The BJP leading on 3, down 5. The JDS leading on 13. And Old Mysuru will be very critical, R.K. Upadhyay, because this is where the BJP made a lot of effort, but that effort may not result in seats in this election.
Yes, precisely, because see, their stock is very low. They have to climb a lot. I mean, they need to get up to 10%, 12% increase, but that is not going to happen in this election. Probably that is where the Congress is gaining. at the expense of JDS in the old Mysore area. So that is giving them a fillip as far as the number of seats are concerned, and it is coming at the cost of JDS.
The
in
last,
old Mysore.
the last region is Central Karnataka, 11 leads, Rajdeep. 5 of those to the Congress, 6 to the BJP. The Congress up 3, the BJP down 3 from the last time. Central Karnataka again is one area, Rajdeep, where the BJP thinks they'll do much better than our poll says they would.
It's a smaller region, 23 seats, but this is, remember, Yediyurappa's heartland. This is where, which has thrown up 5. It's thrown up 5 chief ministers of Karnataka in the past. One important story which is coming through at the moment, again, very early trends, Chittapur, where Priyank Kharge is facing a big battle. He's trailing at the moment. The BJP has put a lot of effort there. Remember, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, 9-time MLA, 2-time MP, lost for the first time 2019 from Gulbarga. This time his son at the moment is
If
trailing.
he wins, it would be his 3rd win, Priyank
That's right.
Kharge.
And yeah, go ahead. Priyank is a very interesting character because, you know, he carries the weight in a way of his father's name.
Legacy.
His father's legacy. He suffered a personal tragedy a few weeks ago. His wife was detected with a brain tumor. He had to rush her to hospital. He's faced a big battle there. But I think one reason why I think he will eventually come through is that the local MLC switched from the side. Baburao Chunchansur switched and came and supported the Congress. I think that will help Priyank Kharge. I expect him
But
to
he
still
hasn't
win.
left his constituency
Chinchansur is a spent force.
Okay, you're saying he's a spent force. We'll wait and see.
One small point, Hyderabad, Karnataka of the 28...
Kalyan Karnataka.
Kalyan Karnataka of the 28 leads, 19 are with the Congress.
Okay.
But it'd be bittersweet for the Congress and Mr. Kharge if his own son is trailing.
That's
and
right.
he's doing really well in
Absolutely.
Kalyan.
We have leads currently for 22 urban seats in Karnataka. Urban seats are those seats where the urban population is more than 50%. The Congress leading on 7, the BJP on 8. If the Congress does well in urban pockets after the 2009 Lok Sabha elections, it would be the first time in a big state like Karnataka where the Congress would have actually won in the urban pockets. This hasn't happened after 2014 where the BJP has dominated the urban pockets. If I look at the rural seats of Karnataka, out of the 104 rural seats where we have leads, currently the BJP is leading on 36 of them, the Congress on 51, the Congress up 11 seats from the last time. I can also show you just the first glimpse of the impact of the Bharat Jodo Yatra in terms of where we stand right now. This could change. 51 seats is where Rahul Gandhi traversed through. The Congress currently leading on 20 of those, trailing in 31. So the strike rate in the Bharat Jodo Yatra seats just at this moment is only 39%. Let's take a look at some of the caste configurations on the Lingayat dominated seats of Karnataka. We have trends currently for 58 out of 69, the Congress leading on 32, the BJP on 23, the JDS on 3. In the Vokaliga dominated seats of Karnataka, we have trends currently for 24, the BJP leading on 8, the Congress on 5, the JDS on 9. So the JDS still being the number 1 party in the Vokaliga dominated seats. Let's take a look at the Muslim dominated seats. We have trends currently for 4, Congress leading on all 4, and the possibility of Muslim consolidation, Ashok Malik, is something to look out for. Our poll says 88% of the Muslims voted for the Congress this time.
The decline of the Janata Dal is starting to remind me of the decline of the Congress in Bengal, which led to a consolidation of a Muslim vote behind the biggest non-BJP party, the Trinamool in that case. And it actually ended up hurting the BJP because the triangular contest would have helped the BJP.
You know, there's an interesting character who's leading at the moment. Since we mentioned Hindu-Muslim politics in a way, C.T. Ravi. You know, C.T. Ravi is leading from lovely Chikmagalur. He was B.L. Santosh's, one of B.L. Santosh's core team. And it was C.T. Ravi and others who a year ago kept raising the ante when it came to hijab, azan, halal. These were the leaders who spoke of Tipu Sultan, who spoke of a Savarkar Yatra. He's leading in his own constituency. But I just wonder whether the BJP got its strategy wrong a year ago by focusing on Hindutva when what Karnataka needed was welfare.
But Rajdeep, if you look at it, the last, the final leg of the campaign, the last 1 week, the Bajrang Dal controversy, the Congress got panned for it, for putting it in the manifesto. Today, if the Muslim vote stands behind the Congress, are we going to say it was a master stroke? Because in old Mysuru region, the entire, at least with what our, exit poll says, the vote is coming behind the Congress.
But can I just switch that for you? Why are you looking at it only from the Muslim vote? I'm looking at it from the Hindu vote. Let's please recognize, we keep saying Bajrang Bali, Hindutva politics. That's why I mentioned C.T.
So is the
Ravi. My point is, where is the if Bajrang Bali, forget about Muslims for a moment, you wanted to consolidate your Hindu vote, it's not happening. The people of Karnataka, and you sensed it when you were on the ground, were not talking about religion. The problem with television studios, we talk about hijab, halal, azan. On the ground, people, Harish Bijur, had other issues. You Kannadigas are far cleverer than television anchors who polarize. That's the reality.
I agree on that totally, Radhi.
So Harish,
You know what? I'll tell you what. When it comes to the Kannadiga, I think he's a serious persona, like all else, who is serious about certain issues which touch his life. What touches his life are jobs, his livelihood, peace. Non-communalism is an agenda.
So he doesn't want this politics.
I think, but the point is, again, I want to turn it around and talk about voter turnout. Now, if you look at voter turnout, we have had a stupendous amount of voter turnout.
You had just 55% in Bengaluru. In BTM Nagar, which was underwater, you had only 46%.
Radip, sorry for Bengaluru. But
Sorry for Bengaluru.
Karnataka, 73. If you really ask me, there are two reasons
So
why
why did
voter turnout is
Bengalurians
high.
vote?
Well, I think half of Bengalurians were on a holiday, I'm sure.
What does that show?
On a summer holiday. Sad. A certain degree of cynicism to say that things don't happen.
Rajdeep, we've got a very important
numbers,
trend.
by the way, in Bangalore.
I have the
Could we have
most
the Bangalore
important trend
numbers?
coming out, which I want to bring to our viewers' notice. This is incredibly important because while there is this big election going on, there's a contest amongst various networks about who attracts the maximum viewers, and there the trend is absolutely clear. There is absolutely no doubt that the India Today network is winning, and winning hands down. Live viewership suggests at this moment India Today is 4 times its nearest rival. You'll have to add up a couple of our rivals to get anywhere close to the kind of lead that India Today has taken early this morning on the big counting day. The number of people watching India Today live at this moment, you need to add some of our competitors together to be able to come anywhere close. No party has this kind of lead in Karnataka. The Congress currently leading on only 80, the BJP on 64, JDS on 17. In Karnataka, it seems a closer contest, whereas live data from YouTube suggests that on social and on digital, there is only one channel that is being watched because the others haven't even got their act in order this morning. They are struggling quite a flop show.
Rahul, could you just tell us what the Bengaluru numbers
are? Okay, I'm going to show you the
city?
Bengaluru numbers.
Bengaluru city.
Just under 55.
No, in terms of who's leading.
So at this moment for Bengaluru, I have 12 leads out of the 28 total seats. The BJP currently leading on 7, up 1 from the last time. The Congress leading on 5, up 1. The JDS down 2 from the last time. The big leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party are coming from the 17 seats of coastal Karnataka, for where we have leads at this moment. The BJP is winning 16 of those at the moment. The Congress only 1.
So did Mr.
In
Modi's
Hyderabad,
roadshow
Karnataka,
work?
on those 40 seats, the Congress is winning 25 at this moment. The BJP 8, the JDS 2. Congress up 8 seats from the last time in Hyderabad, Karnataka. In Mumbai, Karnataka, we have leads currently for 45 seats. The Congress leading on 24. The BJP leading on 20. The battle in Mumbai, Karnataka seems tighter at this moment than the poll had projected. In Old Mysuru, we have 44 leads. The Congress leading on 20. The BJP on 7. The JDS at 14, which is the number of seats they had last time. And in central Karnataka, we have 15 leads. The Congress leading on 7. 8 for the BJP. Central Karnataka also, Rajdeep, closer than the poll had said.
The story at the moment is very clear. North Karnataka and Old Mysuru. Remember, if the BJP has to get a majority, they have to dominate North Karnataka. This is the Lingayat belt. This is the belt from which the BJP, along with coastal Karnataka, grew. This is the 50 seats. Last time you got 31. The BJP cannot afford to start going down in North Karnataka or Kittur Karnataka, or Mumbai Karnataka, whatever you want to call it. And Old Mysore. What is happening in Old Mysore is another big story. The triangular fights and the decline of the JDS is working to the advantage of the Congress. So the two biggest regions, one with 64 seats, Old Mysore, one with 50 seats, Mumbai, Karnataka or Kittur, Karnataka, are in a way decisive. If the Congress holds on to this lead, it will be game, set, almost match,
Rajdeep,
even though these numbers are tight.
Bombay, Karnataka, coastal Karnataka, central Karnataka in history have always stood with the single largest.
That's right. But the point, Preeti, is that these, absolutely right, these are the two largest regions, North Karnataka, and if out of the 114 seats, I get a lead, I am in pole position.
Rajdeep, as these trends show, so far, in a city which has not been a stronghold, the BJP is not doing too badly in Bangalore.
No, it's
Bangalore
not doing, but
City, they're
remember,
improving. They're definitely improving.
okay, these are early with the caveat all the time that these are very early trends.
I want to make one point.
Yes, very quickly.
I want to make one point about the Muslim appeasement.
Yes.
You've all been talking about how secular Karnataka is and that. If that is the case, BJP wouldn't be making this kind of a stride. I think there has been a counter mobilization against the manifesto brought out by the Congress. Otherwise, you wouldn't be getting
But
this
where
kind of.
is
Okay, remember, these are early numbers. These are early numbers. We can make these bigger points when we get more clearer numbers. But yes, Harish Biju, Bangalore.
Bangalore, and I think Bengaluru.
Please explain
the
to
BJP,
me.
The BJP doing well. Let me talk about that.
If it is.
Or holding on to the seats,
Yes.
the way it will, is fundamentally because of that final rally of PM Modi ji. That was a stupendous success. However much people trolled it and
But
showed all
Bangaloreans
kinds of
didn't go out and
visuals,
vote.
it was a big one. But the problem with Bangaloreans is it's always a half a mandate. There are 100 people, only 55 go and vote, which means a half a mandate runs Bengaluru, and therefore Bengaluru is a half a city, and therefore Bengaluru looks like a war zone in many spaces of road.
But very interestingly, Bengaluru actually doesn't conform to normal big cities of India. Normal big cities, with the exception of Chennai, have been BJP dominated. Chennai, Kolkata are the two exceptions where regional parties do well. But rest of India, the BJP has dominated. Even Mumbai in assembly and in general elections. Bengaluru in assembly elections has tended to vote for the Congress. The Congress, even in 2018, was leading 15 versus 11. Is Bangalore a city which is traditionally anti-establishment? You haven't had a BBMP in Bangalore for the last few years as well.
If you look at Bengaluru city, the competition was largely between the Congress and the Janata Party, Janata Dal, even when BJP had a presence in Karnataka. It's only recently that the BJP has made inroads into Bangalore city at the cost of the Janata Dal.
Right.
And the competition has now largely...
Because it had a large Vocaliga pocket. You're saying the JDS has declined there as well.
It still has a large rural pocket. Because
That's right.
Yeah, they say
That's right. Absolutely. Yes.
There is
It's part of old Mysore
There is a very
politics.
important point which I'd like to make, which is to say there are two Bengalurus. One is old Bengaluru, which is what it was, and one is new Bengaluru. New Bengaluru quite resembles any other big city in any part of the country. To an extent, new Bengaluru looks like a Delhi, Gurgaon.
I take your point, sir.
Voters will vote differently.
One in every four Kannadigas or citizens lives in Bangalore. But the real story which is coming, Rahul, is rural tracker. Your rural tracker now is showing Congress leading 63 to 43. We said it that day. Garibo ki suno wo tumhari sunega. You will see the income levels playing out as you're going into the poorer parts of Karnataka, particularly Kalyan Karnataka.
Okay, not just poorer parts. We talk about, Mr. Upadhyay spoke about the Lingayat vote
63
as well.
to 43.
Yes, so even there, the affluent Lingayat behind the BJP, the minute you get into the rural belt, you see that difference. Pichli baar BJP ko vote diya tha, is baar Congress ke saath kyun guarantee?
Okay.
We saw what's happening at the Congress office where there were dhol guys and they were dancing and singing already. Let's go across to the BJP headquarters. Aishwarya Paliwal joins us from there. Aishwarya, is there any singing, dancing at the BJP headquarters, or are they all waiting to see what ultimately happens? And as I just wait for Aishwarya to be patched, I want to take our viewers through where things stand at this moment on the election intelligence dashboard. The BJP, currently we have 94 trends on seats which the BJP held. They are winning only 57% of those seats, trailing on 43. That's a big blow for the BJP, not being able to hold on to the seats that they had last time. We have 64 leads for the Congress on the 80 seats they held. The Congress is a much better retain ratio of 66%, retaining 66% of the seats they had last time. The Janata Dal secular, 32 leads currently, retaining only 22 and trailing on 78% of the seats they had last time. Aishwarya Paliwal, anybody singing, dancing at the BJP headquarters, or are they all in wait and watch mode at the moment?
Well, Rahul, at the moment it's all wait and watch. In fact, what they're actually hoping for is for around 12 o'clock because, we can just see the flags of Bharatiya Janata Party here. They are making sure, they're hoping, Rahul, against hope that all the exit polls are wrong, or even, they are hoping that our exact polls somewhat is wrong. But at the moment, a very thanda, I would say things here at the BJP. The dhol nagaras are all at the Congress Party. The BJP people here are hoping things would turn by around noon today. Rahul.
Okay, the interesting data set to track in terms of whether anybody is getting to that magic figure of 113 is the strike rate. Of the 194 leads we have at the moment, the Congress has a strike rate of 40%. They need 36 more to be able to get to that majority mark. In the heat map that I have, I want to give you a sense of how things stand just at this moment. There it is on your screen right now, how the different parties are doing in different parts of the state. In Bengaluru...
Rahul, I'm going to stop you for a moment because the Congress has touched a triple figure, 100. These are, of course, very, very early trends, but you've touched 100, so you're 25 ahead of your party. And even if you add the 75, 16 and the others, the Congress are at the moment halfway mark. And someone else who's smiling now is our old friend DK Shivkumar. He's leading in a seat. He's won 7 times, lost only once, 1985. Since then has won every time. We'll hope that this is his big day out. But remember, the bigger the Congress victory, the more chances that Siddaramaiah becomes the chief minister. The lesser the Congress victory, Mr. Shiv Kumar comes into the game as well. But in Kanakpura, in Mandya, you have DK Shiv Kumar leading in his Vocaliga belt. But the big news coming in, the Congress touch the 100 mark in early trends. But as we've seen in the IPL, you can touch a 100 mark at the start of the race. Can you win in the last stretch? The BJP is not out of it at the moment. With 75 seats, they are very much in the race. JDS is the one taking a hit at the moment, just 17 seats. But the real story coming in as you go region by region is Kalyan, Karnataka. It's a sweep. Are you, Preeti, did you sense it there?
I told you that.
So what was that factor? What was the one factor that you saw?
What I thought there were 2 factors, and very clear 2 factors. Number one, one would have to say it has to be Mr. Kharge. The amount of focus that he gave to this particular area, like I said, he'd lost in 2019. I still remember when I interviewed him, he began the interview with that in 2019, Narendra Modi came to my constituency and said, Mera account band ho gaya. He's taken that personally. So it's a grudge battle for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, but more so when we talk about the Dalit vote, we talk about the Labharti vote, the left, the right, it seems because of the guarantee card, it's all going towards the Congress.
Sorry? Kumaraswamy trailing from Channapatna. This is huge.
Yogeshwar is...
HDK trailing. Remember, Prime Minister Modi went campaigned in Channapatna. I was there with HDK that day. And HDK that day said, no, let anyone come, Mr. Modi, anyone to Channapatna.
I want to make a point.
And you've got Shettar, who's now still continuing to trail in Hubli. So that's a big blow in a way.
I want to make a point about
understand Labharti versus guarantees. You've got the Congress's guarantees and the BJP's central Labharti schemes. Why is it that you think the local guarantees are working at the moment better than the national Labharti project? Why is that happening? Why is it that the BJP's Labharti is not voting, the one who gets a toilet is not voting for the BJP?
Making very clear for the central schemes, we will give you the vote next year. When the Lok Sabha election.
It's Modi for Delhi, it's Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar.
But can I tell you something? There's a huge...
Harish said, to add to what Harish said, the voter on the ground, she is looking at, not he, she is looking at the benefits which the citizen give. But then, Rajdeep, there is a larger point. Central Karnataka, Congress is now ahead. Bangalore, it's an equal race between the Congress and the BJP.
Yes, but the big story coming,
I want to make a point
I'll just go to the graphic table, but go ahead.
I just want to make a point about Channapatna. I visited that constituency and I saw Mr. Devagowda himself, doing 3-4 rounds because he knew his son was in a difficulty. So that is where... No?
Son is Ramnagra. Channapatna is Mr.
No, I'm talking about Kumaraswamy.
Right.
HD Kumaraswamy.
HD Kumaraswamy was in trouble.
You think he was in trouble, right?
He was very much in trouble.
Why is that?
Because Yogeshwar is a very good candidate. He has won 5 elections from 3 different parties. He has won twice from BJP, twice from Congress. Once he was an independent.
By the way, that's one interesting factor. That's one interesting factor of Karnataka, the floating MLAs. They can switch parties, but they can win. Almost a fourth of Karnataka's last assembly were candidates who had won in more than one party.
Campaigning for one full year.
Please don't cross sunstroke, it doesn't help the viewer. Yes.
Sunstroke of JDS, the father gives up the seat for the son and the father loses. This has happened to Kumaraswamy, and this, I don't say
No,
it's
no,
happening
with,
to
with, please,
Kumaraswamy.
with
I mean,
one
this has happened to
caveat, this is
Devegowda.
very early, it is only
But
9
early
o'clock.
then, Rajdeep, if you're
It's not
talking
jump
about
to
the
conclusion.
Gowda stables, right? So you have Kumaraswamy who's trailing, the third generation Gowda, Nikhil Kumaraswamy is trailing from Ramnagar as well.
Okay.
So you have both of them
So the
trailing right
JDS
now.
is taking a hit. Yes, Harish.
Rajdeep, I'm also dividing at the macro level the vote between the rich vote and the poor vote. Because if you really look at it, the rich vote bases the top aspirations for tomorrow because they're self-actualizing. The poor vote bases the price of the gas cylinder.
Okay.
And I think, this has become a gas cylinder.
Okay, thank you for using my word. Anyone who says gas cylinder election,
go.
it's my patent, but said 3 weeks ago, long before
Rajdeep, it's
political
much
parties.
closer, much
Okay, the BJP is closing in 84 place 101
The BJP
and
is still
9.
behind, but it's not
If
a.
they don't-
It's not a sweep, and it also means that you could still have a hung assembly. If these numbers hold, it could be a hung assembly. But look at how the regions are now switching. Bangalore, Congress ahead in 15, BJP in 8. Remember last time, Congress was leading in 15, BJP in 11. Coastal Karnataka, beautiful part, Gokarna, Bhatkal, you can come on to Bangalore. Here the BJP is sweeping. Udupi, these are heartland of Hyderabad, Karnataka or Kalyan, Karnataka is where we are seeing a clear lead for the Congress, 23 place 13. Mumbai, Karnataka, and this is now dead heat. Remember, I keep saying, BJP, just a minute, BJP will have to win North Karnataka to actually become the single largest, but a hung assembly could be in Mumbai, Karnataka if these numbers hold. So the strong possibility of a hung assembly if these numbers hold there. But Old Mysuru is where the gap is widening for the Congress. They've got 27, but the BJP is still in the hunt. And the reason why the BJP is doing better, remember, they used to never make a dent in Old Mysuru. They're doing it this time. And that for the BJP suggests that this is a new fertile area for the BJP. Central Karnataka, 11 to 9, much closer, tighter. So it's becoming a tighter race in the last 10-15 minutes. The Congress is ahead, but when you add the numbers of the BJP and the JDS, this is the ideal situation for the joker in the pack. Kumaraswamy may be trailing at the moment in Channapatna. He's now leading. And that's why I said, please do not make assumptions based on early trends. I don't expect Kumaraswamy to lose Channapatna. When I went there, they all said it's HDK. I expect Nikhil also, Kumaraswamy, to win Ramanagar. But the point is, these numbers, 83 plus 21 plus 2 is more than 102. And Rahul, if those numbers remain, it means we could be heading for a hung assembly. However, if the Congress is able to widen its lead in Old Mysuru and North Karnataka, then you could have the Congress reaching the halfway mark. So we are in a very exciting phase at the moment, Rahul.
But what's very clear is that the trend seems to be firming up in the direction of the Congress emerging as the single largest party. The big question, of course, will be where does the final tally end up? In the India Today post-poll study, there were 57 seats where the margin between the winner and the runner-up was less than 3%. So those are the seats where there will be a pitched contest. But as we've often seen in the past, the winner's bandwagon effect tends to come into play, Sandeep Shastri, which suggests that if you are likely to win, you end up winning more than you would. It just is one of those things, like in cricket, if it's your day, a ball which would have otherwise gone for a 4 ends up going across the boundary and you get a 6. It's a bit like that,
Rajdeep,
Sandeep.
in past, Rahul and Rajdeep, in past polls we have seen, towards the end of the race, the party which is in the lead gains much more momentum.
Why does that happen? Statistically.
No, that's
it's like
difficult to
cricket.
say.
You
I
ask
mean,
a cricketer, if you're connecting
in the tough seats, where there is a tough fight, those are the seats where the leads come late. And the party which is ahead tends to take those seats where there is a tough fight.
Please go ahead.
In 2018, at one point, very late into the day, the BJP was beyond the majority.
Yes.
It fell to 105. So the reverse happened the last time.
I in fact went once to Dr. Qureshi on this when he was election commissioner, and I said, sir, you should check with all your officers on the ground. Do they generally go with the winner and start sort of declaring seats? And he said, no, that can't be there. But fascinating what's happening at the moment to some key candidates. You want to know what Karnataka is all about? Look at Lakshman Saudi. Lakshman Saudi in Atni is leading at the moment. He was deputy chief minister with the BJP, switched to the Congress, and he is defeating at the moment a BJP candidate who was last time the Congress's winning candidate who defeated Lakshman Saudi. This is how complicated Karnataka is. 2018, Lakshman Saudi was the BJP candidate and Mahesh Kumatali was the Congress candidate. Kumatali switched, joined the BJP. Lakshman Saudi switched, joined the Congress. He's leading. This is a state of defectors. This is a state where politics also rotates. You're lovely people, but you love to change party loyalties.
Rajiv, I just want to remind you of 2018 when BJP crossed 100 and Congress was about 80 or so. In fact, you said on our channel we'll announce that the BJP is forming the government. But they just stopped at 100 and then it didn't move at all.
So you're saying there are lots of tough seats which will be critical.
which are going to finally decide.
Purely from a data and analytics perspective, there's nothing really called the winner's bandwagon. It's like cricket, Batsmen say, jis din hai, us din ball kahin beech mein hi lagti hai. It's a bit like that. It doesn't actually make any real sense because the chances that extra votes coming isn't more because it's your day. There is nothing called it's your day.
This is the point I'd like to make. Mr. Modi was the Brahmastra of the BJP. And anything that you see swinging towards the BJP is the Prime Minister Modi contribution. Complete.
Okay, we have leads currently for 212 seats, the Congress leading on 106. I can try and show you how many seats is the BJP holding on to from their 104 wins the last time. We have trends for 99 of those. The BJP's retained ratio, its ability to hold on to the seats it won last time is just 54. They're losing almost half the seats they had in the last election. The Congress had 80 seats the last time. We have trends for 76. The Congress's retained ratio much better than that of the BJP. 70% of the candidates who won last time, on those seats the Congress is still leading. The Janata Dal Secular is the weakest of the lot, 34 leads of the 37 seats that they had last time. The JDS retaining only 26% of the seats, losing 74. The Congress being the primary beneficiary. Now this is interesting. And just think of it mathematically. As the BJP's vote share in Old Mysuru went up, the JDS's vote share has come down, and the Congress, being where it was, has been able to gain a lot of the advantage in Old Mysuru and benefit from the BJP improving its stock. This will be one of the big issues, R.K. Upadhyay, for Old Mysuru, where the Congress is benefiting because the BJP is doing better in Old Mysuru and the Congress is being able to show a better performance there.
In fact, both the BJP and Congress concentrated on the Old Mysore area because they knew that is where they need to do the harvesting. And both of them went aggressively, and BJP not having the base, so they've just gone up. But it has helped the
BJP did a lot of the irrigation, the Congress is doing the harvesting.
Harvesting has come to the Congress.
And it's important, the BJP is a party that looks to the future. If the BJP has to grow in Karnataka and ever get a clear majority, it has to do well in Old Mysuru. There was a by-election a couple of years ago, the BJP won it.
They won two.
And so you've got the BJP having the potential. Remember, if the JDS starts declining, all that JDS vote is not going to the Congress. In fact, it's a large part of it is going to the BJP. Yeah. So the BJP certainly has a future
but it's not,
in Old Mysuru.
In this poll, the JDS's vote which is coming down, the primary beneficiary in this election is the Congress. In later elections, it may be the JDS.
The Congress base is higher. Rahul, I'll tell you why that's happening.
The Congress base is higher.
That's right. You see, the Congress has a larger traditional base in Old Mysuru. The BJP had a lower one. The BJP is slowly coming up. As it comes up, it's taking JDS votes. In fact, one strategist told me for every 10 votes that the JDS is losing, 6 are coming from are going to the BJP, 4 to the Congress. But because the primary opponent of the JDS was the Congress benefits from a triangular fight.
Rahul, Old Mysuru then, the game plan of the BJP seems to be long term. In terms of saying, let's get this a bipolar election, let's get the JDS out, let it be a Congress versus the BJP, and when it's Congress versus BJP, it will be the BJP.
I asked Home Minister Amit Shah this question in Bengaluru about how the Congress could benefit in Old Mysuru because of the efforts he was making. He says the problem with you lot is that you think short term. I'm playing the long game. And that's the vision that he has, that even if it hurts the party's fortunes in this election, he thinks they will do better in time to come. Congress now at 108. We have leads for 214 seats, and this is the way it looks just at this moment. The BJP strike rate currently is around 39%. That's not a very happy strike rate from the Bharatiya Janata Party's perspective. The Congress has a strike rate of 50%, and the Janata Dal Secular at this moment seems to have a strike rate of only 10%. So it's not looking good from the BJP's perspective. The question is, will the Congress be able to hit it out of the park and cross 113, or will they stay a little short? At this moment, Sandeep Shastri, if you're at 109, 10 leads still to come, the Dhol guys may be in business.
I've always been maintaining, Rahul, that one party will get a majority, and now with the BJP at 82, it seems more likely to be the Congress. And I've always said, when the Congress is ahead, it goes to a majority. We have only had a assembly with no clear majority when BJP has been the single largest party, or Janata Party in 1983.
And Professor Shastri, fascinatingly, what's happening in urban areas. Congress leading in 30,
Look at Bangalore.
and the BJP in 13, JDS in 1. Yes, you were saying Bangalore?
Look at Bangalore, it's turned completely. Out of 28, leads are in for 26, Congress leading on 19 and BJP on 7.
You know, that is fascinating, because you see, what it shows is that, and you know, that's why I said be very careful before we make analysis. Prime Minister's roadshow changed Bangalore. The fact is, we are seeing an election where anti-incumbency is a reality. What that anti-incumbency means is different in different parts. It could mean gas cylinder for somebody, it could mean potholed roads and flooded roads for the other, it could mean my local MLA was not available during COVID. So the nature of anti-incumbency varies, but urban Karnataka, unlike other parts, BJP not doing so well. Explain that.
Yes, and Rajdeep, if you look at Bangalore city,
yes,
the leads of the BJP are all in the fringe areas of Bangalore, where traditionally they have done well. Those are seats where BJP MLAs have been winning consistently, same person winning. So those are the seats they are retaining. You look at the heart of the city, all the seats are being
to Professor
Yes, go ahead. Please go ahead.
point. Very simply, if you look at Bengaluru votes three ways, we said: Lok Sabha, Assembly and BBMP. But suddenly it so happens that BBMP does not exist. So when you blame the BBMP, the people have gone out possibly and blamed the assembly candidate,
right.
which is unfair. Bengaluru never votes like that. But then that was the mistake.
So the
We
lack
should
of
have
a
had a
cooperator,
BBMP.
the lack of a cooperator has made you take out your eye on the
So
candidate.
basically,
You up the
basically what we are seeing, Rahul, in these early trends is clearly what we call the anti-incumbency factor. By the way, the BJP, Congress has touched 111. Now 111 is seen as an unlucky number by some. It is Nelson in cricketing terms. 111.
If I show you the power map as it looks like for Karnataka at this moment, the BJP is doing well in coastal Karnataka. So along the coastal regions, the BJP is doing well. In Bombay, Karnataka, which used to be the bastion of the Bharatiya Janata Party since 2008, you've got a lot of blue. There's also a lot of blue in Hyderabad, Karnataka, or Kalyan, Karnataka. And in the southern part, old Mysuru, once again, the Congress is doing well. This used to be largely green in past elections because it's a JDS stronghold. Now you've got a lot of blue. And in Bengaluru as well, there's a lot of blue. Just for a moment, I want to shift attention to Uttar Pradesh to show you what's happening in the elections over there. So if I look at the Panchayat tally, 70 leads currently, BJP leading on 37, Samajwadi Party on 17. In the municipal municipal leads, 53 versus 16 for the SP. Mayor elections, 15 for the BJP, 1 for the SP. So some good news from Uttar Pradesh for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
And Rahul, what it shows is how different India is. Right? The north of the Vindhyas, the BJP remains a very powerful force, particularly in Uttar Pradesh, particularly in semi-urban, urban. Just the opposite is happening in Karnataka. You see, we seem to believe that India, you know, this whole pan-India phenomenon no longer exists. Every state is distinctive to the other. And in Karnataka, what we are seeing is the anger over possibly gas cylinders, over prices in rural Karnataka, anger over urban, collapsing urban infrastructure in cities like Bengaluru. All of that is working against the ruling party, which in this instance was the BJP. But in Yogi Adityanath's UP, where you had a chief minister who is seen to be strong and effective, particularly by his own constituents, he is holding on. So it's not as if anti-incumbency exists all across the country. That's the point I made, Rahul. Double engine Sarkara needs a strong local leadership. That's the lesson for the BJP. One size doesn't fit all. And for the Congress,
113
The
for the
magic
first
number.
time this morning. The Congress has taken the lead in a way that they've now crossed the majority mark. 113 is the magic figure in Karnataka. For the first time, the Congress is one seat more than the magic number.
And look at it, BJP heavyweight C.T. Ravi, we explained in trailing in Chikmagalur, 8 ministers. 8
Sriramulu
sitting
trailing.
ministers.
Sriramulu trailing.
Sriramulu,
C.T.
who
Ravi
remember was
trailing.
very close to the Reddy brothers. He's trailing from Bellary.
Madhuswami trailing, Nagaraj trailing.
So you've got the classic indications in Karnataka now of a potential anti-incumbency because 100
caveat, C.T. Ravi is only trailing by 92 votes.
No, whatever it is, the fact is that there is, you're seeing across Karnataka, the BJP, 2 regions where the BJP is doing reasonably well. It's not completely getting demolished in North Karnataka and Mumbai, Karnataka. Therefore, the defection, the Lingats are holding on in a way, as our poll suggested, to the BJP. Coastal Karnataka, traditional BJP area, BJP doing well. It's when you come, Rahul, to Kalyan Karnataka, that's Hyderabad Karnataka, Bengaluru city and old Mysuru, where the game is completely changing.
One point. Urban, semi-urban, rural. BJP is doing better in semi-urban. Congress is doing better in urban and rural. And this is
Let me show that data on the screen. Of the urban seats that we are tracking at this moment, and this has not happened since 2014, where the Congress is actually doing better than the BJP in the urban pockets. I have leads for 44 out of 47 urban seats where the population in urban areas is more than 50%. The Congress leading on 28, up 9 from the last elections. The BJP leading only on 15, down 8. Now this would give the Congress some cheer. They haven't been able to do this in a very long time. They're also leading though in rural Karnataka, 148 leads. The Congress is currently leading on 79 of those seats. The BJP is leading on 52, down 13. It's not a good day from the BJP's perspective, but it's a great morning from the Congress's perspective.
And there's a lesson there, Rahul, for the Congress. Just as the BJP needs to relook at double engine Sarkara and have stronger chief ministers, the Congress also has in Karnataka empowered their local leaders. You see, the fact is Mr. Siddaramaiah, Shiv Kumar, MB Patil, these were the ones who were deciding on the seats. It wasn't a high command culture. The fact that you had a congressman from Karnataka as Congress president also helped, but you have a very localized Congress. It wasn't the Gandhi Parivar dictating terms. In fact, they gave greater space to Congress local leaders.
Can I just make a point
Yes.
on that? I think in the last phase of the Congress ticket distribution, you had this conflict between Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah where the centre intervened. But you're right.
Over 25 seats only.
Yeah, but you're right in saying that be it Rahul Gandhi's campaign or Priyanka Gandhi's campaign, they focused on local issues. There was no reference to national issues in their speeches.
I beg to differ
They
between
kept
because I
their campaign
covered,
local.
Mr. Shastri, I covered the rally of Priyanka Gandhi. I have to say, on ground, Priyanka Gandhi was getting a way warmer response than Rahul Gandhi. She was the one, if you remember, who actually introduced and kick-started the 2,000 rupee guarantee to women. She's the one who's actually done more road shows and rallies than even Mr. Khadge. Even Mr.
No,
Khadge.
I'll tell you what happened.
So
Rahul
she's-
Gandhi in his first speech spoke about Adani. And he was given feedback from the local unit. Can you focus instead on national issues, then local issues? And then went on his next rally and said, I'm announcing a new guarantee, which is free bus travel for women. So what happened? There was course correction.
Bus travel came later. A lot of people
later.
on ground didn't quite understand bus travel, but they understand 2,000.
Yeah, but even bus travel,
with
trust
women.
me. Even bus travel makes a difference to women. I will make this point. Preeti's here. Preeti's here, and Preeti, you're being outnumbered by men, which is unfortunate because on the ground, women are speaking more loudly than men.
No,
Please go ahead.
Rajdeep, I want to
Please
make
go
a
ahead.
point.
Preeti, yes, go ahead. Let her finish.
What I was saying was not outnumbered by men, but that's the the sorry
on the
state.
ground, women
but
are
that
being
sorry
outnumbered
state in
by
terms of course, the women always the kingmaker, never quite the king. That's always happened. If you look at the representation that they've got, how many? 6 candidates by Congress, 7 candidates by the BJP. 3 candidates by the JDS, 5% representation. Terrible. If you just look at that. But all I was saying was on ground, I met a bunch of women who looked at Priyanka Gandhi and said Indira Gandhi. So there was at least some resonance there.
So I want to
Okay,
make a point,
H. Sherni saw Langur, Chikmagalur. You know, the two Gandhis, remember 1978, Rahul, when Indira Gandhi wanted to make a comeback, where did she go? Karnataka, Chikmagalur defeated Virendra Patil. In 1999, Sonia Gandhi wants to make her political debut. Where does she go? Bellary defeats Sushma Swaraj. Traditional Congress state where the Congress then scored its usual self goals, lost out, the BJP grew at the expense of the Congress. This election has a template for the Congress. Localize your election, you have half a chance. You did it in Himachal, you may be, just maybe, doing it at the moment.
Rajiv, I just
It's
want to
much
make a point.
closer than we think.
Rahul?
Much
The Congress
closer,
is ahead.
85. And 85 is a good number at the
Congress
moment.
is ahead, no question. But it's
Can I-
it's
can
much
I make a-
closer.
Okay.
It's not.
Fair enough.
Rajiv, I just want to make
Yes.
a point. You know, I think it boils down to the guarantees guaranteeing 5 years for Congress. Because that must have played a very huge role.
You're saying that made a difference.
Definitely, because look at it from the point of view of the women. See, women get 2,000 rupees home, and then 1,500 rupees from the unemployment dole, and then they get bus free. So they are all and then the 200 units of electricity. So they are getting about 7,000 rupees on hand from this government. And if somebody is having 15,000 rupees income,
Sure.
7,000 will make a big
Sure, I
difference.
take your point, but
I
you
think
know, the
that is
Congress
what has
made
made a
these
difference.
promises in Gujarat as well. It didn't work. You need a local leadership which is credible to deliver, which people believe will deliver on those promises. But we are getting pictures at the moment. Okay, the pictures have moved away, but yes.
On this point, there is a point I want to make. The Karnataka is possibly very clever. Today, what we think is, hey, listen, let's have one party at the national level, which is going to send me direct benefit transfer of a particular value, and let's have a different party at the state level, which is going to give me all these doles which are coming out.
That
I double benefit. From
Lovely, nice line.
You want a
nice
Mysore
line, double
Park in both
benefit.
ends. You want a Mysore Park in both ends.
That's right. Okay, we're getting some reactions. Adil Singh Boparai of the Congress, Sudha Halkai, spokesperson Karnataka BJP, joining us. Sudhaji, to you first. Early trend suggests Congress likely to emerge, certainly the single largest party, if not over the halfway mark. At the moment, they are over the halfway mark. Would you concede that the Congress has the edge over the BJP? Do you concede that or not?
No, we don't consider that. We are still waiting for the end of the day. We have a full hope on our best performance, and still we are going to wait for the end of the day.
Okay. Adil Singh Boparai, are you already, how come you're not with the dhol makers in the AICC? Have you all in a way celebrated too early, or are you so confident now that it's all said and all done? It's still tight, 83, 19, 116. You're not at 130, 140 yet.
Well, Mr. Sardesai, the victory is in the air and the writing is on the wall. The Congress party will be given a decisive mandate, and I must compliment your exit poll numbers. They are perhaps the closest to the sense on the ground. I think the people of Karnataka have decided to vote out a corrupt government, a communal government, a government which thrives on divisiveness. And I think it's also time, perhaps somebody must tell the BJP that this is a personal defeat for Mr. Modi, because the BJP has contested the Karnataka election in the name of Mr. Modi. Now they cannot run away when the defeat is staring them at the face. Having said this, the leads will solidify post 11:30, and we are hopeful. We are very, very hopeful that we will cross the 140 mark.
Okay, I want to show our viewers now how defectors are faring. The Congress had 8 defectors, people who came from other parties who were given tickets. 6 of them are leading. One of the 13 JDS defectors is currently leading. Let's take a look at how the Dinis in the fray are doing. The BJP had 33 Dinis. 13 of them are leading at this moment. The Congress had 11 Dinis in the fray. 10 of them are leading at the moment. The JDS had 6 Dinis. 5 of them are leading. So Dinis obviously have a high propensity to do well because they come from strong politically entrenched families. 5 of the 11 women candidates of the Congress are leading at this moment. 4 of the 12 women candidates of the BJP are leading, and only 2 out of the 13 women candidates of the Janata Dal secular are leading. Let's take a look at the candidates who have serious criminal cases. 35 of the 69 Congress candidates with serious criminal cases are leading. 26 of the 66 BJP candidates with serious criminal cases are leading. Do candidates with more money have a better chance of doing well? 46 Congress candidates had more than 50 crore rupees of of assets, 23 of them are winning. 42 BJP candidates had more than 50 crores in assets, 17 of them are currently leading. 27 JDS candidates had more than 50 crores in assets, 7 are leading. Amongst those who are poorer, the candidates, unfortunately, Rajdeep, don't seem to be doing well. Only 1 out of 6 Congress candidates who had less than 1 crores of assets are currently leading. 3 of 8 BJP candidates with less than 1 crore in assets is leading. 1 out of 38 JDS candidates with less than 1 crore in assets is leading. That's not good news. The richer you are, if you come from a dynastic family, you just have an advantage in the Indian election.
You know, we've got 3 Kannadigas here, and it's a very progressive state, and I keep praising it. It's the state which is, which I really love. But the problem is 3 things that your graphic indicated: too much of money power, too much of family power, and too little women power. I mean, here is a state, you should be having many more women. You haven't had a single woman Chief Minister Harish Bijur. You have all these crorepati candidates with all their real estate connections, wheeling and dealing 4 times assets. And you've got all these dynasts who still win.
I'll give you a figure in women, because I can't stress enough, because women will be one of the biggest factors in this election which will drive either party to power.
Yes.
Just look at it. 2,613 total candidates. How many of them are women? 185.
Not good enough, Harish Bijur.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Concede the point.
Ashamed,
The
yes,
point
yeah.
is this. The point is this. Every political party, sadly, or rightly, focuses on winnability. And winnability
Therefore,
seems
you
to be
need
the.
reservation.
It's sad. It's
Yes.
sad. And therefore, if you
33%.
come to pure seats which are reserved completely
Yes.
for women, you will have every party stepping out, at least for a period of 20 years.
No, but you see, Professor Shastri, all the parties are targeting the woman voter, but you don't give women the tickets. What is it about Karnataka? The muscle power, the money power, and the family power, which in a way is undermining democracy.
Harish, winnability, yes, but I think winnability is a mask.
Yeah.
The male-dominated decision-making system in all the 3 parties prevents women from actually coming to the forefront. The women in the decision-making bodies are those who will agree to what the majority in the group say.
Absolutely.
So unless that system changes, unless party workers...
Ramakrishna Hegde, one of the first states where he brought 33% for women in panchayats was Karnataka. What happened?
Now it is
You
50%.
make them punches and they become punchpatis.
Right now it's 50%.
So what happens?
I'll give you an example.
Still
Where
the
are women?
men dominate.
Don't come to our level.
The dichotomy. I'll give you the dichotomy.
Preeti, you got to speak more. Yes, go ahead.
No.
Yeah, because we need to give women more representation.
No, the dichotomy of Indian politics. You say Karnataka progressive, Haryana not progressive at all. The worst numbers
Sex
when it
ratio.
comes to sex ratio. Maximum women come in from Haryana, not just panchayat level, as candidates where local elections.
Yeah, but we haven't had a
Let's go
chief
across
minister
to
woman chief minister in Haryana. But go ahead.
Nagarjun Dwarkanath is our bureau chief in Karnataka. He's joining us live this morning. 118 leads for the Congress, 84 for the BJP. What's happening in the different political camps? Is the Congress in Karnataka now already discussing who's going to be the next chief minister? Are they waiting and watching for a bit longer?
Well, I'm told that Mr. Shivkumar last night has already spoken to 40-odd MLAs saying, post-lunch, please make sure that you come down to Bangalore, let's meet and have a cup of chai. An informal meeting is what he has said, is what we are picking up. But the big takeaway, Rahul, right now is 8 ministers are trailing across Karnataka, starting from Sriramlu in Hyderabad, Karnataka, Mr. Sudhakar, Health Minister, Murugesh Nirani is also trailing, Madhuswami, Law and Parliamentary Minister, MTB Nagraj Minister is also trailing. So 8 such big wigs in the Karnataka cabinet are trailing. So this is not in pockets but across the state, right? Starting from Mumbai, Hyderabad, Old Mysore, Central Karnataka, all of them are trailing. It's the only big takeaway for the BJP is the coastal Karnataka intact. Last time Congress had won 3 seats. Halyal for Mr. Deshpande in the Congress, he is also trailing. So the BJP is still holding ground in the coastal Karnataka, but in Old Mysore they have increased, is what I am told. Even in the trends, they have increased in Old Mysore, but clean sweep in Hyderabad, like our exit polls suggested and predicted. Hyderabad, Karnataka is the forte stronghold of Mr. Kharge and the Congress party. Bombay, Karnataka, also they're inching close, and bigwigs like Ramesh Jarkioli, Murugesh Nirani, all of them are trailing right now, and that's the takeaway for the Congress and the BJP here. And Mr. Siddaramaiah is still resting at home. He's not...
You know, there's a big name that has just been given, Ramesh Jarkioli. And again, a symbol of all that is wrong in Karnataka politics. Remember, he is the one who brought down the H.D. Kumaraswamy government, multiple-time MP from his constituency in Belgavi district, and he was contesting against a 35-year-old doctor. And after a long time, I met a rather impressive young man who was really committed, it appeared to. So, you see, there is hope. If you give new candidates, younger candidates, maybe, you can defeat some of these heavyweights. I don't think Jarkioli will lose easily, so we'll wait to see.
There's a bit of
but
a
if he loses,
Chief
then they're
Minister
in trouble.
Bomai's residence at this moment. A snake has been caught at Bomai's residence, which is, a metaphor of sorts, because there's a lot of talk about poisonous snakes in this campaign. A snake being caught at the Chief Minister. I've been here. It's in the middle of an urban area, so I'm a bit surprised that this is where his father used to stay. He's not gone to the Chief Minister's official residence.
A little bit of trivia. Karnataka is the land of the king cobra, Agumbe. Go to Agumbe, you get this Agumbe, you get this beautiful space.
Cobra. That's the cobra being taken out.
It's the land of the king cobra. So lots of cobras, both in politics and outside. In politics, there are snakes. In real life, venomous snakes in Karnataka.
There is a very interesting data set from the India Today election intelligence dashboard that I want to play out because for a long time since 2014, when the BJP and the Congress have been in a duel, the BJP has been getting the better of the Congress. I want to show you what's happening in the direct fights. Okay, that's Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She's gone to a temple this morning. There are those live images of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She's doing a puja this morning, praying to the gods for whatever it is. I'm assuming also partly for a Congress victory. Early in the morning, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra at a temple. All the gods are being recalled this morning. All the netas recalling all the gods that they can. This is in Himachal Pradesh. Remember, she has a lovely house in Mashobra. This is in Himachal Pradesh that these images are coming from, where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has gone to a temple. The other thing, which is a very important trend that I'm sure you've already registered, is that if you watch the India Today post-poll study, you pretty much already have a very good sense of what's happening and why. So 118 leads currently for the Congress, and I want to show you this data. There are 24 seats at this moment, which we are tracking, where the Congress and BJP are 1 and 2. Of those, the Congress is leading in 71. This is direct fights. Remember, in the Lok Sabha, 85% plus seats, where the Congress and the BJP were in direct fights, the BJP won. 71% direct head-on-head fights, the Congress is leading at this moment. BJP versus JDA. So we'll track this as it goes along. And I also want to show you how the parties are faring on the retain ratio. Candidates who won last time, 51% of the candidates who won last time are currently winning. 49% of their candidates are losing for the BJP. From the Congress's perspective, of the candidates that won, 68% are retaining their seats, 33% are trailing. When you look at a number like this, Ashok Malik, of 49% seats, which they'd won in the last election, the BJP currently trailing, shows they probably needed to do a much bigger cleanup than they actually did. They did try and bring in some new energy, but this suggests that they should have done what they did in Gujarat.
What's happened, why they couldn't do it in Karnataka is because, as we've discussed, there are strong local MLAs who hop from party to party. That makes the polity of Karnataka much more complex, and no party can attempt that sort of a clean sweep even if they want to do it.
That's true. That's true. The last clean sweep in Karnataka, correct me if I'm wrong, was in the early 1990s. I think there was 89 election when Virendra Patil.
184.
And what does the Congress do? Remove him a year later. Think about it. You win 3 chief ministers. You win and you have 3 chief ministers. They did the same in Gujarat. 1985, Madhav Singh Solanki wins 150 seats. He's removed as chief minister. You see, the Congress
Virendra Patil was removed because he had a stroke.
Whatever it is.
The manner in which it was done.
But the manner in which he was removed,
that was
where
bad.
Rajiv Gandhi is announcing at an airport when he's landed. You were there at the airport.
I was there at the airport when Rajiv Gandhi said, you will have a new chief minister. Everybody was shocked.
The point is, Karnataka is now a state which is heavily localized, which runs its politics region by region. Therefore, a wave election is not easy in a state like Karnataka. But what is clear, Rahul, this time is anti-incumbency. And it's a 40-year-old phenomenon. As I mentioned, no government has got more than 80 seats in the last 40 years. The voters of Karnataka seem to want to punish the whichever party rules them for 5 years. It's a good way. Every 5 years, I will give you 5 years.
Doing it for 38 years and it is continued.
Okay.
I agree.
Mr. Upadhyay almost admitting now. Go ahead.
Anti-incumbency.
Yes.
I come from Bengaluru. I'll call it AI.
Yes.
Anti-incumbency is for a party, one avatar, for a chief minister, avatar 2, for an individual MLA, avatar 3. So what the BJP did is, it has experimented in 70 plus seats, where it's removed the individual MLA and said that I will battle anti-incumbency through this manner. The CM is not an issue. The party is definitely not an issue at the national level. And therefore, that experiment we need to watch carefully. What's happening in those new candidate seats and how they are faring will tell us the answer.
But what I want to know is, why is it that some states, Ashok, in this country are pro-incumbency? We are seeing that in some states where governments like Odisha, you've had a chief minister who's been there for 25 years. And you've got states like Karnataka where governments change every 5 years.
See, it also depends on the caliber of the chief minister and what he's given. Mr. Bommai, let's face it, has had a very uneasy existence in the BJP. He's a newcomer, quite like Siddaramaiah in the Congress, and there's been factionalism. It's been a divided house.
Did the BJP make a mistake replacing Yadurappa 2 years ago? Let's be honest. Whether 80 or whatever.
The point is like this: Mr. Yadurappa is 80. You need to replace him at some point. If not 2 years ago, 2 years later, you have to.
Okay.
Because you have to move on. If you look at these trends, what is also happening is a clear bipolarity is being inaugurated in Karnataka. That is the long-term trend.
Okay. Yes.
I agree with the point that Ashok ji is making, that there had to be a change because you wanted to bring in a new generation. But I think the issue is, once you brought in Mr. Bommai, who had the total support of the central leadership, he was not given any deputy chief minister. These 3 years have been a problem here. They have not been able to consolidate their presence in Karnataka.
I don't know whether Sudha Halka is still with us, but if you are, ma'am, the fact that you replaced Mr. Yediyurappa 2 years ago tearfully, in every rally, Mr. Shiv Kumar would say, look at the way Lingayats have been humiliated. Their leader was was removed tearfully. Was that a mistake? I went to a press conference where poor Mr. Yediyurappa was sitting in a corner and leaders who probably cannot win their own seats were on the center stage. Did you marginalize Yediyurappa, only realized at the very end that he is still your biggest mascot? Was that a mistake?
No, absolutely no. See, this decision was taken very wisely, and we have never cornered or marginalized Honorable Yediyurappa ji. He was very much our forefront leader and the tallest leader, and he was even now today. I must say that everybody go to him, and he is the first leader for us, not Bommai ji. Bommai ji is definitely his follower, so he is our tallest leader. We have not marginalized him or we have not cornered him.
Okay.
I think it is only Prime Minister Modi who realized that, sidelining him is a big mistake, and he tried to make
But
amends.
he went to that rally.
Yeah, he tried to make amends by bringing him to the Central Parliamentary Board, also making the election. So, there was some kind of a reinstatement, but still the local leaders were not treating him properly. So that was the reason why I think, they played a big part.
Yes, Harish.
The optics were terrific. Prime Minister Modi made amends. They were holding hands away from the airport and walking together. That is the ultimate center staging, or trying to bring Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa, the tallest BJP leader of the South, I would call it.
Yes, but you
Still
did that. You still had a state government which was not being given prominence.
Agree.
You still had state level leaders not being given prominence. In that same Shimoga rally, when the Prime Minister accompanied Mr. Yediyurappa to the stage, the Chief Minister had been sidelined.
I think
that optics is also important.
And Sudha Halkai, with that also is the question, Bajrang Bali. For the last 1 year, two narratives have run in Karnataka. The Congress's narrative was 40% Sarkara, pay CM, and the BJP's narrative was halal, azan, hijab, Savarkar Yatra, Tipu, and finally ending up with Bajrang Bali. Do you believe polarization doesn't work? Do you concede the Kannadiga doesn't like Hindu-Muslim politics?
Absolutely no.
He wanted gas cylinder reduced to 400 rupees.
Yeah, 1 minute. Let me tell you, we were the one who were against terrorism. We had the guts to waive off the PFI, whereas Siddaramayaji very well waived off the cases against PFI, and he led down 1,700 people who were charged under the PFI. We had the guts to remove. We were never appeasing. We were not there to please the voters. We were there to follow the law and order, to secure our state and to make it a better
Ms.
place to
Halkai,
live in.
I'll ask you one
And if you
question.
take
By the end, when the last vote is counted and the result is declared, who blesses Bajrang Bali this election?
We'll
Or
just wait
Bajrang
and
Bali
watch.
blesses who this election?
See, I have been very clear. We are not into appeasement politics. We are there to take care of the people and our state and maintain law and order. And that's what we have been doing. We have given the best of our performance. We don't have any regression for whatever we have done. And it was not appeasement politics. It is, and definitely we respect the mandatory of the people of Karnataka. We do respect them. We'll just see. We'll wait and watch what is going to happen.
Some very strange
We have done
things
our best of
happen. And
Rahul,
this is
before you
something
go
that
ahead.
we were anticipating may happen.
Yes.
The Congress is currently only in the lead on 119 seats. And on that Twitter handle, on the official Twitter handle of the Congress party, they put out a video where Rahul Gandhi is the only one who can be seen. And it says, I am invincible. I am so confident. Yeah, I am unstoppable today. This is on the Congress's official handle. There is no Siddaramaiah there, there's no Shiv Kumar there, the guys who made this victory happen. The only person who can be seen is Rahul Gandhi, and he's doing various things in Karnataka. We'll have that out for you in just a moment. But that video basically, okay, let me just show that across. There it is, that video right now. This is, I looked through the whole video to see if they had poor Siddaramaiah somewhere, if they had Shiv Kumar somewhere. There's no Siddaramaiah, there's no Shiv Kumar. These are images from the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul Gandhi is the only guy you see, and I am so invincible. I am so confident. Yeah, I am unstoppable today. And then there are those fire signs. Let's listen to this video.
I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today.
You know, Rahul, since you all are namesakes and good friends.
Come on, that's not mine. That's my
And
great
good
misfortune.
friends.
How can you blame me just because we shame others? This is ridiculous to have this kind of a video.
Can I give you an explanation?
No, but don't blame me for this.
No, I'm not blaming you.
I'm just telling you, making that very
Can I give you
clear.
an explanation? The explanation is simple. And troubling for the Congress because they will misread the verdict.
This is
Rahul Gandhi did 2 rallies in Gujarat in one day. They got demolished, just 2 rallies, right? Because he didn't want to be identified possibly with a losing cause. Terrible for the Gujarat Congress. Rahul Gandhi didn't go to Himachal at all. The Congress won Himachal. Finally, Rahul Gandhi has gone to a state, campaigned, and they won. So you see, Rahul, the sycophants who gather around the leader will say, leader, you've done it. To be fair to Rahul Gandhi, he did 2 good things in Karnataka. Credit to him. One, Bharat Jodo Yatra invested a lot of time through Karnataka and gave the Congress an early fillip with Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah holding hands in August, September, showed a picture of unity with the leader. Number 2, Rahul Gandhi, to his credit, gave the local leadership.
No, but why are they
its
putting
hand.
out these videos? Why is Rahul Gandhi taking
Because
the credit for
every
this?
party, BJP or Congress, has sycophants surrounding
Arey
it.
boss,
This is
abhi
the
to aap
nature
bol
of
rahe
Indian
the that they are
politics.
winning because it's a localized campaign.
No, you give
now
him some
Rahul
credit.
Gandhi is saying, yeah, I'm
No,
unstoppable,
he should also
I'm
get some
invincible.
credit.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
He should also get credit. The problem with Indian
No,
politics...
but he's getting all the credit.
No.
He's the only one who's getting the credit.
No, you see, the fact is, you see, the
In
problem...
that video, they should have had Siddaramaiah, they should have had Shiv
Absolutely,
Kumar.
absolutely.
They're the guys who've done all
But
the
can I
hard
ask you
work.
this? Can I
On
ask
the
you just
ground,
an
it was
honest
just-
answer?
they won the election.
Did you, how much did you see Bhupendra Patel when BJP won Gujarat? It was all about Mr. Modi. Our politics is obsessed with these leaders, these larger than life leaders.
Rahul Gandhi is hardly larger than life, Rajdeep.
Gujarat, it was about
When it
Mr.
came
Modi.
to the
Bhupendra Patel was
advertising,
just a side note.
when it came to the
election was run.
Okay,
I'd just like to point out,
Yes,
we're
yes.
discussing all this, 116 out of 224 is a good victory, it's not a wave.
Rahul,
Yeah, but Karnataka, as I said, has not had to wait for 30 years,
Yeah,
40
Rahul,
years.
I think the point on the projection.
Yes.
When you were seeking votes from people, the Congress had Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar big photos and Rahul Gandhi small photo.
After
When
win-
victory seems evident, Shiv Kumar and
Gayab. Not
Siddaramaiah
there.
go to the background and the leader comes.
I want to show you what's happened in the seats where Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra went through. There are 51 such seats that he touched. The Congress has a respectable 63% strike rate, leading on 32 of those, trailing on 19. So they've lost 37% of the seats where Rahul Gandhi went and campaigned. I can also show you what's happening in the seats. Let me just find it in a moment. What's happening on the seats where Rahul Gandhi actually did some campaigning during the elections. Bharat Jodo Yatra was before the campaign started. So there were 22 rallies that Rahul Gandhi did. The Congress is leading on 15 of those, 68% strike rate, which again, if the party is getting the kind of numbers that it is, 68% strike rate is a good strike rate, losing 32% of the seats that Rahul Gandhi campaigned on. For Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, the strike rate is lesser. She campaigned in 27 seats, currently leading on 41% of them, trailing on 67. For a moment, I'll show you what is happening on the seats where the Prime Minister campaigned. 42, not just rallies, but this is rallies and roadshows, seats which the Prime Minister touched. The BJP leading on 45% of those, 19, trailing on 55% of those. In the Home Minister's seats, 30 seats he touched, the BJP strike rate at this moment is only 33%. The other very interesting thing is to look at what's happening in the direct head-on-head Congress versus BJP seats. These are seats where Congress or BJP are in a contest for 1 and 2. Let me show you what's happening there. The Congress currently leading on 65% of the seats where they're directly in contest with the BJP. On the seats where the BJP and the JDS are head-on-head, the BJP is winning 50%, the JDS is winning 50%. In the Congress versus JDS fights, you actually got the JDS doing better than the Congress. JDS leading on 6 of the 9 seats where they are currently in the fight. Yeah. But Rahul Gandhi or his sycophants, his army around him trying to take credit for the Karnataka victory when it happens is a gross misreading of what this verdict means, Rajdeep.
Dekho, Rocky, you see, this is that Rocky Balboa tune. You see, all these social media is dominated by these youngsters who want to show,
talking about a youngster, yes. Rajdeep, BSY's son is trailing. Vijendra is trailing.
Which again, I believe, could shift, because, that would be huge. He's worked very hard. He's very popular, I found, in his area. Also, Mallikarjun Kharge's son, Priyank, now leading.
He's leading.
So, but I want to go to M. Arvi Lagan, spokesperson JDS, Ganesh Karnik, spokesperson of the BJP. Mr. Karnik, you're a wise man, 115 at the moment to the Congress, 79 to the BJP. It's not yet a done deal in terms of could it be a hung assembly, 113 is the halfway mark, but are you conceding that the Congress is emerging as party number 1? To that extent, it's time to reflect and introspect.
Thanks, Rajdeep. Thanks for the compliment that I'm a wise person. I think it is loaded when you say that you are a wise person. Thank you very much. Well,
no, it's not loaded,
in a democracy, we must accept the electorate's results, even though this is the initial trend that you are indicating. But I think it's very clear that Congress is favored by the electorate in Karnataka, and as a responsible political party, we must accept it with the respect that it deserves. And the second part is, we have to really look into the central Karnataka, that is old Mysore and central Karnataka, as well as Hyderabad Karnataka, which is now called as Kalyan Karnataka. I personally feel that if the trend is an indication, this is the area where the Congress has done extremely well, and we have not been able to impregnate this area and hold on to our bastion. Malnad and coastal Karnataka is in favor of BJP. Let us wait and see. If the trends are
you're in a way being very honest about the fact that there are parts of Karnataka where clearly the campaign has not worked, and every region has a different reason for possibly the way votes are being polled. Triangular fight somewhere, the Dalit, Muslim, SC, ST, Kurba, Ahinda combined working in some parts. But to the JDS spokesperson, sir, what is the role the JDS wants to play now? Is there a number? You're at 26 at the moment. Are you still hopeful of a hung assembly? Is that your best case scenario, sir?
First, let me tell you, once again, the people of Karnataka has given fractured mandate. None of the party is going to get majority. True in that. And already we have crossed 33. According to the list, what I have, it is already we have crossed 33. And it is a fractured mandate. And our deciding factor, Kumarana should decide, he will be deciding what to do and what is next to be happen. But actually, even it also worries me. Kumarana, for 5 months, he was into every part of the village. He has seen almost all the poor people. But still people are giving fractured mandate.
You're still hoping for a fractured mandate. Adil Singh Boparai, your worst nightmare could be 118 becomes 112. That's just 6 seats. And as Rahul has been pointing out, there are about 50 close contests in Karnataka even now. Are we very clear that the Congress in that situation will reach out to the JDS if there is a hung assembly in any situation? Or is the Congress still not even looking at plan B?
Mr. Sardesai, our feedback is that the lead will further solidify and the number will cross 130 and 140. However, let's see. I don't want to jump the gun. Let's see how the results ultimately turn out. But just responding to what Kanwal Sahab had said, I think he's being very harsh on Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Any election, and this is across the board, any election is a collection and a joint effort of all political leaders.
It's the point. The other leaders aren't there. I'm saying exactly what you're saying, Adil. In the video the Congress put out, there is no Siddaramaiah, there is no Shiv Kumar. I am invincible, I am unstoppable, I am Rahul Gandhi. I mean, that's the message coming out from the Congress's official handle.
Well,
I agree fully with what you're saying. Where are the others?
As an aside, unstoppable is a very catchy number. I think all of us should listen to it. But be that as it may, the fact of the matter is, and I'm saying this as an official spokesperson of the Congress party, it is always a pooling of efforts of all political parties. Somebody may have put out that tweet. We have the highest of respect, and this election will be a contribution of joint effort.
Not somebody putting out the tweet. This is from the official handle of the Congress party. Let's assume some supporter had said it, which would be fine. This is from the official handle. This is official party messaging, where the only guy you see is Rahul Gandhi. Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar, who won you this election, are nowhere there in the fray.
No, I think again I'll reiterate, and this is something which Rajdeep sir had delved into. Mr. Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka was a complete success. I am not saying that it is just one individual. It is always a joint effort. But this repeated attempt to badger Mr. Rahul Gandhi, notwithstanding that he is perhaps the only leader in the history of our country since 1947 who has undertaken the largest and the most comprehensive mass contact program, where his Bharat Jodo Yatra
let's not
from
get this wrong.
Kanyakumari
This is not about badgering
Therefore,
anyone.
let's give credit where it's
When
due.
you win, the
Again,
whole team wins.
I'm not
When you
taking
win,
away
the
fact
whole
this is
team
a
wins.
joint
This is
effort.
about messaging. Look at the video that's playing out on the screen. The only leader you see there is Rahul Gandhi. There is nobody else. You see Vijender Singh, the boxer, just briefly. So he's also in the Congress, if you want to call him a leader. He did contest. But everybody else is the common man. And you've got Rahul Gandhi. No Shiv Kumar, no Siddaramaiah. Sure, I just want to show our viewers what the margin calculator is telling me at this moment. This will give you a sense of where that 117 could end up. 117 leads currently for the Congress. My margin calculator shows me that there are 29 seats where the gap between the number one candidate and the number two candidate is less than 1,000 votes. Of those, 12 leads are currently with the Congress, 11 with the BJP. So if the winner bandwagon effect holds, the Congress could possibly get 11 plus 6 from the JDS, 17 odd more wins, or at least some of these 17 wins. The number of seats where the margin currently between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500 are 21. The Congress leading on 8, the BJP leading on 8, the JDS on 4. The number of seats where the gap between the number one, number two candidate is less than 100 votes. There are 6 such seats. The BJP is leading on 3. The Congress is leading on 2. So there are quite a few contests at this moment, Rajdeep, where there is a dead heat between the number one and the number two candidate. So this 115 could still change in either direction.
You know, because my sense is at 110, the Congress can reach out to independents and not rely on JDS. The moment you start relying on the JDS, you're in trouble. Anything below 110 is the worst possible nightmare for the Congress. That's why I caveated even when I spoke just now to Adil Singh Boparai. The Congress will be secure only once it crosses 120. Below that, you know, you get into all the games. The ideal situation for a DK Shiv Kumar is 115 to 120. For Siddaramaiah, over 120. For below 113, it is Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy who will be on that elephant laughing his way, to wherever he wants to go.
Remember 2 weeks back, Mallikarjun Kharge said, even 120 will be difficult because we have had Operation Lotus in Karnataka in the past. He was saying, let's get at least 130. So even within the Congress, a small above the majority mark is something they are not very confident.
Yeah, but it at least means that you don't have to go overnight to resorts. You can wait for 6 months. It can be a Diwali. It can be Diwali resorts. It won't happen in the summer.
In Madhya Pradesh, they were very close to the majority mark. yet they weren't able to hold on to their government. But if they don't handle Shiv Kumar well, could something happen over there?
Sure. Rahul, what happened in Madhya Pradesh was they were below the halfway mark. That's why they're just below. Just below, they needed the independents and Samajwadi Party, and then they formed the government. That's why I said.
And they made some of them join the Congress.
So therefore, at 115, they are not secure.
Was much smaller. BJP was 2 seats.
That's right. And the gap was much smaller. Absolutely, Ashok. So at 115, you're okay, but you're in serious. You're going to have nightmares every day. Below 115 or below 113, you're in serious trouble. Below 110, you might as well book the resorts already. That's the kind of politics. So Preeti, your sense.
I'll tell you something.
Shall we reveal your sweepstakes number?
No, why mine? You reveal yours. I want to keep my private, like the ballot.
Can I reveal my sweepstakes
You
number?
reveal yours. But
Should I, Rahul?
Only if he obviously thinks he's very close, which is why he's revealing the sweepstake number. Otherwise, I think would not reveal the sweepstake number.
I am hoping my birthday is coming up, and I'm hoping all of you have paid for it, and I win the sweepstake.
Well, I'm very close to you. You know that. I'm very, very close to Rajdeep. But having said that, Rajdeep, when you're talking about the Congress, I was at the war room of the Congress. The minute you enter the war room, now this is where, what they've done this time around. It's very interesting because how they fought this campaign, made it hyper-local, how the PCM campaign came, 40% Sarkara came. So for the first time, they have this well-oiled machinery which is working behind the scenes, who's giving actual, these dockets that we got, who's giving actual dockets to each regional leaders, who actually went ahead and, when Rahul Gandhi came in, said that these are the issues you need to touch on. If you're going for a rally, say, in Mumbai, Karnataka, which is Kittur, Karnataka, this is what you have to say.
Who was running this? Was it Sunil Kanagulu? Was it Sunil Kanagulu? Was it others?
But for a moment, let's spend a moment on Sunil Kanagulu, because he's like this Prashant Kishore kind of character in the Congress party. He was part during the 2014 Modi campaign. He, along with Prashant Kishore, was part of the BJP's campaign for Modi at that time. After that, he left the BJP, is now with the Congress, ran this campaign and ran a pretty smart campaign, Rajdeep, because whether it's the PCM, the 40% Sarkara, the Congress's messaging for once, I mean, except this Rahul Gandhi blunder, but for the most part, the Congress's messaging has been spot on.
I'll give, if the Congress does win, 3 people for different reasons. Sunil Kanagolu for sort of
smart
managing, smart campaigning, branding. Interestingly, he spent some time with MK Stalin and with Palanisamy. With Amit Shah in 2017.
He held the AIDMK campaign in Tamil Nadu.
That's right, Palanisamy.
Which didn't do well.
That's right. So Palanisamy, but they believe that at least they did better than they would have. With MK Stalin 2019, earlier before that with Amit Shah UP 2017, and then with Prashant Kishore. Number 2, Randeep Surjewala. General Secretary, the one thing he did is he was able to ensure that DK Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah didn't allow any of their personal differences to play out in public. They played out in private. And number 3, a lot of young congressmen, Abhishek Dutt, a corporator from Delhi, has spent 6 months there. Gaurav Ballabh has spent 2 months there. And a number of other young congresspersons who otherwise we don't see have spent a lot of time in Karnataka. Look, Karnataka is the last state in my view, and this is controversial, where the Congress actually has a grassroots organization. 70 lakh workers of the Congress registered. How many other states do they have?
I'll tell you what's so different. The minute you walk into their war room, right, you see 150 in bold letters. So that is their target, to reach 150 seats. They want to win 150 seats. On the other hand, Rajdeep, we keep talking about, Mr. Santosh tweeted about how the Panna Pramukh is going to win this election for the Bharatiya Janata Party. For the first time, if you look at campaigning, and I spent a whole day in their war room, the Congress had Panna Pramukhs by the dozen.
But they also had, for example, there's this guy Naresh Arora. Worked very closely with DK Shiv Kumar on the sort of branding of that. So there are lots of guys who worked on the day. But
and where is Sunil going from here? After Karnataka, he wraps up, he goes to Madhya Pradesh and works for Mr. Kamal Nath.
Yeah, but he's also got to work on Telangana, which is more difficult, much more difficult. But look,
but it's good to see the Congress have some professional poll managers, rather than give it to your sycophants and the guys who back you, like the BJP, run a professional campaign and bring in sharp right minds.
You can have all the professional campaigners of the world, whether it's Prashant Kishore needed a Mamta Banerjee. Don't give beyond the point. Professional managers can do what they want. Eventually, it's the leader. Mamta Banerjee there, Siddaramaiah here. But I was just pointing out the numbers. For a moment, they went down to 114. These margin constituencies, if they go below 113, the Congress will have a nightmare ahead
Can I just show you some images coming from the Congress office right now? On your screen right now, images of this person who looks a bit like, who's trying to look like a Hanuman Bhakt. There he is at the Congress office. So they've got this, the Congress is showing some color. We have, usually it's at the BJP office that we see firecrackers and laddus and gulal. Now Congress is in full form this morning. Dinesh Arora has this character out. He is dressed like a Hanuman Bhakt. Strutting around, chest puffed out, which is great. And they're having a good time. They haven't had anything to talk about and cheer for a very long time, Ashok Malik. So there will be a bit of reverse swing now. There'll be some counter punches which are thrown, which is fine. They have something to celebrate.
No, absolutely. This is an unusual moment for the Congress.
For the last 9 years, very unusual.
Winning a majority in a major state. He won it in Himachal as well. So it's full marks to them if these trends hold. Though I think
Mausmi Singh is with us at the Congress headquarters. I don't know if she's close to this gentleman who looks like a Hanuman Bhakt, but Mausmi, dancing, singing, dhols. It seems the Congress is getting set for a big party as they win Karnataka.
Pawan Khera will.
Absolutely, Rahul, and this was right from the morning, so they didn't even wait for the ballot boxes to open and the counting to start, and the dhol nagaras actually followed at the AICC headquarters. Pawan Khera is right here with us. You can see Bajrang Bali right behind him, and he was the one who said that don't insult Bajrang Bali. Perhaps, what do you see, the results, what do they say, Pawan sir?
People have responded to Mr. Narendra Modi's divisive campaign. People have responded to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. And people have chosen Bharat Jodo Yatra and not Mr. Narendra Modi's divisive, hate-filled campaign.
Do you really think that this is your 5 guarantees have really worked and this is the big turning point before the 2024 election?
The process started during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. It has culminated into this result of Karnataka. It will finally culminate into all the 5 elections that you will see this year and also then the Lok Sabha election.
So does the credit really go to Mallikarjun Kharge, who's been camping there for 1 month? He is the president of the party, or is it the trio, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi?
Unlike the BJP, where you will not see Mr. Modi's face ever since the exit polls have come out, you will only see poor Naddaji's face. Our victory goes, the credit goes to each one of our leaders and our Karyakartas and the voters of Karnataka.
Will Pawan...
particular campaign in which people-centric issues were raised by Mr.
Rajdeep has a question. Go on, Rajdeep.
I am surprised Pawan Khera is not mentioning the name of the 2 strongest leaders of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar. Do they concede that this is a victory of local politics? Why is it only, when you win, it's about the Gandhis, when you lose, it's about the local leaders? Why not reverse it this time? Give credit to the local leaders.
Absolutely. Rajdeep is asking why isn't it about the local satraps like DK Shiv Kumar, Siddaramaiah? When you win, it is about the Gandhis. When you lose, it is about the failure of the local leadership.
Rahul, this is Rajdeep. This is a very, very cliched response that I don't expect from you anymore. These days, it's all about faces. You tried to convince us all these 9 years that it's all about faces. Now that the leading...
So Siddaramaiah is a face. Mr. Siddaramaiah is a face.
Why is poor Nadda there on your screen? Why isn't Mr. Modi there? Until the exit polls, it was only Mr. Modi on your screens. Because the BJP is losing, Mr. Modi has vanished on your screen. Because the Congress is winning, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has vanished from your screen. Why?
Mr. Khera, then Siddaramaiah and DK Shiv Kumar, they should be the faces of your victory, isn't it?
Of course they are. Of course they are. You see all our local channels, they are. But the election, the political dynamics, the way they are, it is Rahul Gandhi, it is Mr. Kharge, it is Priyanka Gandhi. Of course they are there. You can't wish them away. I am sorry, Rajdeep, even if you try to.
No, we are showing all the party presidents. Moshbi Singh, please tell Pawan Khera, please tell Mr. Khera that we are showing all the party presidents, Mr. Kharge and Mr. Nadda. If it is a general election, we will show Mr. Modi and Rahul Gandhi.
Absolutely. Even on India Today, we are showing the party presidents. It's about Mr. Kharge and JP Nadda. We aren't showing Rahul Gandhi, and therefore we are not showing Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well.
When we lost Tripura, I saw Mr. Rahul Gandhi's face there. So you were blaming Rahul Gandhi for a defeat in Tripura. But you don't want Mr. Rahul Gandhi to get even an iota of credit for a victory in Karnataka. I'm impressed, Rajdeep.
Of course he gets. Of course he gets. Moshbi Singh, sorry. Moshbi, please tell Mr. Khera, we give credit to Mr. Rahul Gandhi. I'm only saying that it should be treated as a collective.
Rajdeep.
We do give credit to Mr. Gandhi, but will they
Point that
concede
we're
it's a
trying to make, and
collective?
Rajdeep is saying that it is a collective act. It is not an act of Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra or Priyanka's leg of rallies. It is about a collection, collective responsibility.
Rajdeep, you are becoming a victim of the divisive narrative of Mr. Narendra Modi. Don't try and divide us. Bharat Jodo Yatra also was a collective initiative of the Congress party and of the people of India. So don't try and divide Congress party. We cannot be divided. It is a collective initiative, Bharat Jodo Yatra. It has culminated into a collective effort, which has culminated into this victory of Karnataka.
But if Bharat Jodo Yatra doesn't work in Madhya Pradesh, then will you say that it is the failure of Rahul Gandhi, Bharat Jodo Yatra?
Believe me, it will work in Madhya Pradesh. Why do you want to talk about defeats on a day when we are winning? We will win all the 5 states that are going for an election.
Does this really, I asked you, is it the turning point for the Congress party after 2018, a massive victory on the cards for you?
Mosmi, this is a turning point for India. India is fed up of the kind of divisive narrative which Mr. Modi personally has become a brand ambassador of.
Importantly, who's going to be the chief minister is the big question that everybody is asking. Mr. Kharge has called in all the MLAs in case an Operation Lotus is in place, and the MLAs have been put on high alert. They'll be coming back to Bengaluru. What do you expect?
Our legislative party will decide. They will meet and they will decide who the chief minister should be, and then the leadership will finally take a call.
Is that there's a storm brewing, because will Karnataka go the Rajasthan way is now everybody is asking, because you have Siddaramaiah pitched against DK Shivkumar for that post.
There is no such issue. The storm has already come. It has destroyed the BJP.
There you are. Importantly, Rajdeep, Rahul, Mr. Kharge has called in all the MLAs. It's a new Congress that you're seeing. Celebrations, confidence, strategy in place. And Mr. Kharge, the president of the party, rarely do you see camping in a state on the result day. He's right there tracking every report, every minute of as the results pour in.
Moshmi, I don't know what they're giving you at the Congress headquarters, whether they've got the money this time for laddus. I'm sure you're getting laddus. Ask them to give you some nice Mysore Pak. That's the best sweet that you can get there at the Congress headquarters. I'm stuck here with idli and vada. Idli, vada and sambar. The best breakfast.
Rajdeep, if you see this side, a lot of color and action. You can see Hanuman in action here. And
speak to this guy. Mausami, try and go speak to this Bajrang Bali Bhakt who's come to the Congress headquarters. Let's see what his story is. Mausami, just try and walk across to him. Mausami, go across to that guy, because Bajrang Bali was as important a character in this election. This gentleman who's now dressed as a Hanuman Bhakt, let's just go and try and speak to him. Grab him, get him away from the other channel. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rahul, the sound and the noise is just too loud. I'll show you the colors here all over. You can see on the podium behind there, lots of people cheering and sloganeering here. You can see Hanuman ji in action with lots of moti ke choor ke laddu. आप हनुमान जी का कपड़ा पहन के आ गए हैं, क्या संदेश दे रहे हैं? What are you saying?
जो व्यक्ति ने रोजगार की बात रखी, जिस व्यक्ति ने महंगाई की बात रखी, जिस व्यक्ति ने भ्रष्टाचार की बात रखी, जिस व्यक्ति ने ईडी और सीबीआई की बात रखी, उसको जिस व्यक्ति को डराया गया, जिस व्यक्ति को भगाने की कोशिश करी, लेकिन कर्नाटक की जनता ने देखा जो व्यक्ति गरीब के साथ रहता है, गरीब की मदद करता है, कर्नाटक की जनता ने उसको आशीर्वाद दिया। आज राहुल गांधी मल्लिकार्जुन जी को आशीर्वाद दिया और हिंदुस्तान की जनता देख रही है किस तरीके से आज जो स्थानीय मुद्दे थे लोगों को करा गया और देखा गया, उसी को देखते हुए
You can see the Jai Shri Ram slogans here in the Congress office are a rare sight, and here moti ke choor ke laddus. Kripal ji, just zoom in on this celebration of sorts that we are seeing in the Congress office after a period of more than 5 years. People having moti ke choor ke laddu, the Hanuman ji ki gada, and you remember Mr. Kharge had said, Jai Bajrang Bali tod bhrashtachar ki naral. Yeah, Bajrang Bali does.
All other Congress leaders right now are tweeting out, which is Jai Bajrang Bali. Each and every Congress leader is now tweeting out Jai Bajrang Bali.
You know, Preeti, but Preeti was making a very interesting point, and you may want to amplify it. You remember what happened in Himachal Pradesh? In Himachal Pradesh, the Congress won, but there was a funereal air, almost as if they didn't want to celebrate. Of course, it was the day of the big BJP Gujarat victory as well. But now you're seeing the other way. Do you believe, Preeti, really, from what you saw in the Congress war room, met Kharge, do they really see Karnataka as a revival? Will they appreciate that this is a big state victory, but Karnataka is not India? Do you think that they will now start demanding from the allies, we will dictate terms to you, only opposition unity on our terms?
Okay, those are the first images of Siddaramaiah, the former chief minister, on your screen right now. Let's listen. He's winning in Varuna, his constituency. Let's see if he wants to say something. He doesn't really want to be saying anything at this moment, but he'd be happy with these results. 117 leads for the Congress at this moment.
I think so. You know, this is a number that they have been working on very hard. But then still they will not be very happy unless they cross 125.
You know,
because, you know, in 2008 also, I remember BJP for the first time getting 110 and they were 3 short. And they were so nervous, they got hold of the 6 independents and then they had...
And eventually you had a government with 3 chief ministers over 5 years.
Listen to me, let me finish. So from 100, they got 6 independents and then it was good. But they wanted more because they were not, you know, comfortable. So that is when Operation Kamal was started.
So where do you think Congress will be confident? 125?
I think 125.
Yeah.
125 that you get. But you wanted to finish the point, Preeti, about Congress.
The sense that I was getting from the entire teams, like I worked at Kharge's team, Siddaramaiah's team, the entire war room, there was a sense of desperation that they had to win this election. They see, I'm sure, this win as a phoenix moment for the Congress. Because most of them realized when you spoke to them right from the cadre level to way up, that if they don't win Karnataka as a party, they are finished. They had, you know, it had actually been drilled into them. They actually felt this going ahead. They felt that they've run this election, they've done as much as they could for this election. They did everything right as per them. So when the Bajrangbali controversy came, they're like, we did everything right. We got the ticket distribution right, we got the candidates right, we've got our campaign right, and right in the end this comes.
Yes. Leading up to the general election, without taking anything away from Himachal, which is a great state and a very beautiful state, the fact is you need the resources of a state like Karnataka to be in the game going into national election. That is also matter.
Yeah, that's the one big advantage
there
that
are
the
some
Congress will have.
changes now in the regional breakup from the trends that we are picking up from Karnataka. So I want to show you what the regional analysis is basically throwing up. And this is interesting because what you will see is that some things are slightly different now from what was being spoken of earlier. In Bengaluru, the BJP is currently leading on 16, the Congress on 11. The Congress is down 4 from the last elections, the BJP up 5. So some solace for the BJP on what's otherwise not been a good day. The other thing which is interesting is that coastal Karnataka, 19 leads currently, much tighter than was being anticipated previously. The Congress leading on 8 seats in coastal Karnataka, the BJP leading on 11. The BJP is down 5, the Congress is up 5. But basically, Congress doing better in coastal Karnataka at this moment than was being thought earlier. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, also the more impoverished part of the state, the BJP at 15, the Congress at 18. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, the battle tighter than had been anticipated earlier. Hyderabad, Karnataka, the battle tighter. Let's now come to Mumbai, Karnataka, which used to be the bastion of the BJP. And this, to my mind, ladies and gentlemen, is the big story emerging from the Karnataka trend so far. The Congress leading in 31 seats in Mumbai, Karnataka. This is Lingayat territory. This is the BJP's heartland. This is where the BJP rose to prominence in Karnataka. That is where they are now down 12 seats, down 12 from the last elections. The Congress in Mumbai, Karnataka, up 14 from the last election. Why do you think that's happening, Sandeep Srivastava? This is Sandeep Shastri. This is the big story. The Congress leading by 31 to 18 in Mumbai, Karnataka.
Rahul, the reason could be, even though BJP has retained the Lingayat vote, there has been a consolidation of the non-Lingayat vote. We have been talking about the Rainbow Social Coalition, which the Congress has tried to create. That, I think, has had an impact in the Kittur Karnataka or Mumbai Karnataka region, where in spite of the Lingayat vote going with the BJP, the Congress seems to be doing
if I just put this in a national context, what seems to have happened to some extent is typically what happens to a party like the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh, where they're able to retain their vote bank. In the case of the SP, it's Yadavs and Muslims, but the BJP is able to pull the others together as part of a larger rainbow coalition, smaller communities and castes adding up to a bigger number, where even if 64%, Ashok Malik, of the Lingayats stayed consolidated with the BJP, the Congress had enough of a own. That's actually quite smart political management.
Actually, from what it appears, the Congress has got its old coalition, Dalits, backwards, minorities, Muslims, together. And the collapse or the decline of the Janata Dal S has particularly helped them consolidate the anti-BJP voters among Muslims and non-Muslims as well, I guess.
You know, within this number, this is a fascinating election. Coastal Karnataka, BJP expected to sweep, tight fight. Hyderabad, Karnataka, early results showed Congress sweeping, tight fight.
Bangalore.
Central Karnataka, tight fight. Bangalore getting reversed. Where is the Congress winning this election? Old Mysuru.
So let me show that to our
Old
viewers.
Mysuru and North Karnataka.
There are 64 seats. Sweepstakes to be Chief Minister of Karnataka. Oh, the Congress now at 114. It's getting a bit, no, it's not tight, but
No, it's getting tight, Rahul. This is getting tight. And I'll tell you why it's not tight.
Majority to aa hi rahi hai, sir.
No, 1 minute. Now I'll tell you why it's tight. If Hyderabad, Karnataka, the Congress doesn't sweep, it's not going to cross 120. That's the critical thing. Number two, because all those seats of North Karnataka are tight seats. They can go either way. Congress needs a buffer. This is no buffer anymore. This is now an election where 114 effectively could be, you could suggest, is playing 110 or 115 is playing 110.
Okay, so
the Congress needs, Rahul, apart from Old Mysuru, one more region that they have to sweep. Only then will they cross 120. Otherwise, you're in for a election where the Congress at best will huff and puff its way across the halfway mark. I still await to see. You see, Mumbai, Karnataka, the margins will be thin. I don't expect the BJP to be wiped out in Mumbai,
So
Karnataka.
let's spend a moment focusing on that, because the big question now becomes, if the Congress is at 114, where could this election end? 79 leads for the BJP. I want to try and put that in perspective for you. There are 44 seats, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, and I have live data coming into the India Today election intelligence dashboard, where the margin between the winner and the runner-up is less than 1,000 votes. That's a slender margin. Of those 44 seats, the Congress currently leading in 19, the BJP leading in 18. So just imagine, if you start losing a few of these 19 seats where the Congress is leading, that 115 could potentially slip to below 113. Conversely, if the Congress starts picking up from the 6 seats that the JDS has, where the margin is less than 1,000, and from the 18 which the BJP is leading on, where the margin is less than 1,000, then this election becomes more skewed towards the Congress. So that could change. Where is the contest even closer? Seats live at this moment where the margin between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500. 28 such seats. The Congress leading on 13 of them, the BJP leading on 11. B.S. Yadurappa currently live images coming from his residence. That's B.S. Yadurappa watching the election trends and tracking what's happening. It's a bit solemn over there, with good reason. Their party is definitely not winning this election. This is a defeat for the Bharatiya Janata Party. How far away the Congress is from 113, that we'll know in about an hour or two. But the fact that the BJP is not doing well, Rajdeep, and this is the first election in decades that the BJP fought, except 2013, where Yadurappa wasn't the number one face.
And I'll tell you now that midnight call that I spoke to in the morning. Where was the problem? The person told me where he was worried. He said our booth management in central Karnataka was not as up to the mark, the Congress person, and in Hyderabad, Karnataka, we got complacent. Now, if these numbers hold, there will be a lesson for the Congress. This is an election, you should be 125 up. Look, let's be clear, anti-incumbency, you should be 125 up. Last time, Siddaramaiah, 2013, with a divided BJP, got 121. Now, you would expect the Congress to be at least 120. If they don't cross that, the Congress must ask itself, an election where you should be 125, why are you 116? It's not Mr. Modi's roadshow, Rahul, alone. the BJP still has better booth management and last mile connectivity than the Congress. And they got in a lot of voters post 3 p.m. That is tightening this race. I'm not saying the Congress won't cross 120, but at the moment, the Congress must ask itself, why are certain parts where you are expected to sweep, why is this election becoming tighter? Mr. Upadhyay, you have every reason now to say, I told you so.
I think local
No,
leaders
I'm
let
not
down
going
Rahul
to say
Gandhi.
that. See, in 44 seats, less than 1,000, it can go either way.
So for the first time-
50-50. If it happens 50-50, these numbers will stay, which means the Congress will remain around 115, 117.
Yeah, but that's not,
Is
you know,
that-
at 115, 117 in an anti-incumbency
It is
mood,
not
Rahul,
enough. It's not
the
enough.
Congress, you know, if I was a political strategist, I would ask the Congress, what were you doing with your last mile booth management in Hyderabad?
They did
Karnataka,
whatever they
Central
could. This is
Karnataka?
despite the Congress's best efforts. Remember, you're also up against the most formidable election machine of modern India. The Congress gave it all they had. This is despite their best efforts, not for lack of efforts. Now,
No,
for
but
the
I would
first
say
time-
120, the Congress needs, Rahul, to breathe safely. Below 120, we know what Operation
we'll
Kamla
track
can
that.
do.
I want to show our viewers for the first time from the vote analytics in terms of vote share. Remember, this changes, so I'm a little wary of putting it out too early in the morning, but this is where things stand. Of the votes that have been counted so far, the Congress has increased its vote share from 38 to 42. That's 4% up from last time. The BJP is at 36, exactly where it was last time. The biggest change in the number so far is Janata Dal Secular, which had 18% of the vote last time. This time only 13% of the vote. That's 5% down. So the JDS is, as a macro, obviously on every seat it changes, but as a macro takeaway, a large part of the Janata Dal Secular's vote share seems to have gone to the Congress. The BJP, where it was, it's the JDS which is the biggest loser. So if it's a joker, it's definitely not a joker, which has a material consequence. And remember, this is exactly what India Today's post-poll study had said would happen, which is about an 8% gap is what we'd suggested. This currently stands at 6%, but directionally calling the gap absolutely correct. Sandeep.
Very true, Rahul. The 6% gap now at this stage of the poll indicates very clearly the Congress being ahead. And my suspicion is as we go forward, that gap will go to what we had earlier
Okay, so let's go across to Supriya Shrine. She's joined us on days where Congress didn't do well, now joining us on a day when the Congress is indeed doing really well. And Tom Vadakan, who earlier would have been padding for the Congress, now batting for the BJP. Supriya, congratulations. You seem to be heading to a big and historic landmark victory.
No, I'm going to correct Rahul, my friend Rahul, there. It may not be big anymore. You should be really worried. The numbers I'm getting from local channels show you now at 110, Supriya Shrine. So for all the, you know, you could be facing a tight fight. And somewhere, what I was told at midnight by a Congress strategist, we got complacent, our booth management failed us.
Jeet rahe, why are you anxious, Rajdeep? They're winning.
No, I'm giving you.
They're winning.
No. It's
He
not a
wants
big
the
victory.
Congress to win by a bigger number. Is that what
It's
you're
not
saying? That if they-
117, Rahul, is not a big win. But over to you,
You
Supriya
want to
Shrine.
win in 17th over, not 19th.
Yes, Supriya. You should be
According to the
Let her-
media,
you are
no
saying
win
she
is
should
going
be
to be
worried.
big
Let
for
her
the
say
Congress
that.
and
Let
no
her enjoy
loss
this
will ever
moment.
be
She should be
humiliating for the
worried.
BJP. I take it with a pinch of salt. It's all right. Thank you very much for the congratulations, Rahul. The numbers and the final tally will be much, much better than this. And I'm reasonably certain that we will form a full majority government, comfortable majority, with everything intact. I also think, and the one thing that I'm really happy about this morning is that issues matter to the people. You want to polarize an election, you want to divide, you want to distract. Good luck with it. Look at how we are doing in Mangaluru, Karnataka, which is the coastal belt, which is where the BJP really tries to polarize. I think numbers are adding up, and I am very, very happy about the fact that it's the real issues that the people have cast their vote on. The people have not been swayed by distraction. It's an issue, it's an election which has been a collective win for the Congress. The fact that Mr. Kharge comes from Karnataka and he stationed himself there, the fact that Rahul Gandhi did the Bharat Jodo Yatra there, kept meeting people there, his strike rate is 67%. I was seeing on your sister channel versus 40% of Mr. Modi's. You know, it's an election where we have had a collective win. And yes, credit will be given to each and every worker. I think we are heading for a comfortable majority. These are minor glitches in between where numbers will look narrow.
No, but
remember,
ma'am, if you just, ma'am, if you scramble over 113, the fact is in a state with a record of anti-incumbency where the incumbent never gets more than 80 seats, you will also have to ask yourself, did the Congress also in the last step make a few mistakes? What was seen by many as a 125, 130 election is becoming 115 to 120 at best, if not lower.
No. You will wait and see us crossing that 120 mark for sure. Every seat which is a close contest will go in our favor, and that's our internal assessment as well. I don't think that there was any room for complacency. I don't think anybody was complacent. I think this election was fought with a narrative. That narrative found favor with the people. We gave our 5 guarantees and we kept unmasking the BJP. What was the BJP's narrative? The BJP's narrative all through this election was, agar hum nahi aaye to kya hoga? They never told the people that vote us back and this is what we will do, because they never had a report card to show. Their report card was full of 40% corruption and a pay CM. So I don't think, let's not get swayed away, and I don't think any untoward incident like Rajdeep you suggest is going to happen. We will form a full majority government, and give us credit for it. Give us credit for the fact that we did not allow the narrative to be distracted. We did not allow the narrative to be overpowered by any issue. And today happens to be Saturday, and people who really believe in Bajrangbali do know that aaj Hanuman ji ka divas hai, to aaj to bolna chahiye, Bajrangbali ne tod di bhrashtachaar ki nali.
Acha, chalo, Tom Vadakan, you are very silent. Are you still hopeful of a hung assembly? Are you still will your party ring up HD Kumaraswamy? One of Kumaraswamy's close aides has just sent me a message. Rajdeep, joker in the pack, don't forget him.
Rajdeep, normally I don't agree with all what you say, but today you seem to have an air of caution, and I think that caution is well placed, because the last mile transition could make all the difference. Because we have seen things change. Now we are at about 10, 12. And I think 1 hour from now, the pictures may change. And the ground reality that we have, information from our karyakartas, are quite different. And I admire your caution, because I think some parties are going overboard saying that their agenda is all successful. But wait till the last minute, because the last mile is what matters. And I agree with you on that.
Okay, and remember what happened last time. I'll give you just a reality check. Sorry to be cautious this time, because something in these numbers is telling me be cautious, because last time I remember Nirmala Sitharaman, BJP crossed 100. And she started celebrating and said, we are forming a government in Bengaluru. She's, of course, a Rajya Sabha MP from Karnataka. And you know what happened? They stopped 4 short. What happened next? The joker in the pack played his hand. I just got a message from the joker in the pack, from his guy. He said, Rajdeep, I told you in the morning, don't rule us out. Okay, so at 26,578, Rahul, look at the numbers. 109 is playing 115. 3 seat shift. 3 seats. And you're showing me in your margin calculator.
So let me spend a moment on that, which is where the election intelligence dashboard and the kind of live analytics that we're able to call out for you in real time make things so exciting. So on that margin calculator, I want to show you now how many seats could turn. At this moment, the Congress is leading on 115, the BJP on 78. At this moment, live, there are 32 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500 votes. The Congress is leading on 15, the BJP on 12. If the Congress were to start losing on some of these seats, 15 is a pretty big number, 115 could potentially come down to 100 in a worst case scenario. 115 could come down to 100. The BJP, if it picks up all those seats, could then still be behind, but then there is a chance the joker in the pack does come into the fray. How many seats are there where the gap is less than 1,000 votes? There are 49 such seats. 23 of those leads with the Congress at this moment, 19 with the BJP. So beyond the big numbers, there is still a pitched battle that is going on. But remember, in the way that statistics play out, it's unlikely that all these 19 seats will go towards the Congress, all those 23 seats will go towards the BJP. They get distributed in some frequency, which is never really skewed in an abnormal way. So 116 to 78, Rajdeep, don't be so cautious.
Rahul, this has been a terrific IPL. And why has it been terrific? Because of the number of matches that have gone to the last over. Trust me, this is at least going to over number 18. Because the Congress, and it's unusual what's happened.
Are you not confident that the Congress MLAs will stay with the Congress?
No.
You think they could possibly jump over and switch?
No, sir. What is happening? I'll tell you why I've become cautious. When you did that sub-regional, you gave it beautifully, because what suddenly happened to me, clicked in my head. The Congress is doing well in regions where it was not expected to do so well. And it is not doing so well in Hyderabad, Karnataka. The Congress needs that. If it has to cross 120, it needs Hyderabad, Karnataka to revive. It may happen. It may. My best case now for the Congress is 125. They will not cross 125. Their worst case, their nightmare is 110. And that 110 can create all. And look at what's happening. Jagdish Shettar is now trailing. A lot of big Congress candidates are also trailing. Jagdish Shettar in Hubli, I'm not surprised, is trailing at the moment. So Congress will have, as our flash is saying, will have to be alert to an Operation Lotus. Think about it. If I'm at 113, I may well get sworn in on day one. But 3 months down the line, I'm not made a minister. 5 of us ditch the government and we can get re-elected and bring down this government with the joker in the back. So you need 120 for the Congress. This is a scenario which is turning out to be a bit of a nightmare for Congress strategists.
You know, the one interesting...
All those dholaks were premature. Dholaks were premature.
One interesting data set that's coming out of the election intelligence dashboard is that on the 69 seats of Karnataka, which are dominated by the Lingayat community, where the Lingayat community's population is more than 20%, the Congress is currently leading on 43. Now there's a big story there. In the Lingayat-dominated constituencies, which are supposed to be the BJP's surest bets, the Congress is leading on 43, up 21 from the last time. All those leads seem to be coming from the BJP, which is leading only on 20, down 21 from the last time. In the Vokaliga-dominated constituencies, largely in southern Karnataka, the Congress is leading on 23, up 8 from the last time. The BJP is at 13, which is exactly where they were last time. The JDS is at 13. The JDS is the big loser, 10 down from the last time in their bastion on the Vokaliga dominated seats. There are 51 such seats. I want to show you what's happening in the scheduled caste reserve seats, the Dalit seats of Karnataka. 37 such seats. The Congress leading on 19, the BJP on 13. Mallikarjun Kharge himself comes from the Dalit community. This is the one area where the Congress thought his personal standing could help. They're up 7 from the last time. Let's take a look at what's happening in the scheduled tribe-dominated seats. There are 15 such seats. The Congress leading on 11, which is what the exit poll had said would happen, that in the tribal and Dalit seats, Sandeep Shastri, the Congress doing well. And in the Lingayat-dominated seats, the BJP not doing well, in fact doing abysmally poorly.
As you said, in the Lingayat-dominated seats where their presence is around 20%, the Congress is doing better. And that, I go back to my earlier point, maybe the social coalition which the Congress created helped it offset the fact that the Lingayat vote went to the BJP. Rahul, I'll be a little careful in talking about the reserved constituencies because here the candidates are only scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and not the voters. The exit poll and our polls look at the vote share of the Dalits and tribals, and the reserved constituencies are not truly a measure of the tribal vote or the scheduled caste vote. Would be
in the urban constituencies, the trend has now changed. The BJP is leading on 27 urban constituencies. There are 47 such constituencies. The Congress on 18. This would give the BJP some relief that at least in the urban bastions, they're doing well. In the semi-urban areas, you've got the BJP leading on 10, the Congress on 12. In rural areas, and there are 151 such seats, the Congress is leading on 85, the BJP on 42. Supriya Shrineth at 115. This election now, at this moment, more tightly poised than it seemed about an hour ago. So, and we've seen in Madhya Pradesh, when you won a near win, you know, some of your MLAs tend to leave you. That's happened elsewhere. It could happen here.
You will see more folks joining us. There was an absolute, struggle in the BJP camp before the election. I think we are going to see a full majority. We are going to see comfortable numbers. We will see numbers upward of 125, and I have no doubt about that. Please remember all the closely contested seats that you're talking about. I mean, you mentioned that we've done well in SC seats, the SC seats, the Lingayat seats. Who is voting for the BJP? And I'm actually surprised to see their numbers quite frankly.
Supriya Shrineth, with due regard, ma'am, you're doing exactly what Nirmala Sitharaman did 5 years ago. This is exactly what she did. I'll tell you where you're losing. You're losing in central Karnataka, where I know that your local people told me terrible booth management. You got complacent. You're losing in Hyderabad, Karnataka in terms of the margin compared to last time, which is Mallikarjun Kharge's home base. I would appreciate, ma'am, if you looked at these numbers a little bit more seriously and started asking yourself question. A result of 125 is probably going to be now closer to 1110 to 115, where all options open up.
Rajdeep, can I please come in? Give us credit for our victory. Give us
I'm
credit for the
not going to give you credit. I'm not going to give you credit till you win. You are making the same mistake that Nirmala Sitharaman made 5 years ago. 114 is not a win yet. These are leads. You're only one above the majority. I would be more cautious if I was you, ma'am.
Let me talk once you're done. If you're done, can I speak?
Yeah, I'm telling you to be cautious. From 35 years of doing this, I know when to be cautious, ma'am.
But it almost seems like, no, 1 second, Rajdeep. I hate to say this to your face, but it almost seems like you are talking not to the victor, but to the vanquished. I mean,
no, I'm talking to people who started. No, ma'am, I'm talking to someone who started with dholes at 8 a.m. You should wait for dholes till 12 noon.
We will wait for dholes, and those dholes will happen because we are going to win this election. Let me do some course correction for you here. I mean, you're almost speaking to me as if we are losing this election and not winning it. But that's all right. I take all of that media throws at us with a pinch of salt. I think we are heading to a good majority. I think we will head to 125 comfortably above that. And I really think this is a testament to the fact that you need to run a campaign which talks about issues of people, and I cannot harp more on that because that's precisely what we did. Karnataka was always an election that the BJP wanted to polarize, but an election that we wanted to talk about issues, and ultimately we are happy that people are talking about that.
Okay. Tom Vadakan, you're very silent. You're still hoping for a miracle like 2018, the other way around this time.
Well, elections are over. I mean, it's nice to hear Supriya still chanting the mantras. It is now in the people's court, and the people are deciding very slowly and steadily. And as I said, the last mile will make the difference because I think the push that will come from our workers and our we have an expectation that is going to show colors.
Okay, what is clear is you're not ending up number one. Let's be clear, Congress will be the single largest. It's now a question, does it scrape above the majority or does it fall short? And that holds all kinds of implications, Ashok.
Rajdeep, we've discussed yesterday and today that if this was a national election, the BJP would win.
Yes.
If there was a statewide mandate, the Congress would be much more comfortable. The beauty of this election is it's becoming a regional election. Different regions are voting slightly differently.
That's right.
Which is making it much more complex.
That's right. And I've been saying this, Rahul, for a long time. Karnataka today is like my state of Maharashtra, one of my home states. You go to Marathwada, different election to Vidarbha, to North Maharashtra, to Western Maharashtra, to Mumbai, Konkan. Why are we throwing up hung assemblies there? Karnataka has thrown, in the last 4 elections, 3 hung assemblies. Therefore, if these numbers hold, this is the trend. Karnataka is not a wave election. So, to that extent...
Rajdeep, I think D.K. Shivakumar sensed this last night and he has made arrangements for all MLAs to be brought to Bangalore and if necessary taken to Hyderabad. This was yesterday's report.
A legislative party meet has been called tomorrow at 12 noon by the Congress.
Yeah. So they're cautious. They know that things can go wrong if they do not come to 120.
So one simple point coming out at this point of time is that never underestimate the power of the common man. And the common man for me between the three parties looks to be the JDS. If you really look at imagery and much else. So never underestimate that. The second point I want to just quickly say is, parties are trying to get a two-party polarized election in Karnataka. That is not happening. At what point do you say that the JDS is irrelevant, is the question.
But I'll give you an interesting example of the JDS. JDS is leading in 5 seats, 5 in Hyderabad, Karnataka. Who are these 5? 4 of them are people who didn't get tickets from the Congress or the BJP. Yes, the power of individual candidates. Yeah. Karnataka is a classic example. Local candidates have their own weight. And that's where I would be very cautious to predict a Karnataka election.
They got 22 former MLAs joining at the last minute. 22 from across the two parties.
Yeah, that's right. So and many of them are winning. So the JDS, Rahul, 27 is not coming all from Old Mysuru. 8 of their seats are coming from outside Old Mysuru.
So the biggest question at this moment in the minds of anybody watching is what can change from here? Let's stay focused squarely on that. At this second, there are 53 seats where the margin between the winner and the runner-up, the leading candidate and the runner-up, is less than 1,000. The Congress is leading on 22, the BJP on 23. Live images of Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister. Let's see what he has to say, if anything at all. 115. It's exciting, but the direction is quite clear. The Congress hovering between 113, 115. They would have liked this to be a bigger victory. That doesn't seem to have happened. Siddaramaiah not saying very much. He obviously wants to wait to see what happens. But clearly the Congress needs a comfortable win to be safe. Otherwise, their MLAs in the recent past have had a tendency of ditching them, as was the case in Madhya Pradesh, where Jyotiraditya Scindia and 22 odd MLAs went and crossed over and joined the BJP. Things in such a scenario could change. For this government truly to last, remember, after Devraj Urz, Siddaramaiah was the only chief minister to have completed a full 5-year term in Karnataka. The other chief ministers have only completed part of their term.
Rahul, the 4 local channels that I'm tracking are giving between 108 to 114 for the Congress. So they are, in 3 of them, they are short of the majority. Only in 1 are they crossing at 114. At 114, you are only 1 above the majority. That's why I said, do not, do not put the dholaks out so early. I said it in the morning, we are saying it now. It is dangerous politics. I don't know who authorized the Congress to do that. Never predict, I am invincible, I am this. Please don't give me these videos. I am invincible at 8, 9 in the morning. To be fair to Mr. Modi, he comes across when they win at 7 p.m.
Because he's more mature.
No, after, yes,
He's
you're
not
right.
juvenile, right?
No, I'm not getting into maturity. All I'm saying, this is election day. We've seen what can happen in the last 5
This is
overs.
a question of maturity. You haven't won a full mandate. You're already
Whoever on the social media.
113. You're now squarely on the majority mark. Anaga joins us. She's at the KPCC headquarters, the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee headquarters in Bengaluru. Joining us from there, Anaga. I see some gulal out. They're already celebrating. Thoda wait kar le, will be a good thing, but no, they're going for it. Anaga, tell us what's happening there.
Rahul, I am at the KPCC quarters over here, and the Congress party workers have already broken into a dance. So I have this gentleman over here who just gave us a step right now. He was in fact dancing non-stop, given the fact that Congress was taking a lead. Sir, आप बोलिए sir, अभी आप कुछ देर पहले डांस कर रहे थे.
हम लोग बहुत खुश है. देखिए, ये बीजेपी सरकार ने जो 5 साल में जो करप्शन किया है और जी महंगाई बढ़ाई है और सरकारी संपत्ति सब बिक दिया, रेल बिक दिया, एयरपोर्ट बिक दिया, जितना भी इंडस्ट्री वो भी बिक रहा है ना. तो ये कर्नाटक वासी ने सोचा है कि ये बीजेपी अगर रहेगा तो हमारा पूरा इंडिया को बिक देगा. इसीलिए पूरा कर्नाटक वासी मिलकर फिर से कांग्रेस का सरकार लाया और राहुल गांधी जी नेतृत्व में जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा हुआ, ये यात्रा का पहला हमारा सक्सेस हो गया. हम लोग 2026 में जो केंद्रीय सेंट्रल में सरकार इलेक्शन होगा उसके बाद.
Anaga, can you tell them that they are only at 114? Anaga, there are now surveys which are showing predicting a hung assembly. Where is this celebration coming from? Have they celebrated too early?
सर, ये सेलिब्रेशन थोड़ा अर्ली नहीं है. अभी बहुत सारा एग्जिट पोल्स ये दिख रहा है.
हम लोग जीत गए. देखिए ना, एग्जिट पोल दिखे ना, 115 कांग्रेस है ना. हम लोग
मेजोरिटी
हम लोग जीत रहे हैं. क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हैं आप? हमारा कांग्रेस का सीएम भी बन रहे हैं.
अच्छा, आप हमारे लिए एक स्टेप.
हाँ, श्योर. दीदी लगा एक बार आइए. दीदी. हाँ. थोड़ा ताली बजा भैया, थोड़ा ताली बजा दीजिए. हाँ, हम बहुत खुश है.
They're dancing. It's a bit premature, but which is fine.
बहुत दिन बाद है हमारा कांग्रेस का सरकार बन. हाँ. नहीं, हमारा सरकार बन गया. देखिए ना कितना, अभी देखिए 114 कांग्रेस का आ गया, जीत गया. और 150 हो जाएगा. हमारा पूरा बहुमत से हमारा सरकार बन जाएगा.
This is the mood on the ground. The Congress.
Rahul, this is big. They're at 113 and JDS is at 30. So once that's below, one more seat below, and there is every indication that they are going below. The joker in the pack is in the game. I'm sorry to sound excited about Mr. Kumaraswamy. I know it will lead to sort of charges of unethical politics being played resort. But this number at 113, 114, I think you are heading, it could go either way now. 4 seats go the other way.
Rajiv, I wouldn't be excited if Kumaraswamy is in the play.
No,
Because
I'm not.
my state doesn't require another khichdi government.
That's no. I'm only saying no. That's another matter. 2 weeks ago, in a video blog, I said never rule out the joker in the pack. We've been ruling him out since the morning. He's now in play at 30 and above. He's very much in play. Anything above 30,
In the morning he said, no, I'm not looking at these figures. Okay, you are given some figures.
He went to Singapore. He claims that he is still in the game. At 30, H.D. Kumaraswamy comes into the game. The Congress now is in trouble. Let's start saying it. All those celebrations should stop. If I was a Congress strategist, it is, you want to use the word juvenile, I would use the word premature.
There is no doubt that the celebrations are premature. 113, 114 may be a score above the halfway mark, but it is not sufficient in the situation you find yourself in. Will this change which direction is something we are going to closely watch, but as we have all been saying, this does not seem to be a clear verdict towards the Congress party. It could change as we go on, but as it is now, I think it's still a very close
So let's spend a moment on that. What could change from here? At this moment, there are 8 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 100 votes. That could change any second. Like as each round gets counted, that could change. The Congress winning 3, the BJP leading on 2. At this second, there are 33 seats where the gap is less than 500 votes. These again could change. The Congress leading on 16, the BJP on 5. So in a worst case scenario, if quite a few of those 16 go away, this can come down towards 100. In a positive scenario, if some of those JDS leads and BJP leads switch and come towards the Congress, this 113 could then go up, say, by about 8 or 10. So this could possibly go up to 123 also if things go well from the Congress's perspective from here on, but it's definitely not seeming to go towards 140. On the basis of where things stand at this moment, 140 seems ruled out. It is more towards, say, 120, 122 if they get some of these leads. At this second, there are 59 seats where the gap is less than 1,000 votes. The BJP leading on 22 of those, the Congress leading on 25. So it's still a very, very tight fight.
Rahul, and we are heading for Madhya Pradesh 2018.
That went on till 12 o'clock
it will go on. Be ready for a long day. Rahul, Kaval, be ready for it. Look at that number you've just shown us. 59 seats are less than 1,000. Congress leading in 25, BJP in 22.
This
could go anywhere.
This margin calculator became famous in Madhya Pradesh in 2018, where we had all the top leaders because they couldn't access this data in real time, saying, "Fatafat dekh ke batao ki
So
kya
I'll tell you what the best case is. The best case is a third of these go to the Congress, which are at the moment with the BJP and the JDS, and they go to 125. That's their best case. The worst case for them is that they lose a third of that and they go between 100 and 105. So the Congress now is facing a serious, look, this election is not over. We need to now say this loud and clear. This election is not over. The Congress could well be below the halfway mark. Karnataka could be heading for a hung assembly, or the Congress creeps over the halfway mark and reaches 120, which is their best case scenario. But rule out a sweep.
Rajdeep, in that case, BJP will also be in the play. If Congress is, say, 100, 105, and BJP is also around that,
no, BJP is not around that, sir. Please, let's be very clear. The BJP is not crossing 90. That's their best case. They'll probably be 80.
Even with 90, 95,
they're probably 80, sir.
They will play with Kumaraswamy.
The only person today who's laughing at this moment is Kumaraswamy.
Humble farmers in the
The humble farmer, brother. I told you I'm joker in the pack, brother. The brother is on the move.
No, so we can actually do that live in real time rather than just basing this on opinion. We can base it on data. What's the best case and the worst case scenario from the Congress's perspective? The best case scenario, and I'll pick as a barometer seats where the margin is less than 1,000. The best case scenario is that the Congress could get out of these 33 seats which are currently with the opposition, 34 seats which are currently with the opposition, let's assume the Congress gets 2/3. They could possibly go up beyond 120. So that still is in the realm of possibility. The worst case scenario is that as you've got these seats where the margin is very, very fine, say less than 500, there are 18 such seats where the Congress is currently leading with less than 500. If those 18 were to switch the other way, then the Congress could potentially end up somewhere close to 100. So this election is in the contest. This is far from done. all those guys, Manoj Arora and gang who came with the dole, nagadas, the dancing. Well, boss, that was, I told you much earlier, that was way too premature.
How can you come with doles at 7 in the morning and 8? Are you mad?
But it tells you a lot about the Congress party.
Absolutely. You know, you swung from Himachal Pradesh where you didn't celebrate to started celebrating at 8:30 and 9 in the morning. I don't know if Supriya Shrinet is still with us.
She is.
I mean, Supriya Shrinet, you need to give us some kind of reality check. You've been a journalist. Give a reality check to your fellow Congress person who starts celebrating at 8:30. For God's sake, I'm sorry to say this.
I first want to do a slight reality check with both of you. I take huge offense to words like maturity or not. To say that Mr. Modi is mature and Mr. Gandhi is not, I take huge offense.
No, I didn't use that word. I didn't use that word.
But let me please finish. No, 1 second.
I used the word
Rahul
premature.
did, and I'm talking to him right now. Please let me finish. Rahul did, and I'm speaking to him right now. I also think, this whole euphoria about the Congress not being... We are well past the halfway mark. Let's do a reality check here.
Not really well past, madam. 113 is the halfway mark.
Is well past the halfway mark,
114 is where you stand.
Come on, wake up.
This is not well past the halfway mark.
Ma'am, you got to wake up and smell the coffee. Good South Indian coffee.
114 is well past the halfway mark, Rahul.
No, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Why you've been a business journalist, you studied data and analytics. How is one seat more than majority well past the halfway mark? It's barely past the halfway mark.
Wake up, ma'am.
So, no, you wake up. You wake up and listen to me now. Because for the last 40 minutes, it almost seems like we've lost an election which we are winning.
You haven't.
I'm sorry to say, 114 is yes, well past the halfway mark, because the halfway mark is 113. Anything above that is an election that we have won. What exactly are you mourning here?
But Mr. Nate, Mr. Nate, nobody's trying to corner you here.
Preeti has a word. Ma'am, let Preeti get a word in, please.
Mr. Nate, nobody's trying to corner you here. Right now, yes, you've reached the halfway mark. It's at 114. What we were talking about is at 8 o'clock in the morning to have the dhol nagadas, at the Congress office, a little premature. And, when Himachal you had nothing and at 8 a.m. you had those, you have to at least admit to that.
Preeti, there are workers and workers get excited and it's all right. This is an election which we will eventually win. I'm not going to hang up people upside down because they were singing Nagaras, because they will have a reason to an hour from now. But in the India Today newsroom, and I'm sorry to say this with all the due respect that I have for all of you, in the India Today newsroom, what exactly are we mourning? I haven't been able to understand.
No one's mourning anything. Listen.
No one's mourning, ma'am. No one's mourning. Don't get us wrong.
Rajdeep, let's just be fair. The fact that this is a big victory for the Congress, in the sense that if you look at what's happened since 2014, and if you see what you're up against, for the Congress to have 110 odd seats, the BJP at 75, the JDS at 30, it's a big day for the Congress.
No, it's not. Rahul Kanwal, I'm sorry, I disagree. If the Congress, I'll tell you one minute. If the Congress gets anything over 114, it's a win for the Congress. Yeah. If the Congress goes below the halfway mark, the Congress better smell the coffee, because the fact is, this is a state with 40 years of anti-incumbency. You had the benefit of anti-incumbency.
No, but it's the Congress you're talking about.
No, that's not good enough.
In the opposition.
No, look, every political...
You're making it seem as if the Congress is the BJP in terms of converting anti-incumbency into victory.
My point is simple. You know what's going to happen when they're 110? I kept saying they will have to go to Mr. Kumaraswamy and probably he will say, make me chief minister. Are you ready to do that, Supriya?
Why do they need to do that? There are 115, others are at 5. Why do you need to do that?
But Rajdeep, you've got to give Congress credit.
Come on, this is very difficult to fathom.
The
Rajdeep,
BJP
you must give credit to the Congress where it is due. You can't take credit away from the Congress. It's not fair.
Hey, I'm also getting attacked, man, by everybody. But listen, Supriya Shrinet, are you open to a deal with H.D. Kumaraswamy? Straight question.
That's an unfair question at this
point.
We will form the government on our own with a full majority. We will need no one. Mark my words.
But I'll tell you, for your comfort,
and ma'am, why don't you smile? You're being very angry with me. We are old friends. Smile a bit.
Stop mourning because for the last 40 minutes, Rajdeep, it almost seems like we are losing an election.
No, I am giving you a note of caution. Ma'am, I am giving you a note of caution. I am trying to...
I take offense to the fact that between Rahul and you, twice in the show, you've had an issue with the Rahul Gandhi creative and calling him mature.
I haven't done that, but I am just trying to...
No, one second. Since you keep, once again, Supriya Shrinet, since you keep saying this, in that video, let's pull it out and play it again. There is no Siddaramaiah, there is no Shiv Kumar. The only guy you see is Rahul Gandhi. It makes it seem as if and I know you are in charge of the social media cell of the Congress, which is why you seem to be taking it personally. But when you made that video, your team should have put Shiv Kumar or Siddaramaiah. Why are they not there in the video? Why is Rahul Gandhi the only guy taking credit for this? How is he invincible and unstoppable?
If you have done the jam, listen to me. At least have the courtesy to listen to my reply. I take nothing that comes from you people seriously at all. That's point number one, because I take everything that comes from media with a pinch of salt. I don't know if you have noticed this, but for the last 40 days, we have put out a video every morning from Karnataka, which is essentially the Bharat Jodo Yatra videos. You have cherry-picked today and you are commenting on it. Go back and see for the last 40 days, you've had a video every morning of the Bharat Jodo Yatra from Karnataka.
But look at the text. I am invincible, I am unstoppable. One second. This is not done in vacuum. This is done in the context of the Karnataka election. Surely our viewers are smart enough. The text that accompanies the video says its own story. I am unstoppable, I am invincible. And you've got fire symbols over there. It's very clear where this video is coming from. That's not the point. Listen, the point is the Congress is the #1 party in Karnataka. That you can't take away from the Congress.
The problem is no credit should ever be given to Rahul Gandhi.
But where are the others in the video? Where is Siddaramaiah? Where are Shiv Kumar?
I don't expect any better.
No, but where are Siddaramaiah? Where is Shiv Kumar? Where are Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar, the guys who actually won you this contest? No, one second. This is the only guy who's invincible and unstoppable, Rahul Gandhi, but that's not the point. Let's not get derailed. The key thing is what can change from here. And I think I want to come back again and again to the margin calculator. 11 seats at this time where the gap is less than 100 votes. Congress leading on 5, the BJP on 3, the JDS on 3. At this moment, from the seats where the gap is less than 500, the Congress leading on 20, the BJP on 9, the JDS on 9, others on 1. The Congress will hope that some of these 19 seats which are currently with other parties come towards them and that 117 actually goes up towards 130. That could happen, but it doesn't always happen that those votes start transferring in your favor in one direction. That doesn't happen. So it will be distributed in some ratio.
Rahul, can I just come to ask you something?
Yes, please.
Can you give me, I don't know whether you can give me this. Can you tell me where these, which parts of Karnataka are these less than 1,000? That will give us a better sense
so here,
as to where the contest is.
Can we get the camera closer so you can see? The seats with less than 1,000 are highlighted in the power map on the right.
Okay.
And they're evenly distributed. So there are some pockets here in southern Karnataka, Old Mysuru. There are some pockets in central Karnataka. Quite a few in the Hyderabad. Lingayat belt of Kittur, Karnataka, and quite a few in Hyderabad, Karnataka as well.
Okay, so therefore what you have is, look, what was this election supposed to be? Our exit poll showed Hyderabad, Karnataka is where the Congress would take a big lead. Let's see the numbers for Hyderabad, Karnataka at the moment, because I think that will give us a sense region-wise. We go to region and Hyderabad, Karnataka, and you'll get a sense why this election is getting tighter. Look, 23-11. So the Congress is holding on to Hyderabad, Karnataka. So that's good news for the Congress. Let's turn out to Bengaluru. Bengaluru, exactly the flip of what happened in 2018 is happening. The BJP has taken the lead.
But the counter to that is that the BJP did have 16 sitting MLAs because they poached from the Congress.
But it's up 5. It's up 5
from 2018.
Agreed. Okay, let's turn to coastal. You see, here the BJP now is consolidating. It's going back to it. So this is
largely in line of our poll.
Largely in line of our poll. I want to see where the poll is changing. That's why. Hyderabad, Karnataka not changing. Congress is in the lead. Mumbai, Karnataka.
Oh, wow.
You see, Mumbai, Karnataka, this Congress lead, which is,
This is their big story.
Yeah, this is the big story so far, but this is why the Congress should be worried, because this is where the seats get tight. North Karnataka seats are traditionally tight. That's why the Congress should be a little worried.
Let's come to Old Mysuru now. In these 64 seats, the JDS is leading on 20, down 6. The Congress is leading on 38, up 18. Their biggest gains are coming from here.
So let me give Supriya Shine, who was very angry with me, some good news. When I now look at these numbers, I can say safely that the Congress is not going to fall, in my view, below a certain minimum threshold.
आप change करते रहते हो. 5 मिनट दूसरा बोल रहे थे.
One minute.
Just now you were saying they'll come to 100. I was saying don't panic.
No, 1 minute. A minimum threshold of between 105 to 110, it will not go below that. 105 to 100. Please listen to my words carefully. Its best case scenario is now 120 to 125. It has to start picking up some of the extra seats in Hyderabad, Karnataka and reverse Bengaluru. And ensure that Mysuru remains where it is.
If you're wondering,
so it's not my only point to Supriya Shine, who's
she's saying let her celebrate. She has every reason to. They fought a pitched campaign, they fought a tough campaign, and they're up against a very mighty army.
Boss, all I'm saying is, as we saw Bihar 2015 and Karnataka with the BJP in 2018, celebrate when you won.
That's true.
Don't celebrate at 8 a.m. It sends out even within your cadres. I don't know why Supriya Shinde is getting so, is attacking me for saying what is so obvious. Celebrate when you win. You don't distribute laddus at 8:30 in a close contest based on an exit poll. Exit polls are not the final poll. That's all I was saying. She got angry with me. Supriya, smile now. I want you to
She's
smile.
not
I don't want to see you angry.
She has only a half smile. Okay, now
You
she's
run
smiling.
a terrific social media campaign.
She's smiling or not smiling?
I don't
So
think
she
you
is
needed.
smiling.
I don't think
Just
you
a little
needed
bit.
that
Come on,
invincible.
Supriya.
You didn't need that invincible
वो
video.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया.
You could have celebrated at 1
You should
o'clock.
put some intercuts of Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar there. That would have been nice.
That's all I'm saying, Supriya. Now, are you okay? You're not smiling.
she's
Still
not.
not smiling.
No, let me.
Come on, smile.
No, let me first. Okay, but if once both of you are done, I shall speak. Because
Wait for you to
on
smile.
Zoom and I can't
I'm not waiting till you smile. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm behaving like a Karnataka male politician. Please go ahead.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
ma'am.
You've been told by your fellow panelists to let me speak, so that speaks a lot about how much you let me talk.
Okay.
I think, firstly, I want to clarify, it is very, very certain that we are going to form a full majority government, and that is what matters, quite frankly. So I don't know why you're going threadbare into this number and that number in this region and that region. Yes, all of that counts. But the fact that we will well past the halfway majority mark and form a government is the headline of the day. You can keep doing the analysis for all I care. And for all I care, Rahul, please go back and see the last 40 videos of Bharat Jodo Yatra. Please see the number of creatives and videos that we put out with all our leaders, because this is a collective victory. If you have an issue with us giving credit to Rahul Gandhi, where it is due, we will. I am not going to be bogged down. Should we have celebrated a little? Yes, maybe we have. Maybe we could have. But our cadres are excited and I let them celebrate on a day that they deserve to. I think I answered all your 3 questions with a big smile on my face.
You see, it's a bit like the RCB. You see, every year the IPL, RCB has never won it.
They start out well. Lots of flashy strokes, lots of Mysore Park, and then they don't do
So when I was on Church Street this time, everyone said with the RCB jerseys, we are winning. I said, but the IPL final is on 20th of May. No, we are going to enter the final. Now they are struggling. So all I'm saying is, always celebrate. And Supriya, please get me Mysore Park. You have to give me Mysore Park in the evening when you cross
She's
the
giving you Motichur Laddu. Harish Bijur has got you Mysore Park.
Harish has got
but
me
one second,
Mysore.
since this issue is raised about Rahul Gandhi
She's
and
dying
his...
to smile.
No, but just 1 second. Can I show you what's happening in the 51 seats where Rahul Gandhi did campaign? Out of where the Bharat Jodo Yatra passed through, the Congress has a pretty solid strike rate of 71. They're leading on 36 of those.
Bajrang Bali Puja, Rahul, right there. And
15 of those are currently being lost, with a lost strike rate of 29%.
That's pretty impressive. Let's give credit. Now we've got to give Rahul Gandhi. Now, Mr. Rahul Kaval, you've got to give your namesake some credit. Rahul Gandhi's 71% strike rate in Bharat Jodo Yatra areas. Supriya Shinde should smile, and Rahul Kaval you should accept.
Which is why I brought it out, because that's a fact. What's a fact is a fact, can't be denied, right? This is where Rahul Gandhi campaigned. These are 22 rallies.
Pretty impressive.
And there they have a strike rate of 73%, leading on 16 of those
Come on, Supriya, smile. 73% strike rate, Rahul Gandhi.
I have something to add.
One second. I want to come to where Priyanka Gandhi campaigned. So Priyanka Gandhi's seats. Now, it's actually, I'm very concerned about this data set because it sometimes throws up misleading perceptions, because that Neta's roadshow could pass through there. Just because you campaigned there doesn't mean that you have to influence that particular seat, because oftentimes people who are participating in your Sabha come from nearby seats. But it's still, there is some vanity at stake over here.
That's impressive. Rahul Gandhi's numbers are very impressive. Rahul Gandhi, very impressive.
Yeah, and the BJP doesn't have a good strike rate. Obviously, if the whole strike rate is down, the Prime Minister's strike rate is 50-50 in Karnataka. 21 leads at this moment, 50% strike rate, and the Home Minister's strike rate at this moment live is 33%. So he went to 30 such seats, 33 they're winning in 67.
That's terrible. Amit Shah is only at 33%.
But terrible. So now let's go across and show you the retain ratio. Of the 104 seats the BJP had last time, they are currently retaining only 44%. And I want to put this question to Syed Zafar Islam, who joins us. 56% of the seats that you had won the last time, on those seats you are losing, which means 6 out of 10 seats which you won last time you're now trailing on, just showing the level of anti-incumbency, Syed Zafar Islam, against your MLAs.
Local anti-incumbency, yes?
Well, Rahul and Rajdeep, good morning. First of all, let me tell you that there are 90 seats where the lead is not more than 2,000. So I will still prefer to wait and make any comment on the seats where we are trailing. Secondly, it is the rarest of the rarest moment for Congress party or other party to smile. I think my friend, good friend Supriya, I will let her smile today, at least for momentarily, because it will be momentarily. Maybe hour or 2 hours down the line, the dynamics will change and this happiness will not last for longer than 2 hours, because we feel that out of these 90 seats where we are trailing by 2,000 votes or 1,500 votes or 100 votes, will definitely make up for it, because especially in Lingayat area, which is prominently resided by Lingayat community, where we are showing that still we are far behind. But we are currently behind, but we feel that we will be definitely be making inroads there, and we will have better numbers than currently which is being shown. So we are confident. We'll wait till 12:31 and then we will be able to comment whether we need to really introspect on those questions
about being behind
which you have raised.
on one of your mass voter base where Lingayats are concerned.
Anticipating. No, that's what I said. Even your survey suggested that 62% Lingayats will vote for Bharatiya Janata Party, but the current number is suggesting that it is much lower than the survey suggested. So
Mr. Islam, while you're speaking right now at the Congress headquarters, a small Bajrang Bali puja is taking place. So when that last vote is counted, sir, it's a good question to ask spokespersons of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Who will Bajrang Bali bless?
Say, it is for them to decide. It is their faith, which I won't comment on anyone's faith, because it's something which is very personal. But if they do insult people's sentiment, then our party will definitely raise such issues for the sake of the people who have been insulted in their manifesto, and especially in those areas where we had raised Bajrang Bali issue. I think that a lot of support is coming from those areas as well.
Sir, you're receding in coastal Karnataka. You still haven't been able to, one of the, I'm sure, areas where you thought the Bajrang Bali would only consolidate your Hindu vote bank. All right, the Chief Minister's visual from Karnataka speaking to the press. Listen.
Yeah, let's listen to Mr.
ಫಲಿತಾಂಶ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ, ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ, ಜನರ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷಗಳ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ. ಮುಂದಿನ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಸಮೃದ್ಧ, ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತ ನಾಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಜನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ನನಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಬಹುಮತ ಬರುವಂಥ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಕೂಡ ನನಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವೇ
Back to that reaction coming in, didn't look very happy, the Chief Minister of Karnataka. But let's cut across Congress headquarters in celebratory mode, even though right now they're still at 115 in terms of leads.
BJP has lost. Given that they were 104, now at 71, the quantum of Congress victory is still to be determined. How far past the 113 mark they end up. But the fact that the BJP had anti-incumbency, and I want to show you some very interesting data. This is to do with the direct fights. These are seats where the Congress and the BJP are locked in a 1-2 contest, right? So 1-2, Congress, BJP. There are 150 such seats. The Congress is leading on 85 of those 150. That's a 57% strike rate in a direct 1-2 fight with the BJP. The BJP has a 43% strike rate when they're up against the Congress in a direct 1-2 fight. How does the BJP fare versus the JDS when the BJP and the JDS are 1-2? Where the BJP and the JDS are 1-2, the JDS is leading on 60% such seats, the BJP only on 40. Where the Congress and the JDS are facing off with each other, there the Congress has the lead 60-40. So the BJP hasn't been able to dislodge Sandeep Shastri. The JDS getting it past the BJP, and the Congress, for once, in a head-on-head with the BJP, seeming to get the better of the BJP.
In the old Mysore region especially, I think JDS is not doing as badly as a lot of people projected it would. It has done much worse than last time, but then not as bad as was projected by some of the exit polls.
So I want to show to our viewers for the first time this new data set that I'm calling. This is called the heat map. What this will show you is the number of seats where the party's vote share is either between 0 and 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 and 40 and 40 and above. So of the BJP leads, the BJP's vote share is less than 10% in 25 seats, 10 to 20% in 20 seats, 20 to 30% in 22 seats, 30 to 40% in 51 seats, and 40% plus in 105 seats. So 40%, 105 seats, the BJP is seriously and fully in the contest. 51 seats. And remember, this is the kind of analytics which ordinarily would take many days for number crunchers to be able to put together. Thanks to the election intelligence dashboard powered by the data intelligence unit at the India Today Group, we're being able to pull this out for you live in real time. From the Congress's perspective, there are 139 seats where the Congress's vote share is more than 40%. So these are seats where they hope that they can still do well. So 139 seats where the Congress is 40% plus. 48 seats at this second where their vote share is between 30 and 40. 19 seats where their vote share is 20 to 30. 8 seats where their vote share is 10 to 20, and 0 to 10 is 8. So that just shows those are the seats where the Congress is obviously very, very weak. From the Janata Dal Seculars perspective, there are 27 seats where the JDS's vote share at this second is 40% plus, 24 seats where the JDS's vote share is 30 to 40, 16 seats where the JDS's vote share is 20 to 30, 15 seats where the vote share is 10 to 20. Isn't this phenomenal, Sandeep Shastri, the kind of no, but just as a moment, the kind of analytics we're able to run in real time. You know, this just changes the whole dimension of election coverage.
Compliments to the entire team.
Thank you, sir. We worked very hard. But sir, कितनी मेहनत की इस पे बताओ?
According to me, and Rahul, you're going to, we can see what you're going to even find more fascinating is that margin calculator. Because I'm telling you today, between 2 and 4, in many constituencies, even half the rounds are not over yet. I'm sorry to sound all the time cautious and skeptical, because when half the rounds are not over, one party is 114.
Somebody hasn't sent those guys the memo.
Yeah, I mean, these guys need to be sent your analytics. They need to be sent this margin calculator.
One point in this JDS heat map, if you look at the number of seats they are leading, which is 30, and the number of seats they have 40% plus vote is 27, which means in the JDS leads, it is more a lead because of the division of votes between the Congress and the BJP.
Through Ashok Malik, the kind of insights you're able to call out in lifetime.
This is absolutely fascinating, and frankly, reports of the JDS's contraction and death were perhaps exaggerated by all of us.
The humble farmer is still around.
No, when you get 40% and more, how many of that converts into seats? Is there a...
But
that's a gray area.
Yeah, sorry, Harish.
On the same line, I'd use your cricketing language, bleed blue. If you really look at it, the Congress needs to be complimented for the fact that it's bleeding blue. And that's 114
they won
seats.
solely at the cost of the BJP.
They're still ahead. But the point is, at this point of time, how deep are we into the counting? That is going to be important. And the last point I'd like to make is this analytics, which is brilliant, says that 40% plus, the Congress is leading is in 139. I mean, getting that kind of a pressure, which means if I'm to simplistically convert, 139 becomes 139. I know it isn't that simplistic. 27 becomes 27, which is less than 31.
Supriya Shrinet has to leave us, but before she leaves us, I'm going to still try one last time to get that smile out of her. Because Supriya Shrinet, look, let me be fair to you. You
like her analytics, Supriya?
Yeah, she loves the analytics. She's been in business
She
channels.
said, you didn't like my video, I don't like your analytics.
No, but Supriya, the fact is the Congress hasn't won a single big state since Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. You look like being well ahead of the BJP. That's very clear. Is that reason enough for you to feel confident going into 2024? Do you believe this is a platform that you have going into that? Or would you accept that Karnataka should be treated as a very distinct state, ma'am, and every state is very different to the other?
So before I go, I'm glad to see the morning come down in the Indian Wave studios. Happy to see that. We will form the government with a full majority, and we'll be comfortably placed to deliver on promises that we have promised to the people of Karnataka. I also want to state something which is not being talked about as much. Yes, Rahul Gandhi's strike rate is 71%, but Mr. Modi's strike rate is under 50%. He is the Prime Minister. The entire campaign was all about him. So this is as much Mr. Modi's loss as this is Karnataka BJP's loss. The 40% campaign or the pay CM, all of those issues set aside. This is as much Mr. Modi's loss as it is the Karnataka
But Supriya,
BJP.
are you happy because JDS seems to have held on to its vote? You're largely willing at the cost of the BJP. That must give you a fair amount of joy.
And that's exactly what I'm coming to. That I think all these efforts to divert the attention, all these efforts to divide, the kind of campaign that Mr. Modi was doing, he couldn't find a narrative. It was all about me, I, myself, and the fact that he was bringing in Rajiv Gandhi into the campaign, terror issues.
But Supriya, campaign, no, I want to come in. Those two rallies at the fag end of the campaign in Bengaluru, look at where Bengaluru stands. That's where the BJP is doing well, so you really can't blame the Prime Minister. You can blame the other engine, but not the main engine.
Just that we are winning an election that you will not even let me talk because I really have to leave now. I've been getting multiple calls from the other channel. I will say this. Do not congratulate us, but congratulate yourself for the analytics. You've got good analysis. You've got a great keyboard. You've got great data. Congratulate the victor first and not yourselves, guys. Have a great day. I really have to go.
Okay. You know, what is true though? In a very long time, I haven't seen what's happening in Karnataka. I still say it's very cautious, be cautious, because look at the sub-regional split.
Okay, so we can do that.
I haven't seen splits like this in a long time, where from one region to the other, the election is so widely varied. It's hyper-localized. It's not localized, it's hyper-localized.
Elections going on.
That's right, 5 different elections going on in Karnataka. Absolutely right.
There's no statewide uniformity.
Absolutely.
We can try and explain why that's the case. Here's a sense of the overall vote share. In comparison with the last elections, the Congress's vote share stands at 43%. That's 5% up from the 38 they had last time. BJP is exactly where it was. The Congress's gains are coming at the expense of the Janata Dal Secular, which is down from 18 to 13. 5% loss, virtually directly getting transferred to the Congress. And if I show you the region-wise breakup, you will now see why this is a region-by-region election. In the 28 seats of Bengaluru, the BJP is leading on 16, the Congress on 11. The BJP leads in Bengaluru. The BJP also in the lead in coastal Karnataka, where there are 19 seats. The BJP leading on 14, the Congress leading on 4. Remember, in the regions, 2 out of the 6, you've got the BJP leading on. When I come to Hyderabad, Karnataka, in Hyderabad, Karnataka, the Congress is 24 leads, the BJP 10, the JDS 4. In central Karnataka, there are 23 seats here in central Karnataka, the Congress leading on 12 and the BJP on 9. In Old Mysuru, which is where the Congress's biggest wins are coming from, this is the area where the JDS did well in the last election and in elections in the past, because the BJP's vote share has gone up. Remember what's happening here. The BJP's vote share has gone up in Old Mysuru, which is why the Congress is winning more seats. The Congress is gaining at the expense of the Janata Dal Secular. Here the Congress has 37 leads, 17 up from the last elections. The JDS at 26
Rahul, your
down.
mic's this thing, but here is your mic needs to be looked at. I was just told by the producer, but here is the big news. So after having given Supriya Srinath a hard time, just as she's left, guess what? As per the local channels, Congress now pulling away, because they are now in some of the assessments at 1-1. And 1-1, Preeti knows why I'm getting excited once it crosses 120, because there's a sweepstakes on offer, and typically I want someone else to buy my birthday cake and not me. But the truth of the matter is, this is what we've been all saying in the past, and we asked this to Dr. Qureshi, this bump factor. That the leader tends to get a disproportionate share. Sandeep Shastri will have to answer this one day in all his analysis of the last mile close fights. But for the first time, since an hour, the Congress may be in a slightly more comfortable position at 120. We are showing 116, but there is some hope for them that they could win some of these close contests. I still say many rounds to go. I would be very cautious before celebrating, But what is very clear is the Congress will have, and look who's, every time JDS Rahul goes below 30, that's when the Congress starts going up. So the JDS, if it goes over 30, Congress in trouble. If the JDS falls below 30, I would say Congress set to form a government.
I would say Congress majority very likely.
Very likely, yeah, but I'm not going to call this election, Ashok. It would be too premature to call this election.
Rajdeep, two small points.
Yes.
I think this 117 or 120, 121, whatever, is depending heavily on two regions, Old Mysore and Kittur, Karnataka. If in these two regions the Congress is able to maintain the lead it is having now, I think these numbers will hold and maybe go a little beyond that.
So are we looking at the moment, and it's very, it's virtually real time, at the moment, a Congress between 120 and 130
No,
possibly.
we can gamify that.
Okay, let's gamify it.
120 to 135,
please gamify it,
not more
Rahul.
than that.
130 unlikely.
130 unlikely, 120 possible.
Unlikely.
20, 22, 23, that's where
Okay,
it will stop.
make it 1, 2, 3, guys. Make it 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Make it 1, 2, 3. I got a lot of money riding on 1, 2, 3.
We have a 1, 2, 3 party there.
Rajdeep, for the amount of panditry you did 15-20 minutes ago about where this was going, now some verbal gymnastics will be required.
No, I'll tell you why, Rahul. No, I think our viewers... I think our viewers need to realize that in an election like this, where you're seeing these sub-regional variations, one should be very cautious. Cautious is the way forward. Because I said this just 2 minutes ago. This is real-time TV. This is like an IPL match going on. Fascinating.
So what you're basically saying is...
10 minutes ago it was a
but
10 minutes ago it was a
but there's another way to just position what Rajdeep is saying. Treat it like an IPL match, right? The commentator's commenting on what he's seeing at that moment.
Yes.
For the post-match analysis, wait for the post-election analysis.
That's right.
At this moment, things change.
What is coming on your screen is being predicted by him 1 minute before that. You see?
Okay, so I just want to show you what could change from here. There are 500 seats, and this is interesting. This is where you're seeing the winner's bandwagon effect to the extent that you're seeing it live in action. 500 seats, 500 votes and less, 23 such seats. The Congress is leading on 15. So there are 15 seats which the Congress is leading on in that 120, where the margin at this moment is very slender. That could, in a worst case scenario, come down to 105. It doesn't happen like that, but just hypothetically. And the BJP is leading on 3, the JDS on 1. So where can this go to? This could possibly go up by 8. So 120 could become 128 if everything goes in the Congress's favor.
right.
That also doesn't happen. But 120 can potentially go up to 128. Let's look at the seats where the margin is less than 1,000. There are 48 such seats. These seats again are in the play at this moment. Here too, things could change. Here too, the Congress leading with a bigger margin than the BJP. 25 such leads for the BJP. Sorry. 25 such leads for the Congress, 14 such leads for the BJP. These seats too, Rajdeep, could change. So if you're pulling some of these 23 seats away, the Congress could then possibly still look at 125, 130 if some of these tight seats start shifting.
You see, the India Today Axis My India poll was what? 122 to 140. If it is 125, I think that's a fantastic poll to call, especially in a tough state like Karnataka.
Even this is fantastic.
This is pretty impressive as well. You see, I think we've got to recognize that Karnataka is five state elections in one. Coastal Karnataka increasingly clear advantage BJP. Hyderabad Karnataka increasingly clear advantage Congress. Central Karnataka tight fight with slight edge to Congress. Old Mysuru sweep to the Congress, and Bengaluru advantage to the BJP. But closing in, if, as most people believe, Bengaluru will turn towards the Congress, then I think 120 could become 125, and Supriya Shrinet will deserve from me a contrite apology, and she can smile and tell me I told you so. If it remains 115 to 120 and 5 seats go the other way, then Operation Lotus will take place, unfortunately,
but if we go by
5 months from now.
But if we go by our EI numbers, if it's 43% vote share with the Congress, if it holds on to it, then Mr. Shastri, you're looking at a seat share of anywhere over 122?
My own sense is, given the trend, it's between 122 and 125.
Because 43% is what it
I don't
is
think
right
it's
now.
going
If
to
it
be a
holds on to
huge-
this, then it's anywhere over 120.
BJP about 70.
Congress.
Ramkishan, what is happening is this 43-36 difference is there.
Yes.
What is happening is Congress is winning its seats with big margins, and therefore that vote share gets
I
into
can
that.
show that to you.
The BJP is winning with smaller margins.
If I show
That's
you
where
the
difference
heat
is
map
coming.
analysis, the BJP at this moment has 106 seats where their vote share is above 106. 49 seats where their vote share is 30 to 40. So 106 seats are the number of seats where the BJP is very seriously in the fray. They're leading on 70, but if you're 40% plus in 106 seats, those are seats where the BJP, as the rounds of voting go on, still would think they have a chance. The Congress at this moment is leading, has 40% plus votes in 140. So for the best case scenario for the Congress, 140, because these are seats where your vote share is 40% plus. You need 40% plus to be able to win. From the Janata Dal Seculars perspective, the JDS is 40% plus only in 28 seats. So the JDS is tally, it's at 26 right now, but they can't really be much more than 28 because they're leading, they're 40% plus only in 28 seats. The Congress, though, could hope, because there are 140 seats live at this moment where their vote share is 40% plus. They would hope that they're able to get as close to that 140 number as possible. You can forget these seats. These seats where your vote share is 30 to 40 is very difficult to catch up, right? 140 are the seats where your vote share is 40 plus. And the BJP could think that because you have 106 seats where your vote share is 40% plus, your tally could possibly go up from 70. So that's essentially what we're looking at this moment.
I do believe, if you look at numbers, I would give credit to the analysis of the political parties themselves. Supriya Shrinet came out and made it public. Other parties are possibly making it public. A reason being, in an IPL match, things are actually happening there. And it's unfolding right there. At this point of time in an election, it's already happened. It's locked. The political parties know exactly what's happening on the ground.
Siddaramaiah.
ವರ್ಣದಲ್ಲೂ ಸೋಲ್ತಾರೆ ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರದಲ್ಲೂ ಸೋಲ್ತಾರೆ
ಟೋಟಲಿ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ನಾಯಕರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರ ಅಲೆ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ ಬಂದ್ರು ಕೂಡ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ, ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮತದಾರರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರು ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ವಿರುದ್ಧ. ಅವರ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ, ಅವರ ದುರಾಡಳಿತ, ಅವರ ಜನವಿರೋಧಿ ನೀತಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಇವರಿಂದ ಜನ ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಜನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಹೊಸ ಅದು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಜನ ತೀರ್ಪು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Arpapati, you want to summarize that for our viewers?
No, he's saying that people of Karnataka are fed up with this government, and that's why they're looking for a change, and they've given this result.
Okay.
So he's making a matter of fact.
It as a corrupt government, and the people wanted it to go. So that was the basic point he was trying to make.
Rahul, I want to make one point about all the statistics that you're given. It gives a very clear idea that when Congress is leading in 140 seats with 40% plus.
Not leading. It's got 40%. It may not be leading because the other party may have 50% plus. You have 40, the other is 50.
So that
but you're in the fight. The way to describe it is you're in the fight. And I just want to tell you and our viewers that 4 to 8 rounds have been counted across the state, right? So you've broadly so far counted between
12
4
or 16? How many? What is the total number of rounds?
We'll just find out.
Can I just ask one question?
Yes.
Since you gave that very interesting graphic about rallies, and we seem to skim over it. Amit Shah goes and has a 32% strike rate. Rahul Gandhi has 75% strike rate. No, come on. 1 minute. I'm just throwing it up, right? National leaders go into state where there is no local connect. I'm not even saying Rahul Gandhi or, but the fact is he seems to have done well where the Bharat Jodo Yatra went through. Amit Shah goes in at the last, in the last stretch, doesn't seem to connect. We saw this in Bengal as well. Is it that Delhi leaders, more comfortable in Hindi, cannot relate
to be fair,
and cannot overcome local anti-incumbents?
To be fair, it also depends on where you send which leader. how strong you are in that particular seat. And this goes for all parties. So I don't think we can draw.
It goes for all
No, but
parties.
are we saying that?
Are
we saying that national leaders? We put them on TV. They're there all through. Even Mr. Modi's road shows. That at the end of the day, local anti-incumbency cannot be overcome by these last-minute push.
The purpose of sending a national leader to a seat, often for a party, any party, is to galvanize your local voter. Not so much to get votes directly. People are not going to vote for Amit Shah, but he is going to galvanize local.
Okay, just so that you have some.
Rajiv, can I make a quick point on that? I was discussing this with Ashok ji. Parties may send leaders not necessarily in their strong seats. Absolutely. They could send leaders where they are weak and hoping that that leader will be able to do well.
But that's also very clear. One second. Look at the seats they picked. If you look at Home Minister Amit Shah or Prime Minister Modi, the amount of time they spent in Old Mysuru, and this is important because they know. We've got one poll, right? We've got maximum 3 polls if you include CSDS and C-Voter. They have innumerable data sources telling them and past track record where their vote share was less than 20. They are ploughing for the long run. They're trying to irrigate Old Mysuru, keeping a long-term perspective in mind because they spent a lot of time, Ramnagara, Mandya, a lot of those places in Old Mysuru, a lot of time was spent. Just so that you know what may change, what may not change, 4 to 8 rounds have been counted on an average and it changes from seat to seat. There are about 16 to 20 rounds in each of the seats.
But so, Rahul, before you go there, can I just very quickly come to our viewers? What you showed this very interesting
We're just showing that. So, of the people who are winning, Yadurappa's son B.Y. Vijendra is leading.
Yes.
Basavaraj Bommai is leading. C.T. Ravi of the BJP is trailing at this moment. Shiv Kumar is leading. Karunakar Reddy, brother of Gali Janardhan Reddy, is trailing. Somashekara Reddy is trailing.
See, the big ones who are trailing, because the trailing often tell a story. Nikhil Kumaraswamy, son of Mr. Kumaraswamy, Ramnagara, Sholay set up, all those, but H.D. Kumaraswamy's seat gives it up for his son who lost Lok Sabha. He's losing. You can't take the voter for granted if these numbers hold.
Biggest
Jagdish Shettar. You see, look at the fascinating thing what's happening there. Around North Karnataka, Congress is beating the BJP. But the man who we thought in TV studios is a symbol of the Lingayat disaffection is actually trailing.
So of the votes that have been counted, so far the BJP candidate has 22,000
He's winning by a big margin.
And the Congress rebel candidate is 14,000.
And I was not surprised because we've got to realize often in North Karnataka, the vote goes in some parts of North Karnataka with the party, not the individual. But he's not a mass leader. But now take a look at this guy. Lakshman Saudi, also a deputy chief minister, is leading. And what is he leading by? Look at the margin. 25,000 votes. And what has happened? Mr. Mahesh Kumatalli, I said this before, was a Congress candidate, Rahul, in 2018, defeated Mr. Saudi. Saudi was a winner in 2008-13. Now Kumatalli switches, defects, joins the BJP, is losing by 25,000. What's happening in and around Belgavi? Belgavi was a BJP bastion one time. Now you're seeing the Congress doing very well. Why? Because many of the defectors, a lot of the defectors were from this Belgavi region who went with Ramesh Jarkioli. And they're all losing. It's a good sign.
I can show that to our viewers. Of the defectors in the fray,
is also losing.
5 out of 8 Congress defectors, meaning defectors from other parties who came into the Congress, 5 out of those 8 candidates are winning. Only 1 out of 13 JDS defectors are winning. So Congress has a reasonable ratio here.
Yes.
When it comes to Dinesh, Dinesh always tend to seem to have an advantage. 8 out of 11 Congress Dinesh are winning. Only 11 out of 33 BJP Dinesh are winning.
That's a big margin.
4 out of 6 JDS Dinesh are winning. When you look at the women candidates in the fray, 2 out of 11, unfortunate, 2 out of 11 Congress women candidates are leading. 3 out of 12 BJP women candidates are leading. 2 out of 13 JDS candidates are leading. Can I show you the kind of educational qualifications of the candidates who seem to be in the lead? Congress has 17 postgraduates who are leading, 60 graduates, and 38 of their candidates who are leading are less than class 12 pass. For the BJP, 8 postgraduates, 32 graduates, and 30 who are less than 12 class pass.
Okay, Shama Mohammed is with us. Shama Mohammed and Sanju Verma are with us. Appreciate both of you joining us.
Sanju's name.
Good to have more women, here when Karnataka is not giving us enough women candidates. Shama Mohammed, you can smile. I know Supriya Srinath, I'm being attacked for targeting her. I wasn't. I was only giving what was happening at the time where the margins were low. Now you're at 119, and as I said, once you cross 120, you can actually, give up all those resort bookings. Do you see this as a major turning point for the Congress, or do you see this as a victory limited to Karnataka? I'm almost calling it now as a victory.
No, I see this as a major turning point, and I see this as people who want to vote for real issues, whether it's price rise, it's corruption, it's unemployment. They're fed up of this divide and rule policy, continues about it, and they don't get it. Like you also say, for me, the most important is, being a woman, 425 rupees was the gas when we were in power. And now it's not just double, it's more than double, 1,200. How can one take it? And Nirmala Sitharaman always says one thing, inflation was high during our time. Yes, inflation was high, but unemployment was low. So in a family...
Just stay with us for a moment. I want to go across to MB Patil. He's one of the top Lingayat faces of the Congress party. And I want to show you what's actually happening on the Lingayat-dominated seats. And MB Patil would be delighted to see this. Because in the Lingayat-dominated seats, the Congress is rather surprisingly actually doing well. The BJP is holding on to its Lingayat vote share. About 64% of the Lingayats said they voted for the BJP. Yet in the 69 Lingayat-dominated seats where the Lingayats are more than 20% of the population, the Congress is leading on 43 of those seats, up 21 from the last time. The BJP is down 23 from the last time at only 18. Yes, sir, kya ho raha hai? Patil Sahab, that the Congress is leading on 43 Lingayat-dominated seats, and you come from the community yourself, yet 2/3 of the Lingayats still voted for the BJP. This is one of the big stories of this election.
Yeah, I've been continuously maintaining in front of everyone, in front of the media, that it is a homecoming for Lingayats. After Virendra Patil, what Lingayat community had drifted away because of the anti-propaganda, the first time now, the Lingayats have backed major this one to the Congress, and that you could see now in Mumbai, Karnataka, Hyderabad, Karnataka, elsewhere also, even Varna and all this of South.
MB Patil ji, is it just the cracking of the Lingayat vote, or did the Ahinda factor play a role and the women factor? Because what we are also seeing is that in some of the poorer parts of Karnataka, Congress is doing well. You're getting back some of your old coalition, Dalits, Muslims, even STs coming towards you. So are we seeing... And I want to say this for our viewers, no party has ever won in Karnataka without winning a majority of the SC/ST seats. At the moment, the Congress is leading in them. So is it more than just Lingayats, or do you believe the crack in the Lingayat was the key?
With one community, nobody can win the election. It is Lingayats, all these days were backing, a major chunk was backing BJP. Lingayats have shifted. But all the other communities, whether the scheduled castes, the backwards, the minorities, all other communities also have backed the Vakilgas. All other communities also have backed Congress this time. And the Lingayat factor has played a very important role in Mumbai, Karnataka and all this. So we can get this result because whenever Lingayats are supported, we have won more seats, We've taken the example of Virendra Patil and bring his president, 1989, we got 176 seats.
The Congress hasn't had a Lingayat chief minister since Virendra Patil. You are one of the most prominent faces of the Congress, while Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar have been the leaders that you projected. If you really want the Lingayats to come back to the Congress fold, do you think you're in the fray as well?
Yeah, the Lingayats are already back with Congress now. We could see the result. And as regarding the chief minister, 89, since 89, we did not have any Lingayat Congress chief minister. But the chief minister thing will be decided by the legislature party opinion, by the High Command, Mallikarjun Kharge ji or AICC president. What we are now at, we should get a clear-cut majority of 125-30 seats so that we form the government. That is more important for us now.
Mr. Patil, you did get a Lingayat leader from the BJP, Mr. Shettar, and he's trailing.
Yeah, because Shettar's constituency is a hardcore BJP Jansangha, which was built by himself, Shettar. We also knew that it is going to be a very tough constituency, but
it was the same place where Sonia Gandhi, everyone, the only rally that she ever did
let
in
me answer your
Karnataka
question.
was in Hubballi.
Let me answer your question. See, that seat was been built up by Jansangh, by Shattar family. His father was 5 times corporators, uncle was a MLA. So Shattar had been brought into that constituency, which is the RSS headquarters also there. We all knew it's going to be a very difficult election for Shattar, but the treatment meted out to Shattar and Saudi and Yediyurappa and by the BJP, the ignoring the Lingaites over there, by the perception of what Shattar and all these things, it has, although he might have been trailing.
Sir, you are
but
saying this again and again, but the data doesn't say that.
This one has helped us a
Sir,
lot. Yeah.
the BJP has almost entirely held on to its Lingayat vote bank. You're winning because you've been able to put together an umbrella coalition of the non-Lingayat communities. The Dalits, the tribals, the Muslims, the Kurbas, the non-Kurba OBCs. That's how you've been able to win, by building that formidable Ahinda coalition. It's not as if the Lingayat vote bank has split.
But this time it was also the Lingayats and the Vakilgas also. We also concentrate on the Lingayats this one, and Lingayats are pretty convinced that BJP is no more a party which is helping them. They know that BJP is trying to use them and dump them.
So who is the next chief minister? Straight question. Who's the next chief minister of Karnataka,
The legislature party meeting will
who is
decide.
No, come on, Mr. Patil. Who's your choice? Who's the choice?
No question. See, the party in Congress, we never we declare a chief minister. The legislature.
Who's your choice?
Who's your choice?
Who's your choice?
No, the parties, the MLAs will decide. The MLAs will decide.
How are you celebrate? Sir, Congress hasn't, forget this, who's chief minister, it's not in your control. But the Congress hasn't had this big a victory in a long time. In a head-on-head fight with the BJP in a major state, the Congress hasn't won big. How are you partying tonight? What's the celebration going to look like?
This victory for Congress will send a very positive lesson for the 224 this one in the country. So it leads to a Congress-led coalition to more like the UPA in the center, definitely.
Okay, that's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai. He's live at this time watching the results. Obviously not looking happy, and he has no reason to. He was quite upset with our network at different times during the campaign. But we did have the trend right. Our reporters, our editors, our anchors on the ground were picking up the right trend, which was that the Congress was leading, the BJP wasn't. And, Rajdeep, a lot of the problems his government has had to deal with are problems he inherited. These aren't problems of his making. He's been in power only for 21 months.
And he's a fascinating character. S.R. Bommai was a royist, came from the left socialist stream. And Karnataka has always had a strong tradition of left socialist politics. He came through the Janata Dal, joined the BJP. Look at the two main faces of this election on either side are both from the Janata Dal. One, Siddaramaiah, came from the Janata Parivar, and then you have Mr. Bommai from the Janata Parivar. You see, this state is what my friend Dr. Shastri in a very fine column of his said, floating MLAs. Yahan se jao, wahan jao. It's happening in Maharashtra. Karnataka and Maharashtra share a lot in common. We have poha and idli together in Belgavi at breakfast, and now it's our politics. It has shifted so much. Defectors are all over the place. But I want to just give you a number. You said Lingayats, and I have a sense. Look at this. 19 to 12 among SC seats. 37 SC seats, Congress leading in 19 to 12. Last time the BJP did very well, especially among the left Dalits. And this is one of the stories of this election. The Dalit vote is switching. And take a look at this. And I'm sure here too you'll find a story. Look at this. 12-2. And look at what happened. Mr. Bommai gave internal reservations, raised 15% to 17% for Dalits, gave special reservation for ST. Why do you do it last moment? Ye public hai na, ye sab janti hai. You do it at the last moment. You give Vokaligas reservation, Lingayats reservation, take away from Muslims. It doesn't work. You want to do all this, do it 1 year before. When you do it on the eve of the election round, it doesn't work. This is the story. Never before in the history of Karnataka has a party that has lost SC/ST won the election. You have to win the SC/ST. We talk about Lingayats, Vokaligas, they are dominant, they have the leaders, but the real story is here. This is the story
Sanju
now.
Verma is also with us. Sanju,
and she should answer that.
72 seats for the BJP at this moment. Even on the Lingayat dominated 69 seats, the Congress is leading on 49. Now that's very perplexing. You're holding on to your Lingayat vote share, trailing on Lingayat seats. They seem to have been able to build a strong umbrella non-Lingayat coalition against you.
And I can add to that, you're losing Dalit and ST seats. This is where Mr. Modi wins, and you're losing among women. Your woman vote is gone.
Can I please? Rajdeep, you've asked a question. Now please have the gumption to listen to what I have to say. Thank you. And please don't heckle me. You know,
No, I won't.
First and foremost, let me start from where Rajdeep left. जी हाँ, ये public है, ये सब जानती है. I don't wish to sound arrogant or overconfident, but let's be very clear, Rajdeep, that the decision to hike the scheduled caste quota from 15 to 17% and that of scheduled tribes from 3 to 7%. This was done by way of an ordinance that was passed way back in October 2022. So while you might say that this was done, keeping an eye on elections and on the eve of elections, I have this to ask you. Why is it that despite ruling Karnataka for the longest time, the Congress was not able to do so? The Congress has been promising this for the last 20 or 30 odd years. So please don't, sit here and wax eloquent about the BJP playing electoral politics, because at least we decided to do what needed to be done for Dalits and Adivasis. That's my point number one. My point number two is BJP has held on to its vote share of 36.3% as we speak. Point number three, in 106 to 108 constituencies, the BJP is still a very, very strong contender. Point number four, and the most important point, in any seat in Karnataka, there are at least 16 to 18 to 20 to 22 rounds. And as I speak with you, there are 6 to 8 or at best 10 rounds that have been competed, which means that in many seats, only 25 to 30 or 40% at best is the amount of rounds that have taken place, and there's still a lot of room in terms of which way this election is headed.
Ma'am, Sanju Verma ji, all very fine points. You answer a simple question. 1,200 rupees gas cylinder prices. Everywhere I went to rural Karnataka, they said this is too much. During Siddharamaia's time, it was 450. No, 1 minute, ma'am, now. You must listen. That many believe was a critical factor.
You've made this point on umpteen occasions. I know what you're going to say. Let me preempt you for a change. I even heard the Congress panelists. And I have this to say. And I'm speaking with data, just like you speak with data. The fact of the matter is that excise duty on petrol and diesel was reduced by 5 rupees and 10 rupees in November 2021. Again, excise on petrol and diesel was reduced by 6 rupees and 8 rupees respectively in May 2022. My question is, why is it that Ganganagar in Rajasthan has the highest petrol and diesel prices? The Gehlot government did not reduce VAT meaningfully at all, nor did the Chhattisgarh government. In fact, the highest petrol and diesel prices are in 6 to 7 non-BJP ruled states. So please don't peddle this
what is
false
happening
narrative.
here?
Okay. The fact is though that, every party has made, by the end, even the BJP in its manifesto said, we'll give gas cylinder on 3 festivals. Sadly, those 3 festivals didn't include Eid, but that's another battle for another day. The truth of the matter is that for
Rajdeep,
1 year last year, all you did was hijab, azan, halal. You did not focus on welfareism. Shama Mohammed, you want to take that point that it's all this election, local anti-incumbency really hurting BJP. Next one in Rajasthan, it could hurt you. So, before you celebrate...
people the benefit of Ayushman Bharat is not welfareism.
Ma'am, just a minute, you're on the roll.
31 lakh Ujjwala gas cylinders to the women of Karnataka is not welfareism. Rajdeep, are you hallucinating?
Okay, I'm hallucinating. I'm asking you, Shama Mohammed.
Rajdeep, this lady has to stop speaking.
Shama Mohammed, you are a hardcore bigot.
Okay, Rajdeep, she talks about excise duty.
Okay, can we reduce Sanju Verma's voice?
She talks about...
The fact is, Shama Mohammed, do you concede that this is Karnataka election? The next one could be Rajasthan. You could lose there. There also the petrol prices, Sanju Verma is right. Diesel, petrol are among the highest in the country. That will hit you. You've also got to wake up and smell the coffee when the next state comes.
No, Rajdeep, 2 points in this, what I want to tell. She talked about excise duty. She should understand when we were leaving in 2014, it was 9 rupees, the excise duty. Now what has happened is from there, when they just took over, they went to 34 and 35, respectively, diesel and petrol and diesel. So
just tell me why you did not reduce.
Then you reduce 4, doesn't matter. And let me finish. And then one more thing I want to ask Sanju Verma. I saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigning ferociously. That's the word I'm going to use. Is Prime Minister Narendra Modi going to take responsibility for today's defeat? Or is he a leader only capable of taking responsibility when victory is there? A true leader should take responsibility for victory as well as defeat. I want to know who is going to be responsible. Are they going to do local leaders? Because Gujarat You can do whatever you want in Gujarat. Change your MLAs, change your CMs. That doesn't work in Karnataka or in the southern states. That is one thing very clear today. And I want to know if the Prime Minister of India is going to take responsibility, because we fought on the right issues, we fought on people's issues, and there the fight was about Muslims, Hindus, Bajrang Dal, PFI. This is what the Prime Minister was talking about.
You didn't answer my question. That's the problem with you all. You didn't answer my question. Why don't you reduce petrol? Why don't you reduce VAT prices? Get the message, ma'am. The message is public hai, garibon ki suno, wo tumhari sunega. You don't bring down petrol, diesel prices in Rajasthan, you will pay a price.
I will give you the answer. The Rajasthan, in Rajasthan, those who have the Ujjwala scheme, the gas has been given at 500 rupees. So we are using it somewhere else. Every state has a way to use their revenue.
Okay,
so
the biggest question at this time is...
We are giving the gas at 500 rupees. So we are doing things there. That is the problem.
The biggest question at this time is what can change? Is this trend largely settled, or can things change, and if they can, to what extent? So I have some very interesting visualizations which help capture that for us. And I'll start from the BJP's perspective. From the BJP's perspective, there are 106 seats where the BJP has 40% plus votes. So they will think on these seats, they are still in the fray, 40+% vote, 106 seats. From the Congress's perspective, there are 145 seats where the Congress is 40% plus. So the Congress will think that 115 can go up because there are 145 seats where the Congress can potentially still be in the fray. From the JDS's perspective, there are only 25 seats where the JDS is 40% plus. So the JDS's tally is unlikely to go up much beyond 30. That looks quite clear. Other things could still potentially change. Let's now come to the margin calculator, which will give you a sense again of what can change. At this time, there are 15 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500. 5 of those leads for the Congress, 6 for the BJP, 3 for the JDS, 1 for the others. Here again, things can change. At this second, there are 5 seats where the lead is less than 100 votes. 2 of those are for the BJP, 1 for the Congress, 1 for the JDS. When it comes to seats where the gap is less than 1,000 votes, there are 36 seats at this time, split equally. So it's interesting that the tight fights are now split equally. In a worst case scenario, if the Congress were to lose quite a few of these seats, they would then fall below a majority. And if the Congress were to start picking up from the JDS and the BJP more of the tight fights, then there are about 120. So remember, about 7-8 rounds have been counted. There are between 16 and 20 rounds, just as a ballpark. So this battle is far from over. This Karnataka Premier League match is still on. It's game on right now.
Rahul, every half an hour the numbers change. And the range is between 114 to 120. But there it slipped to 112. And that can always happen given the margin calculators. Yeah. You have
first images of DK Shiv Kumar on your screen right now. There, just in the corner, there is DK Shiv. In case you're wondering where is he, there is DK Shiv Kumar.
And next to him is his brother. The one there in the middle is his brother, who's an MP, DK Suresh. And next to him is Naresh Arora, who's their sort of media brand manager.
I think that image is taken inside a gym.
Yeah, you see, all of this is okay to celebrate individual. Look, this is fine. You're celebrating, but when you go public, what you do is you create the impression among your followers that you won. Then when the numbers start closing in, you get anxious. So, all I was doing an hour ago, Rahul, you said, you were giving her a hard time. The only reason is because the way this election is. This is not a normal election. This is like Madhya Pradesh, which went constituency by constituency. There are still half a dozen rounds left.
Rajiv, I agree with you. It's a tighter election than we thought.
Of course.
But I think the Congress majority is maybe a narrow majority, but it's more or less
given.
Okay. I will call this election only after 3 p.m. You're gonna have to give me bise beli bhat. I am not happy with this idli and this thing.
No, this is not our office cafe is not MTR. You don't get the kind of crisp dosas that you get. Rajiv Pratap Rudy is joining us. I don't know if he's had any dosa idli since the morning. We've not got a good breakfast, but that's quite unfortunate. Captain Saab, welcome. From the BJP's perspective, from 104 or 116, depending on what you take as the starting point, now leading only on 77. The quantum of the Congress's victory is still being determined, but it's very clear the BJP has lost. Why, according to you?
Well, Rahul, I have been hearing you since morning and I've been hearing Rajdeep as well. So I will go by the side of Rajdeep.
So you're listening only to India Today. Good news.
Good choice. That's the right choice.
No, I have been flicking through the channels and I would still be conservative. I will wait for the final results to come. I have seen spins happening in elections even at the last minute. So having said that, I have been watching the results. It's been fluctuating. Thanks, Rajdeep. You have been talking something which I would have always said if I was there at your place or in my place as well now, that we should wait for the final outcome. Yes, if something goes wrong, it requires a deeper analysis because I think this election was very localized. It was nothing to connect to the national polity or politics or the mandate which we generally seek and try to connect. Whenever we have a state BJP government and we have a national government, we try to see they work together to see an outcome. But possibly this thing may have been lacking, but this is too early to assess. How good we have done, how bad we have done is possibly only if we see the final results, which would be there, I believe, in an hour or two. And I think if you ask me then possibly I would introspect to tell things which may be relevant, relevant for the Congress as well, and may be relevant for all those who are doing it. But as of now, there's a lot of euphoria about certain things. But the euphoria is very, very regionalistic. It's about...
No, but Rajiv Pratap Rudy, there is a question about this double-engine Sarkara. You see, you plunge the Prime Minister into this hectic blitzkrieg, but you have weak chief ministers. There's a sense, except for Yogi Adityanath and to some extent Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and there's buzz that he could be replaced. The Congress, the BJP doesn't have strong chief ministers. You cannot overcome local anti-incumbency if one engine is not working. Do you agree that's a lesson to learn?
Well, at one point of time, you say, except Yogi Adityanath, and then you punch in, I do not know what reasons you have to punch in this sentence that Shivraj...
No, weak chief ministers, sir. Except Yogi, you do not have strong chief ministers.
There are no weak chief ministers or there are no strong chief ministers. There are chief ministers. And chief minister of a state has to perform along with the party and the national perspective what we have. There could be a rhetoric which is built up against, and that is very localized. We have the Lingayas, the Vokalingas, the coastal region, the urban cities, and overall, and of course a campaign which matters. So we may have dipped in some part, but I would believe that BJP is still faring very well. And when you say, why do you put in Prime Minister, tell me which election, whether it's Tripura, whether it's Assam, whether it is even smaller states where the Prime Minister doesn't go. And that is what he builds up as a national perspective. And that is what he does. He does not get deterred what is the situation. He comes to the people straight ahead, talks about the things which he's doing at the national level, talks about things which has to be done at the state level, talks about connecting India to the states. And that is how he works. He does not relent about anything.
I have over here the retain ratio for the BJP. Of the 104 seats you had last time, you're losing or trailing on 55 of those seats. Your retain ratio is only 47. 53% of the seats which you won in the last election, you are currently trailing on. This really demonstrates the extent of anti-incumbency. Of that double engine the BJP talks about, one of the engines in Karnataka wasn't firing.
Maybe you can analyze it further when the results are out. And maybe there are reasons why this has happened. So, but it would be too early for me to comment on that. And as you said, that more than 55 seats, I actually do not see so. But having said that, I believe that it could be a time once we have the final outcome to tell what actually where we went wrong. So I would refrain from commenting at this point of time, wait for another 3 hours to get back and answer all your questions straightforward.
How much does it impact or bother the sheer fact that the Congress could go with this triple L model, La Bharati, ladies, local, to the other 4 states that are going into elections in the coming year? Because 2 of them are what your vote banks are, La Bharati and women, ladies.
To defeat or browbeat PM's model, they have still a very long way to go. So I would not be commenting that this is the national manifesto and this is going to... It's completely different when it comes to the national level and when it comes to the Prime Minister. And we have to go down to the ground to see what the people talk about the Prime Minister, how positive the people at the ground level talk about him. So I would not like to mix up these things. Let's keep it to Karnataka elections as of now. Where we trade and where we fail is one thing which we need to analyze. But actually, I'm not admitting any defeat as of now.
Okay. So
75 is a very good
the
number.
other thing,
75
Rajiv
is a very
ji,
good number.
look at these
And we need
69 seats that I've pulled out. These are seats which are Lingayat dominated, which means that the population, the percentage of Lingayat people in this seat is 20% plus. 69 such seats. On those seats, the Congress currently leading on 39, the BJP only on 23, down 18 seats from the last time. Now, this is northern Karnataka, largely Bombay Karnataka, Kittur Karnataka, which is your bastion. And there the Congress seems to have put together a rainbow coalition which is besting you in your bastion.
Maybe you have more figures with you. I do not. And I will wait for some more time to analyze all these, all four corners of Karnataka, right from the urban voters and all to the caste-dominated regions. But I would not be commenting on your analysis as of now. There is a picture which is emerging, which may not be, and I will still wait for 3 hours to find the final figures. But having said that, it's not that the BJP is erased or completely lost ground in Karnataka. There is something. These are final corrections which should have been done, which could have been done, which may be done, and I don't think there's anything to give up. I must congratulate the voters in Karnataka for the Bharatiya Janata Party, of standing by, and then they have a national perspective, which actually matters in the long run.
The BJP is doing well, though, in Bengaluru, where of the 28 seats, the BJP is currently leading on 17, up 6 from the last time. The Congress at 10, down 5 from the last time. The JDS on 1. So in the urban pocket of Bengaluru, unlike the last elections, the BJP is doing well. The BJP is also doing well in coastal Karnataka, where exactly like the India Today poll predicted, the BJP is leading on 16, the Congress only on 2. Where the Congress is doing really well is in the biggest region of Karnataka, southern Karnataka, Old Mysuru, where on those 64 seats, the Congress is currently leading on 38, up a whopping 18 from the last time. The BJP at 5, down 11 from the last time. The Janata Dal Secular at 18, down 8 from the last time. In Mumbai, Karnataka, another region where the Congress is doing really well, 32, 15 up from the last time. This is the BJP's bastion, 17 here for the BJP, 13 down from the last time. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, 40 seats, 23 of those leads for the Congress, 12 for the BJP, again along the lines of the India Today poll. So there are basically different trends coming from different parts of the state. In central Karnataka, 13 leads for the Congress, 8 for the BJP. Bengaluru, Harish Bijur would hold some solace for the BJP. The PM campaign there, 17 leads currently out of 28. That's not bad in that urban pocket.
Yeah, I think Bengaluru is going to be that point of solace. Because first of all, Prime Minister Modi's yatra within Bengaluru, and then it swung votes for sure in the last moment. And the second important point is that there are two Bengalurus, which I have already made to say that, there's one Bengaluru, which is New Bengaluru, and New Bengaluru is very BJP oriented, and Old Bengaluru possibly swings between the two parties, one election after another. And this time round, I think they have swung towards the Congress.
I think just to add to what he's saying, Prime Minister made a big impact at Bangalore City. If only the voters had come out and voted, it could have made a big difference.
No, but the BJP is already winning 17, 18 of those seats.
No, but 54% voting, and imagine what it were to be 70%. There are 32 seats.
I think the one disappointment for the Congress at the moment is Bengaluru, because I think every poll suggested the Congress would win, particularly because there was anger against local infrastructure crumbling. There were no cooperators, but the BJP had one advantage. I think the BJP in urban pockets of Karnataka still remains a very solid outfit. If you go to the local areas, the Panna...
No, but not in Bangalore.
You see, in Bangalore, what happens, as you rightly said, a lot of the defectors who left joined the BJP, all of them won. And all of them are leading. So much, you see, this Bangaluru is a strange city. My friends are here. They grumble, they crib. But the fact is, at the end of the day, they either don't go and vote, and B, a lot of the poorer areas, cash plays a huge role. Don't underestimate the power of that 25 crore plus that I'm told in Bengaluru. This is the city which Nandan Nilekani was decimated by Anand Kumar. And in the last 5 elections, in general, the BJP, particularly Lok Sabha, has done very well. And across cities, Rahul, urban India is more attracted, I think, to Mr. Modi as the double engine, even despite 40% commission
That's true, but
Sarkar.
to be fair, Bangalore in assembly elections was a bit of a weak.
That's right. Well, so therefore, it's a big gain for the BJP if these numbers hold.
Bangalore has always been swinging between the BJP and Congress. Last time, the Congress got a majority of the seats there, though of course many of them went to the BJP. This time the BJP has got the majority. The city has
So you're
always
saying
been-
every 5 years
has always
Bangalore
been
shifts.
alternate between
You're
the
saying
two.
every 5 years Bangalore shifts. So there's anti-incumbency against local candidates. For example, I'd like to see what's happened in Jayanagar. You had the daughter Soumya Reddy contesting. Now there was a lot of anger against Soumya Reddy saying, where was she during COVID? That's what I heard there. I don't know whether she's leading or trailing.
No, she was trailing and then leading.
Yeah,
and
so
it's a close
I'm
fight.
saying
It's a close
there's
fight.
a lot of local anti-incumbency against sitting candidates. Bangalore had more Congress candidates last time, so naturally they faced the heat of that anti-incumbency. I think that is a trend across Karnataka. I say, if the BJP had changed even more of their sitting candidates, who knows? It'll be interesting, Rahul, your retention ratio.
But you don't know where they would have defected to.
Yeah, or whether, but the retention ratio will be interesting.
One of the questions in the minds of everyone watching at this time is, what can change? Is this settled or can things change? There are 147 seats across Karnataka at this time where the Congress's vote share is 40% plus. Counting is less than half done at this moment. So 147 seats where the Congress's vote share is 40% plus. Things could, in the ultimate analysis, still change. What won't change is Congress number 1, BJP number 2, JDS number 3, but the quantum of victory could change. From the BJP's perspective, there are 106 seats where the BJP is 40% plus. So those are 106 seats where the BJP will think they're still in the fray. And remember, they're only leading on 75, which means on a lot of the close contests, the Congress is edging the BJP out. They're actually fighting well on 106 seats, but leading only on 75 at this moment. The Janata Dal Secular is 40% plus in only 26 seats. So they're leading on 25, but if you're 40% plus on only 26, the JDS is unlikely, we can say, from the data available at this time, to go beyond 30. That 117, to what extent can it change? Let me try and bring the data out for you. Of the seats where the margin is currently less than 500, there are 13 such seats split evenly between the Congress and the BJP. Congress leading on 4, the BJP on 5, the JDS on 3. So this could change in either direction. So if you add those 9 seats, if you add the 9 seats to the Congress's tally, the Congress goes up to 126. If you add the 8 seats to the BJP's tally, the BJP still only goes up to 83. So that doesn't help the BJP very much. If I look slightly further at the seats where the margin is less than 1,000, there are 32 such seats. The Congress leading on 11, the BJP on 13, the JDS on 6. So if you add some of these 21 seats where the opposition is winning and the Congress is not, then their tally at the most could possibly go up by 21. So that's the maximum range. It can't go up much more than 21. In fact, it doesn't happen in such a way that all those seats come this way. So basically, that gives you a sense of what can change from where we are right now.
Absolutely. As I said, I think the Congress's best case scenario is 125. That, you win a majority, a disproportionate number of these seats that you're showing us. Their worst case scenario, and that's the nightmare, is that they actually go down to 112.
No, it's not really. It can still be 130 odd. See, we don't know what's in the difference between a political party and EID. EID can only count what's been known so far. The party knows which area hasn't been counted, so they know what will happen there. Yeah. From this data, the Congress can still potentially go up to 130.
That's the okay. I'm sticking to 125, but we can go to 130. But look at, the one thing, what I always admire is leaders who win irrespective of what else happens. DK Shivkumar, for example, is leading by 42,000 votes as we speak.
80,000 votes last time.
No, 1 minute. At the moment, by 42,000 votes, he went to campaign there only on the last day. And he was leading against a minister. The BJP thought they would lock him in, put up R. Ashok. It's not worked. Basamraj Boma has looked he's not looked happy today, but he's still leading by 15,000 votes in that constituency. The one constituency that I think people should look at is C.T. Ravi. He was last year the most voluble member in terms of this Hindutva politics, and he is trailing Rahul at the moment. Priyank Kharge is at the moment leading, and now the lead has expanded to 15,000 votes, so you would expect him now to win. H.D. Revanna, on the other hand, is leading again substantially by 7,000 votes. So, the JDS strongmen are leading at the moment. Siddharamaiah himself in Varuna is now leading by 27,000 votes.
Nikhil Kumaraswamy is trailing, and one of the main reasons also he's trailing is because Vokaliga leader DK Sivakumar, who's very close, Kanakpura, Ramnagar, he's campaigned extensively in Ramnagar as well.
So we can show that. I can show the VIP.
This is, I understand, this unusually large number of ministers are trailing.
This is the live VIP tracker. Nikhil Kumaraswamy, son of HD Kumaraswamy, trailing. Siddharamaiah leading. Priyank Kharge, Mallikarjun Kharge's son leading. Jagdish Shettar. Now this is going to be one of the big stories from the poll. Jagdish Shettar left the BJP, came to the Congress. It's also a message to BJP turncoats. You know, if you leave, there's no guarantee. You know, it happened to Kalyan Singh, it happened later to Uma Bharti. You leave the BJP, the party vote doesn't come with you. Oftentimes when you leave the Congress, because it's the Neta's own vote, he can take the vote with him. In the BJP's case, oftentimes it's not true. The Jagdish Shettar is at 25,298 votes, whereas the BJP candidate is at 52,101 votes. That's a big lead for the BJP vote. Lakshman Savadi, though, the other BJP turncoat on a Congress seat contesting from Athni, is actually leading. He's at about 40,000 votes. The BJP candidate Mahesh is at 15,218 votes. So that's a big lead there. Now, if I come back to this, Yadurappa's son B.Y. Vijendra is leading. Basavaraj Bommai is leading. That should give him some relief. C.P. Ravi is trailing. Sorry?
Vijendra's numbers?
Who's Vijendra's numbers, okay? Vijendra's numbers. This is Yadurappa's son contesting on his father's pocket borough of Shikaripura. 23,926 versus Goni Malatesh of the Congress at 2,005.
And Nikhil Kumaraswamy?
Nikhil Kumaraswamy of the Janata Dal Secular. He lost a Lok Sabha seat. Here, though, again, he is losing. On the Ramanagaram seat, 38,982.
What's
He's
interesting,
trailing.
Rahul, on the Ramanagra seat is that in terms of
what is the
the
difference?
population,
What is the difference?
it's
Can I just go? Yeah, go on. First, let Preeti complete. Yeah.
It's 51% for Vokaligas, 49% Muslims. And the Congress campaigned heavily in Ramanagra, so they've got the Muslim vote and they've got a bit of the Vokaliga vote because DK Sivakumar has been there campaigning.
I want to go
Vokaliga
across
vote.
to Amit Malviya. He's the IT czar of the Bharatiya Janata Party, runs the massive social media outreach of the BJP. More often than not, he's come on our network on counting day on the back of a big BJP victory. Today doesn't happen to be one of those days, Mr. Malviya. The BJP leading only on 75 seats, down about 30 seats from the last elections. This seems to have been a day when the voters didn't back your party.
Rahul, I can barely hear you. But if I've got the question, you want to know why we are down 30 seats from our previous tally. Well, it does seem like that the people of Karnataka have voted for an alternate party this time because for some reason we may not have come up to expectation. But while I say this, I want to caution and put a caveat here that the numbers that we see right now are trends, and you yourself are putting out data which seems to suggest that there are several seats where the lead is very slender and it could go either ways. Still a lot of counting is to happen, and Karnataka is notorious as far as conversion of leads to final wins or losses are concerned. I want to remind you, or viewers, that last time around the BJP was leading on 120 seats at 4 p.m. and we eventually settled at 104. And that was the time when the Congress and the JDS came together and formed the government till there was a realignment in the state and we came back to power. So very early to conclude that this election is settled.
With that caveat, Mr. Malviya, would you accept that at least in this election, with that caveat, would you accept that in this election, the Congress has done much better than the BJP? The fact is the Congress is going to be the party number one. Whether it's 110 or 125, 130, time will tell. But would you accept that they've done much better than you? And to that extent, you've not been able to arrest local anti-incumbency. You put in all the Mr. Shahs, the Modis, the Naddas. It hasn't worked.
Well, Rajdeep, I can imagine that you must be feeling elated at the fact that you're finally going to win an election or perhaps look like being close to the winning mark. But we might be down, but we are not out. So just be very careful of how much excitement you exude on this program. because clearly elections and political parties do not fade away with one result. The BJP is as strong as it was. Our voter base, our support base in Karnataka hasn't withered away. We may not have won as many seats as perhaps the Congress might from what it looks like, but we are not out of the game at all. Karnataka is the BJP bastion and it will remain so.
No, but you're not out of the race, but I keep asking this double engine Sarkara concept. It didn't work in Himachal, it now appears not to have worked in Karnataka. Is it time for course correction? You cannot expect Prime Minister Modi, with all his popularity, to come in at the last moment and arrest anti-incumbency against weak chief ministers. Does the BJP recognize that a double engine needs both engines working, not one?
Look, I want to again reiterate this fact that Prime Minister Modi is the most popular leader, not just in the BJP, but in the entire country. And he represents the ethos, the values that the BJP brings to the table. In states, there is the chief minister, and there is bound to be anti-incumbency against any government. How we maneuver it, how we navigate it is for us to decide. But those who are looking at this Karnataka election should not forget that the BJP has taken the tough decision of effecting a generational change in Karnataka. We have consciously gone into this election knowing fully well that we want to build a party and a political setup in the state of Karnataka that will last us several decades. So if it means that we may end up second in this contest, but in the long run, it will really, really help the BJP, and that is what we are looking at. And let
Mr. Malviya, what should
also
concern,
add that unlike other caste-based or family parties, the BJP looks at longevity, and in that sense, the generational shift that we look at is very, very important.
You know, what should concern the BJP is that on the 69 Lingayat seats, largely in northern Karnataka, most of them in Mumbai, Karnataka, the Congress is leading on 41, up 19 from the last time. The BJP only on 22, down 19. So it's a straight conversion of BJP seats to the Congress. So while in Old Mysore, they've pulled from the Janata Dal secular, the Congress hasn't been able to beat the BJP in a head-on-head fight in a very long time, largely post-2015. Why is this happening? Amit, can you hear us, Mr. Malviya? Okay, that connection seems to have severed just at the moment, but this is something to look at. The fact that on these seats, which are dominated by the Lingayat community, the Congress is snatching those away from the BJP. These, remember, were seats that the BJP thought they would be able to win quite easily. I want to show you, if you're wondering what may change from now, let's take a look at the seats where the BJP's vote share is above 40%. There are 105 seats. So while they're leading only on 73, the BJP is in the fight in 105 seats, halfway through counting. The Congress, 40% plus 147 seats. So there are 147 seats where the Congress has a chance of being able to increase its tally. The tally currently stands at 119. The Janata Dal Secular is the biggest loser of this poll, leading on 25, 40% plus on 27. If I were to look at vote share of the key parties, the Congress's vote share stands currently at 43% of all the vote that's been counted, up 5% from the last time. The BJP is exactly where it was. Now, while it's picked up some vote share, then you can explain this in Old Mysuru, they've lost a little bit. But net, they still stand where they were. It is the JDS which is down 4%, which is largely the vote share that the Congress seems to have snatched from the JDS.
I think that is the reason why Congress is doing well in these areas. And don't forget that JDS is still holding on because of Old Mysuru. Otherwise, they would have been finished by now. So the very fact that they're still holding on in Old Mysore area, they're able to be in the race. And in case there is a hung assembly, they have a chance. Otherwise, I mean, they would have been down to 15 seats. So the very fact that they're still around 25 seats, that shows that they still have vote bank that is probably working for them, but with the diminishing returns. And if Kumaraswamy's son is losing, I think that's a very bad sign for the family.
Okay, what is changing in the last 20 minutes is local channels now putting the Congress more or less above 125. So a lot of these close run seats seem to be veering towards the Congress. So that could be 125, 130, who knows where it
Okay.
ends? Yes.
Okay.
Well, we don't know yet.
Rahul, Rajdeep, I'd just like to make a point on Shettar and Hubli. If you see him losing, you see, I do believe it's a part of a plan. Because, if you look at it, vote portability, if I'm to use that phrase, does it go with leaders? Does it go with party? The BJP seems to have a plan. And the plan seems to be simply to say that votes must go with the party and not with the leader. Leaders can come and go. Local leaders can come and go. But the party remains forever. And that's the important point.
Mr. Malviya, I was showing you what's happening in the Lingayat-dominated seats of northern Karnataka, where the Congress is currently leading on 41, up 19. The BJP is down 19 from the last time at 22. Now, this was your bastion. In a Lok Sabha election, this will still be your bastion. The Lingayat community has stood with you in this poll, according to our post-poll study. Yet the Congress is up 19 in this area, which was the BJP's bastion. The BJP nowadays hardly ever loses in its own bastion. What's gone wrong here, you think?
Well, Rahul, we'll have to analyze what has probably gone wrong. But we remain confident that the social coalition that the BJP has in Karnataka remains intact. It may be an aberration for us to be trailing on some of these seats in what is otherwise a stronghold of the BJP. But we will go back to the drawing board and analyze what may not have worked for us. And clearly, it seems like there could be a lot of local issues at work, and we will address all of them. Look, we are not a party that brushes aside victory or defeat and move on. We look at our victories very closely, and we look at our defeats even more closely. So we are
Mr.
going
Malviya,
to do
would
that.
you reckon, you talk about things that haven't quite worked, would you reckon the last minute or the last 3 days in the dying hours of the campaign, raking up Bajrang Bali backfired? Karnataka, a very different political terrain?
Well, I would only urge you to relax. The BJP is committed to a certain ideology, and we are never going to compromise with it. Ram, Hanuman, Bajrang Bali, the Indic thought, the dharmic traditions are all owned by the BJP. We will never go down the path of appeasement like the Congress would.
Who espoused exactly what you're talking about, or trailing.
We don't have a problem with that. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. If you ask a question, you should listen to the answer as well.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
We are quite sure that we do not want a state, we do not want a country where appeasement is the norm. We are never going to accept the Congress talking about a ban on an organization like the Bajrang Dal, because they are not an organization that indulges in illegality or unlawful practices. So it will remain our commitment to the wider worldview that we've always held. I'm again saying...
What explains the C.T. Ravi trailing? Because he was the poster boy of what you talk about.
And let me add to that, Mr. Malviya. The fact is, you have every right to hold your ideology, your ideological convictions. But last year, whether on social media, which you handle, or in the national media, what were the stories coming out from Karnataka? Halal, hijab, azan, Tippu, Savarkar Yatra. When it is clear, as the elections are showing, poorer parts of Karnataka were hurting post-COVID. Did you all get your strategy wrong? That instead of focusing on religious polarization, you should have focused possibly on bread and butter issues. Eventually, in your manifesto, you promised 3 gas cylinders, you promised milk free. The fact is, you got your election strategy wrong in 2022 itself. And social media of the BJP was only amplifying religiously polarizing issues.
The problem with you, Rajdeep, is that you want to see what you think should be the agenda in your propaganda. The fact of the matter is that halal, hijab are all issues of Karnataka, and they are as important. We cannot allow our daughters and our women to be lured away in love jihad. That is a fact. If you want to shut your eyes to it, you're free to do it.
No, I haven't. The voters have. The voters have shut you, not me. The voters have told you, please focus on basics. The voters have told you to focus on basics.
The same voters have voted for the BJP every other election on the same issues. They expect the BJP to stand for something, and we will always stand for it. Whether we lose an election here or there does not matter. Get that clear in your head, Mr. Sardesai. You should stop your propaganda. We will look at the bread and butter issues. We are as aware and as conscious about them. We are as worried about
how is it that when people ask you questions, Mr. Malviya, it becomes propaganda?
As anybody else would be.
Mr. Malviya, asking questions is not propaganda. With due regard, sir, asking a simple question is not propaganda. I'm asking you a question based on the results. All our surveys are showing women and the poor have voted against you. Women and poor had other bread and butter issues. They weren't interested, it appears, in religious polarization. That's all I'm saying. That's not propaganda, that's fact.
Well, the truth of the matter is that there are 75, 80 seats where the BJP is still leading, and that's a massive vote share. So are you saying that all those people who voted for the BJP did not have bread and butter issues, and 20 extra seats or maybe 5% voter that has gone in favor of the Congress had different issues? Come on. I mean, talk like a sensible journalist. Don't try and put your agenda in every discussion.
Okay,
the fact is, and I'm repeating again, there are ideological issues that we will never ever compromise with. As far as there are other issues are concerned, we will address that. And are you telling me that a Siddaramaiah or a DKS-led government will be any better in terms of corruption, or for that matter, in terms of ensuring bread and butter issues? Why haven't they done it in Rajasthan? Why haven't they done it in Chhattisgarh?
Okay. So while the BJP has bad news coming out of Karnataka, one second. I just want to show our viewers what's happening in Uttar Pradesh, where there's a big urban body election happening. So in Uttar Pradesh, I'll start with the Panchayat tally. 544 Nagar Panchayat president elections on currently in UP. The BJP leading on 139 of those, the Samajwadi Party on 72, the BSP on 35, others on 132, the Congress on 4. Let's look at the Palika tally. 199 municipal corporation chairperson results, the BJP leading on 85, the Samajwadi Party on 40, the BSP on 23, the Congress on 5, others on 46. Municipal elections, the mayor results, 16 out of 17 for the BJP, 1 for the BSP, 0 for the Congress and the SP. Is this something, Mr. Malviya, that the BJP would draw some solace from, that while you would have not done well in Karnataka at the end of the day, your tally currently for the first time since the morning falling below 70 at 69, the Congress racing up to 123, but in the municipal elections of Uttar Pradesh in the urban bodies, you seem to have done quite well?
That's exactly the point that I'm making, and show these results to Rajdeep, who's sitting in your studio and blind to reality. The fact is, every election has its own nuances. People vote on the basis of local issues at that time, and there is no overarching narrative or rejection of the BJP as Rajdeep would like to believe. I read this morning that he's turned 58. I think he should retire from politics, or perhaps his journalism, and go to politics full time, because that is all that he does as a journalist. Why people in Uttar Pradesh are not bothered about lively issues and they're voting for the BJP, whereas suddenly in Karnataka people have had realization as per Rajdeep Sardesai? I mean, what kind of analysis is this?
One minute. Mr. Malviya, you must not be economical with facts. You can be on social media economical with facts. I said very clearly, different states, Rahul knows it, and I've said it on the panel, I actually believe every state is distinctive. Just a minute, sir. Every state is distinctive in this country. One size doesn't fit all. You can make all the jibes on me. I will not respond. I respect you. You're in politics. I'm in journalism. You do not like journalists who ask you questions. I asked you a simple question. You made a... No,
are you saying that the people of Karnataka who voted for the BJP this time are any less intelligent than what you are, or for those, for that matter?
No, I'm asking you, why did they vote against you? Sir, I am asking you a simple question. Our survey suggests the Congress will have a 7% lead over you. Why do they have a lead over you is the simple question. What is the answer to that? Why does the Congress have a 7% lead as of now over you in terms of vote share? That's all I'm asking. Is it so difficult for you to answer a question without making personal jibes?
Well, the problem with you is that you refuse to listen to what I have to say. You have an agenda and you want me to say what you think I should say. Well, I will not. And listen to me. The fact is that we are cognizant of the fact that we may be behind the Congress in this election, and there are definitely issues that we need to look into. One very obvious reason for that is that the people have a certain expectation of the BJP governments, and maybe the Karnataka government has fallen short of it. We will look at the aspects and we look at all those details. But for you to suggest that there were issues like hijab and halal and others that were responsible for it is your propaganda. And I will call you out for your propaganda every time. Do not insert your narrative in what could be the public discourse. There are several people in Karnataka who still voted for the BJP. Do not undermine their intelligence. And let me tell you, do not celebrate too much. This Karnataka election will not translate into anything in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, or for that matter, Chhattisgarh or 2024. You should focus on writing your third book on how the BJP wins 2024.
Good. At least you're promoting my book on air. I'm glad. Amit Malviya, why are you so angry? You know, the other day I wrote a blog which said the Congress is leading in Karnataka. No less than BL Santosh, and you attacked me. I'm amazed. Don't give me so much importance, sir. I'm a simple man. Smile. Why don't you smile? I can send some Mysore Pak for you.
We don't.
I've got some Mysore Pak.
You are of no use. You are a propagandist. You should retire. You are 58. You should go. I've been telling you, I tell you every election, but you refuse to. You should go and prostrate in front of Sonia Gandhi and ask her to give you a Rajya Sabha seat for the services that you do for the Congress.
You go lower and lower. The lower you go, the higher I will climb. I will smile every time you give these low jibes. You're from the party of Vajpayee and Advani. This is the party of Vajpayee and Advani. You don't reduce it to personal jibes. The great Mr. Vajpayee would lose elections and smile. You don't intimidate me. Don't intimidate me, sir. Please. But have a good day. Have a good day. I am going to send you Mysore Pak. I promise you.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, please, box though. Box. We are sending him Mysore Pak.
Rajdeep, send it.
Mysore Pak. We'll send you Mysore Pak.
Please.
And you please send me some UP ke laddu. Thank you.
Okay, we have some live images coming at this moment of DK Shiv Kumar. He's coming out, he's doing a bit of a victory sign. Let's show you images from DK Shiv Kumar's residence. He's out. He, remember, has an IV drip. He had fever apparently. He was exhausted because of the campaign. Got a paracetamol IV drip, I'm told, and is now on his balcony waving out to people. That is the man who has organized this campaign. Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, former Chief Minister now, soon to be former Chief Minister, speaking at this moment. Let's listen in.
Because they're all trends are there now. Once the results come, we will do the detailed analysis. And as a political party and as a national political party, we will not only analyze and we will see that what are the gaps and what are the deficiencies were there at different levels. We will look into that and improve upon it. And we will take this result in our stride and we will go ahead and reorganize the party and come back during Lok Sabha election.
Sir, is there any media?
Take a photograph. Okay, that's Basavaraj Bommai, DK Shiv Kumar on his balcony there in his constituency. Remember, he's up against a strong BJP candidate, R. Ashoka. He's leading with 50,488 votes. When we last counted, the BJP candidate only 8,530. Nagaraju of the JDS with 8,700. Interestingly, the JDS candidate ahead of R. Ashoka, which is interesting. This is Kanakpura. DK Shiv Kumar. Will he be happy, Rajdeep, playing second fiddle? Because he told me, I am not Sachin Pilot. He is not going to sit back and let Siddaramaiah do a Gehlot to him.
What I've got to know, Rahul, is that the majority of the MLAs, I think, will be with Siddaramaiah for now. If you look at even the breakup from where the MLAs are coming, clearly, but having said that, of course, DK Shiv Kumar has every reason to celebrate. He's worked very hard, very resourceful, has really put his energies into this campaign. In an ideal world, I guess he'll be Deputy Chief Minister for now. Mr. Siddaramaiah, 75, 76? Yes.
He has had a long innings in Congress, more than Siddaramaiah, and he has won. He'll be winning this 8th election. Should he not get some rewards for that? I mean, he has been the loyalist of the Congress party. He has saved the party in so many situations. You know, whenever there was a crisis, whether it was in Rajasthan or wherever, He has had.
So
he has
do you,
been the
who
one-
do you see? So do you see him actually pushing for chief ministership or
Absolutely,
waiting his turn?
absolutely. If he
You think
doesn't
he will
get-
ask for it now?
Yes, if he doesn't
Right
get
away?
it,
You
if
think
he
he
doesn't
will
get
just
it now, when will he get it?
If you
When will he
weigh
get
the
it?
positives that the two leaders have, Siddaramaiah and Shivkumar, both
I
have
think
yeah, one by one.
Siddaramaiah had his innings. He had a full innings of 5 years.
So you
and it's
see
time
Shiv
for
Kumar's
him-
time?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what about you, sir?
If you look at the positives on both sides, there are several. But I think we must concede the point that Siddaramaiah has been chief minister once, which is not a negative but a positive in his favor. Secondly, the Rainbow Coalition which the Congress built up and which is the contribution for this 123, Siddaramaiah represents that coalition and therefore it would be prudent for them to
Rahul,
keep him.
Well,
Are
also,
there
what will
any
your
numbers suggest who needs to be
votes, which come
there
from
are-
Old Mysore area.
Sir, but Siddaramaia's popularity is 10 times that of Shiv Kumar.
The last point is, if you look at optics, for the Congress, it is better at this stage to make Siddaramaiah because there are less, there is less negative publicity against him. You bring in Shivkumar, all those cases which are there will come to the forefront.
That is the only danger.
He wants his pound of flesh. Let there be no doubt about it.
There is, as far as the two leaders are concerned, both have done a terrific piece of a job under Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, etc., etc. But the point is, D.K. Shivkumar is the master strategist. And at the end of the day, if he does not become chief minister now, when is the question? Because very strictly speaking, he is the Congress person. Whereas, Mr. Siddaramaiah has had his sway. He's done a 5-year tenure. And I think all the polls that we talk
But
about
Harish
popularity
Bajur, I differ.
give
On
the
ground, Harish
benefit of
Bajur,
that
I
5-year
differ.
situation.
I differ completely. On ground, if you talk about sway, there is only one leader, and that is Siddaramaiah.
Well,
That's
Preeti,
it.
very simply, it's Mr. Siddaramaiah because he has served as a chief minister for
And that's
5
how
long
the
years
numbers
and he's
get
been
built
known
up.
for that. But that doesn't mean everything.
No, but
it does
also
mean
the
something.
majority of
Not
the
everything.
MLAs on the Congress ticket back Siddaramaiah. You speak to anybody in the Congress, they'll tell you that. Question is, what can change? Now, 124. So Rajdeep's getting set to do the dance now.
No, 1, 2, 3. No, don't change. 1, 2, 3.
124.
We all have ulterior motives. Huh?
Please, Rahul Kawal, can you bring it back to 1, 2, 3, please?
You don't want to go to 130?
One, two, three.
No, the question is what can change? No, on a more serious note.
Rajdeep, 130 you don't want?
No, 1, 2, 3.
Preeti and Rajdeep are only worried about the office satta
I
and
have
who's
one
winning,
more
but
point.
that's not the point. The bigger point is what can change. There are 27 seats at this moment where the margin between the winner and the runner-up, the leader and the runner-up, is less than 1,000 votes. Of those, the Congress is leading on 12 such seats. The BJP is leading on 8, which is down 6. The JDS on 5. So on these 27 seats, things can still change. If I show you the heat map, you will get a sense of how many seats the Congress and the BJP are in the race on. 40% plus votes. The Congress is placed at 40% plus votes on 147 seats. 147 seats where the Congress has a real chance of being in the fight. The BJP is in the fight in a serious way in 104 seats. The Janata Dal Secular is in the fight in a serious way only on 27. The decline of the JDS, one of the big stories, and what's also absolutely correct is that the India Today exact poll, and our pollster is in the house, we'll bring him into our studio in just a moment, but he is really the Shahenshah of polling, Rajdeep. You just, if you want to know what's happening, just tune in to our post-poll coverage and you by and large have a sense of what happened and why.
Just there's a break. D.K. Shivkumar has won by more than 1 lakh margin.
Wow.
1 lakh.
I see.
That's a big one.
Okay. On that
go
business
ahead.
of leadership, D.K. Shivkumar versus Siddaramaiah, I'm putting it this way. Karnataka has this unique habit of switching its government every 5 years, which means that 60 months only, Congress at this point of time. And the next time round, who knows, it's going to be the BJP possibly. If that happens, if D.K. Shivkumar does not become the chief minister of the state now, when is the question? So, a formula of sharing, maybe
No,
the
but this
first 2
formula
years,
of sharing
plus
never
3 years,
works.
never works.
We've seen
and
in
therefore, I do
Chhattisgarh
believe-
it didn't
No,
work.
it didn't work in Karnataka.
Yeah, it did work in Karnataka.
Kumaraswamy.
The fellow who becomes chief minister never leaves. The
Yeah,
fellow who
intent
becomes chief
change.
minister never
Intent
leaves.
change.
Ajay Kumar of the Congress party is joining us. 147 seats where the Congress has 40% plus vote at this moment. There hasn't been such good news for the Congress in a long time. 125 leads now. The Congress is, Dr. Kumar, bleeding blue at Chinnaswamy.
Look, Rahul, I say that, and I've said it on all of the TV channels, I know it might sound a little offensive, but if the Manipur story or the Karulkar story was played out more, we would have crossed 160, 170, because it's also a narrative which is critically important. And it's not any aspersion on any individual journalist or something, but if the true story reaches the people, and I think in Karnataka we're able to do it. If Manipur story or the ISRO director who was an RSS guy, if the story was played out appropriately, and if it would have gone over 150. So my question again is, with all people who are interested in having a better polity, imagine a minister saying we have a plan B. You know, what is plan B? There can only be in democracy one. And we might say it is a very Chanakya Niti, breaking parties, miney. But I mean, it's high time we said that, listen, and it applies to us, it applies to everybody else. But I definitely believe that if the narrative across is candid, if the field is level playing, whether the electoral bonds, whether it's the stories being, the corruption being exposed, whether it's theirs or ours or any other parties, once there's a level playing field, you can actually beat them properly and nicely. So as much as we like to propagate that Modi is unbeatable, they are unbeatable because of electoral bonds, because of, they're not being exposed as much as they should be. And in Karnataka, that message was, we were able to give it. So whether it is Karulkar of RSS and ISRO, selling secrets to the Pakistanis, whether it is Manipur, which is, it's in shambles, and the national, we have not covered it adequately. If that had reached the people, we would have crossed 160. So sorry to say that if Rajdeep is jumping, Rahul, I hope you're also as happy as for us as Rajdeep is.
No, I'm not. No, please. Now, you see, the problem with all of you is that my life doesn't change. All I'm being offered is Mysore Park. Whether you win, I want our poll to win. I want the poll to win. The problem in Karnataka, sir, and with due regards, the Congress also needs to recognize Karnataka is not India. You have got Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, where you will face anti-incumbency. Look at the mess you have in Rajasthan, Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Pilot. In Chhattisgarh, it appears that you have the advantage, but there is anti-incumbency also. So the fact is, every state election, Dr. Ajoy Kumar, is different to the other. Does the Congress recognize that? Or will you take this to now start dictating terms also to national allies, to a Mamta, to a Nitish, to an Arvind Kejriwal?
Dr. Rajdeep, to extrapolate the Karnataka situation to a natural situation will not be appropriate. I totally agree with you. And to think that I think the Rajasthan or any other state, wherever we have, different people, trying, competent leaders trying to become whether it's the CM face or extra, whatever it is, you need to learn from Karnataka. Actually speaking, I was in the coastal belt of Karnataka this time, and I could see the whole game happening from outside. And all the senior leaders, whatever their likes or dislikes, everybody fought together. So if we fight together, Rajasthan needs to see, take and see it, and it applies to us. But my question again is, the Prime Minister, the story is the Prime Minister and Mr. Amit Shah. Manipur burnt, Prime Minister didn't visit. Prime Minister and Mr. Amit Shah the Prime Minister did 25 kilometers road shows. The Prime Minister did 42 odd rallies. I'm just saying that if you have a level playing field, and it's for all people to understand this across. No, once I'll complete, sir, then please. If you have a level playing field, they are easily beatable. And the press and the media and the stories we create on them have to understand there is nothing so great about these guys. The amount of corruption in Karnataka, the amount of farmer deaths in Karnataka, the amount of human development index which has gone to dogs, the amount of hate you're spreading in trying to poison the water. And from where I was, Mangalore, the best story was told by a poor man who he said, sir, the Mangalore jasmine, the Maliga, is picked by the Christians.
But Dr. Kumar, you can extrapolate on what's happening in Karnataka to Rajasthan, similar political legacy, never voting the incumbent, what you were hoping that a state like Karnataka will hold, you're hoping against in Rajasthan. You're hoping your government is going to be re-voted in Rajasthan. Are you going to take the same kind of campaign to Rajasthan, which is make it hyper-local, look at La Bharati schemes, look at wooing the women?
No, absolutely. And for all congressmen to realize, and all of us, any right-minded people to realize, we should, and Mr. Rajdeep said correctly, we are not in here to dictate to anybody, whether it's Ms. Mamta ji or anybody else in this country. We need to recognize where our strength is. We need to fight to the strength.
Dr.
We need
Kumar,
to keep
especially in a state
communicating
like
better and
Rajasthan,
better.
where, you know,
And
sadly,
we need to understand
as you and I are talking, Dr. Kumar, you have, who was once your deputy CM, taking out a yatra against your own government. Sachin Pilot is on a yatra in Rajasthan while these numbers are filtering in. We're going to come right back. I just want to bring in Syed Aslam as well, spokesperson JDS.
No.
You know, just coming back, Dr. Kumar, coming back on that point. We also have Syed Aslam. He's been rather patient. Mr. Aslam, not very good news coming in from Ramanagara. Your third generation Gowda trailing to the Congress.
Well, Preeti, I understand, but these are not the final results. These are the initial rounds of counting which has happened. But I think we will definitely,
Again, Syed
take
Aslam,
that
because
seat
if you
from
actually
them.
look at the numbers, he's trailing by a huge margin. 15,000 votes, that's
No, I
huge.
understand that, but I think it's a strong bastion of JDS, and I'm sure that we will take that seat. There's nothing to worry on that seat. But
All right,
for the entire
Syed Aslam, you know, visuals coming in. We're just going to take our viewers through on what's going on. So that was the cavalcade of the Chief Minister Bombay, and it has been stopped by Congress workers. Let's quickly dip in.
That this is the visual, and this whole entire place was completely blocked by the Congress workers over here. Look at the Congress workers in here. On vehicle, on bike, and CM convoy was completely stopped for several minutes. Now the police officials are over here. They have cleared the road and this CM convoy is moving ahead. With camera person Kiran Sakpal, this is Saurabh Aktania in Haveri for India Today.
All right, that's the Chief Minister's cavalcade stopped by Congress workers, and that's exactly what Rajdeep was asking you, Dr. Kumar. Why are you getting so overconfident in a way?
No. One sec. First question is, we're not. Look, it applies to all of us. I think we should never be overconfident, and we should respect it. And I think we need to bring back decency and bring politics back to central. A lot of BJP people, some of them ran very neutral campaigns, which was the state leader, Mr. Bombay for that matter. Initially, I mean, he was only talking about hijab and all that stuff, but. We need to bring the politics back to some amount of decency. The Prime Minister invoking, religion during his campaign. We have crossed all the constitutional. No, one second, Preeti, let me complete. We have crossed all the constitutional red lines, and no.
But your over-enthused cadre is doing exactly that right now in Karnataka to try and stop a Chief Minister's cavalcade.
Yeah, Preeti, one sec. Okay. Isn't it strange that we can only remember, we talk about Rajasthan in the Karnataka election. I know what's happening in Rajasthan and we need to fix it. There's no debate on that. But you need to give credit. And anyone who does this is wrong. So I'm saying it on it. I mean, over-enthusiastic cadres should be counseled and asked not to do it. But the important part, Preeti, for all of you is, I was in so many TV debates on Manipur, it got cancelled. There has not been a single TV debate on Karulkar, who's an ISRO head, who's an RSS guy. If the true narrative of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the true corruption, 40% government, 8 crores cash found with the MLA, 40 lakhs with his son,
all right,
post being sold, none of these stories
I would reckon, the reason I'm doing so is the day belongs to your Karyakartas in Karnataka. Visuals coming in of DK Shiv Kumar's house, celebrations right now breaking out right outside his residence.
And the interesting thing that's happening is that in the tight fights, the Congress is pulling away now. 127 leads for the Congress, up 47. The BJP now in that uncomfortable 60s range. They'd like to be at least close to 80, where, you still say, okay, we fought. And the interesting thing, if you look at the data is, when I look at vote share, the BJP has held on to its 36% vote share. The Congress is up 5%. The reason the Congress is up 5% is because the JDS's vote share from 18 has come to 13. The Congress gaining at the expense of the Janata Dal Secular. The BJP staying where it is. That's the story of the election. What can change from now? 127 against 68. Can things change, and to what extent? At this moment, there are 13 seats where the gap between the leading candidate and the runner-up is 500. Of those, the Congress is leading on 6, the BJP on 4, the JDS on 3. So there are 7 seats potentially which the Congress could still pick. If they pick, then they get close to 135. If I go one notch up and look at the seats where the margin at this moment is less than 1,000 votes. There are 27 such seats. The Congress leading on 15 of those, the BJP on 6, the JDS on 4, others on 2. From the Congress's perspective, there are 12 seats which at this moment are in the balance which they can hope to get away. If those 12 get added, it doesn't happen like that, but if it does, then the Congress can potentially go up to 140. 140 is the higher end of the margin that the Congress could get to, whereas from the BJP's perspective, if they pull away some of the 21 seats which the other non-BJP parties are leading on with a very slender margin, they still, don't hit 100. So basically, the die is cast, the trend is set. The India Today post-poll study done with Access My India is correct.
Absolutely, Rahul. And I wonder if you can go region-wise, because I think that will give us an idea now of how the map of Karnataka has changed.
In Bengaluru, and this is interesting because 16 versus 12 in Bengaluru. The Congress leading on 12, the BJP leading on 16. In coastal Karnataka, the BJP 14-3. There are 19 seats here. 14 leads for the BJP, 4 for the Congress. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, 26 for the Congress, 9 for the BJP. BJP down 5 seats from the last time. Congress up 5 seats from the last time. In Mumbai, Karnataka, the Congress is leading on 16, up 16 seats from the last time. This is one of the big stories. So there are two big stories in the results that we are seeing. One is Mumbai, Karnataka, Congress literally snatching these seats from the BJP. That we haven't seen often since 2014, whether a duel between the BJP and the Congress comes out triumphant. Here it's happening in Mumbai, Karnataka. 16 leads snatched away, 14 of them from the BJP. The other big story is Old Mysuru, but here in Old Mysuru, the Congress's gains are largely coming at the JDS's expense. The JDS is down 10 seats from the last time. Last time it was at 26, now only 16. The Congress is at 40, 20 plus from the last time. 11 of those leads coming from the BJP. BJP now at 5. This, Sandeep Shastri, is intriguing given the amount of effort the BJP made in Old Mysuru. They're actually doing worse than last time in terms of seats.
Now, there are 2 points, Rahul, on this. If you compare our exit poll and what is coming here, there is a similarity, except that 2 regions are reversing. We had projected the Congress would do better in the Bengaluru region. The reverse has happened. In Old Mysore region, we did not project the Congress to do so well. It's doing so well. So that's how it is balancing out in the exit poll.
No, but just
what
from the
has happened in the Old Mysore region?
How could the BJP have worked so much in Old Mysuru and end up actually 11 seats down from last time?
In Old Mysuru, I'm sure the vote share of the BJP has gone up. But what has happened is the JDS is collapsing in the Old Mysore region. And even though the BJP vote share has gone up, it's not sufficiently gone up to spite the Congress. The Congress has had an advantage.
But their seats are also down from last time. What you're saying is correct.
That's the point I'm making.
Politics, Rahul, is a mix of chemistry and arithmetic. To my mind, and we'll see the final vote share, which will give us a better idea, Old Mysuru is a lot about arithmetic. What happens here is when you have a 3-cornered race, when party number 3 starts coming up in vote share, party number 2 has taken also a hit.
What you're saying would be true if the BJP had held on to where they were in the last elections.
Agreed.
In Old Mysuru, the BJP at this moment is 11 down from their base figure.
It's become a two-way fight. What was a 3-way fight has become a 2-way fight.
So the BJP was hoping to make it a 2-way fight between them and the Congress. Instead, it's a 2-way fight between the BJP and the JDS.
What has happened
for number 2 and 3. For number 2 and 3. You see, I mean, we'll have to see vote share. You see, only when we get vote share will we be able to give an eye. But the general belief is Congress has hugely benefited from triangular. To my mind, the biggest surprise is Mumbai, Karnataka. I can't recall when last, Dr. Shastri and Ramakrishna will correct me, when there's been such a big lead in Mumbai, Karnataka against the BJP. This, even in the worst of times, has been a strong BJP area. Now, the Lingayat vote, if our exit poll is right, substantial section held on to the BJP. But what's happened is a counter consolidation clearly. And what's also happened here with the likes of Lakshman Saudi winning by the kind of margins, the Congress's local challengers in Mumbai, Karnataka have done extremely well. So I think this election really shows strong anti-incumbency. What we said at the start, except for that midpoint when Congress was 113 and we were saying, look, the anti-incumbency may not be as sharp. By the end, what's happening, it's now anti-incumbency all over. Except Bengaluru.
If you see, 58% of the seats which the BJP had won last time, they are currently trailing on. So that's 6 out of 10 seats. They had won last time they're trailing on. The Congress has a much better retain ratio. Out of the 80 seats they won, 70% of the seats, 69, they're actually retaining. So the Congress is retaining most of its seats. 7 out of 10 they're retaining. The BJP is losing a lot of the seats. Demonstrating the extent of anti-incumbency. Rahul Gandhi will soon be at the AICC.
Rahul, make a point. Yes. This 25 seats which the Congress is losing, a lot of those seats are the seats of those who moved from the Congress to the BJP, contested in the BJP ticket and are winning. So I think that 30% loss is actually a notional loss because in reality, they had all moved to the BJP even before this election was held.
That is not,
so once again,
across the board
is
because
currently at the residence of DK Shivkumar. Lots of celebrations taking place there. So let's try and capture some of the spirit and the action on the ground. Nabila, take it away.
Right outside DK Shivkumar's house, a moment ago, DK just waved at the crowd, and here you have a bunch of his supporters who have now held flags, placards, all in support of DK Shivkumar. A huge turnout, a lot of cheering for him.
नहीं अभी डीके शिवकुमार सर अभी पूरे कर्नाटक या पूरे इंडिया में मतलब उनका नाम ऐसा हो गया कि अभी हर कोई लीडर उनको चाहता है।
क्यों चाहता है?
हर कोई पार्टी वाला डीके शिवकुमार अपने पार्टी में लेना चाहता है अभी उतना स्ट्रांग बन गया अभी वो लोग। एक्चुअली इसके बारे में ना ज्यादातर अभी स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट अपने अंगड़ी है।
आप लोग कहाँ से आए हो?
हम लोग बेंगलुरु से, हम पक्का डीके शिवकुमार का हम कट्टर अभिमानी है। कर्नाटक में बीजेपी का नाटक कभी नहीं चलेगा। कर्नाटक का एक ही शेर डीके शिवकुमार।
हम लोग Are you expecting this?
वो हमारा कर्नाटक का सन है वो तो हम जिताया हम लोग नंदी ने इसका सभी हम इसका हमारा कर्नाटक का विरोध किया है वो लोग तो हम लोग उनको जिताया।
Shivkumar has really upheld the Kannada pride, the Kannada culture, and that's what he's the son of Karnataka, and that's what here a bunch of supporters here are cheering for as we see a comfortable majority at least for in early trends that shows for
हम बहुत खुश हुआ। मैं बेंगलुरु में हूँ। केपीसी अध्यक्ष का लीडरशिप में इतना बहुमत आया तो मैं सब उसका अभिमान फैन से कितना है वो सब खुश है।
बहुत खुश है आप। कहाँ से आए हो सब?
बेंगलुरु वो सबको फैन है डीके शिवकुमार फैन से।
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಏನಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ತರ ವಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ?
DK Shivkumar leadership, organizing capacity.
Organizing capacity.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
He is the Chanakya for you.
Yes.
Who is CM? CM yaru?
DK Shivkumar.
All right, huge cheer for DK Shivkumar as the Chief Minister. DK is seated right inside his house. He's due to come out. He's just waved at the crowds for now. Of course, an elated Congress party. India Today has been projecting it as part of our exit polls. We've been showing Congress at least somewhere between 120 to 140, and it appears early trends are showing Congress with a comfortable majority. A few more hours where the numbers will finally settle. India Today is tracking every development here with camera person Prashant. This is Nabila Jamal for India Today.
Gehlot, Sachin Pilot kind of situation. DK Shivkumar supporters really flexing their muscles very vocally. They're not saying leadership will decide.
Rahul, it's done.
What is
Somebody has sent me from close to Kharge. Siddharamaiah is the next chief minister.
Of course, but
it will be Siddharamaiah. He says, I'm seeing all of this. Yes, Mr. Shivkumar likely to be. I asked him, what will then Mr. Shivkumar, deputy chief minister, powerful portfolios, but they are claiming chief minister will be Siddharamaiah. Having said that, I think we should call the election finally. Finally, we can save. It's been very nervous because Rahul's margin calculator.
Who was nervous? You were only nervous. Just relax. Take it easy.
No, with Supriya Srinath, I was a little, and I owe Supriya Srinath as a fellow journalist an apology. I was very harsh with her. But the fact is, we can call the election and say the Congress will form the next government in Bengaluru. We can say that now with complete confidence based on the wonderful analysis and the margin calculators. on its own, my other dear friend, brother H.D. Kumaraswamy, sorry sir, melon juice only today. There will be no, you can go back, recuperate in Singapore. But the fact is, the Janata Dal Secular will not be the joker in the pack. This is an election where you didn't need the joker. That's what it's turning out to be.
We have Shehzad Poonawalla.
But I can tell you, see that we have Shehzad. Please go ahead.
He's gone. I think Mohammad Nalapad is with us, Youth Congress president.
One minute.
Who would you, Nalapad, like to see as the next chief minister? Okay, that's Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress president. He comes from Karnataka. Let's listen to him.
ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳು ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಇರಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್. ನಾವು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇರಿಂಗ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಲೀಡರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನಾವು ಕುಂತು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತಿಮವಾದಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಅದೇ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Mallikarjun Kharge, chosen as the Congress president,
and he is saying,
elected Congress president, is telling us, according to Ramkrishna Upadhyay, that Sonia and Rahul Gandhi will decide who the next Congress chief minister is.
He said in the conclave that why should I become chief minister when I choose chief minister?
No, when I can pick chief minister. So this is going exactly opposite to that. It clearly shows the way the Congress operates. But the sense I get, Rahul, as you ask from what I gather, Mr. Siddaramaiah, once they crossed a certain number, the MLAs are with him. You see, this is a coalition which has been created. While Shiv Kumar, I think, deserves enormous credit. He may have to wait his turn. Possibly, I think if the Congress can for once be open and say, 2.5 years each, why can't you do that openly?
And it has to be in writing.
And it has to be in writing, not in words. Yeah, exactly.
Radip, one of the answers.
Who gives up power? But when you're 75, you could.
Look at Chhattisgarh.
Okay, fair enough. Good point.
He can be magnanimous.
Mr. Kharge's answer just now could have been a good one if he had said the MLAs will decide. Because, at the end of the day, I mean, that's a good piece of communication to go out. Particularly with a win, which is as good as this.
What the Congress culture is. I mean, we depend on the Gandhi family. Ultimately, whatever the MLAs might decide.
If these numbers hold, and if as we had initially said, JDS has collapsed, in a sense, then the Vocaliga vote long term is up for grabs. And if the Congress sidelines the Vocaliga leader for 5 years, Shiv Kumar,
very good point.
Then the BJP will make a big
because I think that's the one thing, Rahul, you're right. When you look at those numbers in old Mysore, you could not have won it. Dr. Shastri will correct me, without the Congress getting a substantial
Where
Vocaliga
Shiv Kumar's
vote.
role is important.
Yeah, so therefore Shiv Kumar's role becomes important. But
and he's campaigned.
And it's very interesting. We've seen in the past. Recall 1999. Mallikarjun Kharge was on the other side of it. Congress wins big. He's the CLP leader. Krishna is the Congress president. Krishna wins out, even though Kharge claimed that it was his turn and the MLAs were with him. So there can be those calculations. Remember, Shiv Kumar has the resources that you need to fight the kind of elections that you will need in the winter. You don't want to alienate him in any way. So I'm not ruling him out. All I'm saying is the favored choice, I'm told, of the Gandhi family will be Siddaramaiah. Why? Because Rahul Gandhi seems to believe that socialism, welfareism of the kind that Siddaramaiah epitomizes has been an important factor in this election.
Congress's vote share amongst the Vocaliga community is up 7% from the last elections. The Vocaligas have backed the Congress partly also because of the aggressive projection of DK Shiv Kumar. He will expect his pound of flesh. Otherwise, you have another Sachin Pilot in the making. They will have to find a respectable... I think the big mistake, Rajdeep, that Gehlot made is that he couldn't take Sachin Pilot along with him. Bhupesh Baghel in the same fashion couldn't take T.S. Singhvi along with him. And those are the challenges now Congress will face in Karnataka.
But that's a problem
important for Congress to announce that these two will share the
power. You see, because I think that is a problem with Siddaramaiah also. Siddaramaiah's one big problem is the ability to learn to share power. He's going to have to do that. Shiv Kumar is younger, he's more resourceful. You're going to have to give him key ministries. You cannot control it. So I think Siddaramaiah is going to have to recognize this is not 2013. 2013, you could run roughshod over the others. This time, you're going to have to work. But yes, Preeti.
But no, you know, the Congress can announce or the High Command can announce anything that they want. They did so, no? In Chhattisgarh. They practically laid it out in Rajasthan this time around. But no, the regional satraps were so strong that they took over. Do you see Mr. Siddaramaiah sitting back and saying, yes, I'm going to give DK Shivkumar 2.5 years? No.
No, but you know,
he'd want to go the whole hog.
Yeah, he'd want to go the whole hog, but you know, Mr. Baghel is much younger. Siddaramaiah is 75, 76. He doesn't.
Mr. Gehlot is older. Mr. Gehlot is older than Siddaramaiah.
Siddaramaiah doesn't always keep good health, but the fact is, we wish him well. The moment you get power, I'm sure he'll recover even faster. But you know, he's been a remarkable. I will give him this. This is an election. Why Mr. Siddaramaiah's name echoed wherever we went in Karnataka in a manner that Mr. Shivkumar's did not. Ultimately, you know, we say MLAs, High Command, it should be the people. Right. People told me in various places, Rahul, Sidda for Bengaluru, Modi for Delhi. And that's a warning for the Congress also. Before the Congress gets carried away, they should realize the same voter who told me he wants Siddaramaiah as Chief Minister wants Modi as Prime Minister.
Rahul, can I make a point?
Yes.
I think in this Chief Minister sweepstakes in Karnataka, while the party has been talking, party workers have been talking about Siddaramaiah, let's also look at the social coalition. If they did well in Old Mysore, yes, Vokaliga vote was important, but I think the vote of the OBC, Dalit, Muslims was equally important. And because Siddaramaiah represents that Ahinda coalition, it may be difficult to sidetrack him. I think the honorable solution would be to get them both on board, one as Deputy Chief Minister with a promise that being younger, you will be taken care of in the days to come. That, I think, would be the strategy to follow.
I totally agree with you, Prof. Because if you really look at it, I think a CM, possibly Mr. Siddaramaiah, and a CM designate, in bracket, promised to designate. Because, you know, I think that is the only thing that's going to solve
Now, how do you do it? It never happens publicly. How do you do it? You're undermining the CM.
Well, private covenants arrived at privately.
No, but how do you implement
you know,
it?
at the end of the
You know, you can't do this in writing. You can't have these covenants. I think all you can do at the moment, the best case is Deputy Chief Minister. I would say Shivkumar, to be fair,
Siddaramaiah.
Shivkumar is a little more canny than Sachin Pilot was.
That's Siddaramaiah.
He will wait his moment. He will wait his moment.
Little more canny? Boss is like 100 times more canny than Sachin Pilot. Sachin Pilot
I think Mr. Shivkumar is very clear. He will get power. PWD key portfolios will be Deputy CM, which is a big step up. And I think eventually, I think Mr. Upadhyay is right. At some stage in these 5 years, if the Congress is wise, they will effect a leadership change.
And keep him as KPCC president also.
That's right. So but whether the Congress has those abilities, as we've seen, we don't know.
But you know, but today, Rajdeep, it's going to be celebrations at the Congress headquarters. Rahul Gandhi is going to go there.
No, but look at that man on your screen right now. He's got his thumb up, showing the victory sign.
And he
and
says,
with
I'm
good
the
reason.
CM.
No, absolutely. In poll after poll, the voters in Karnataka have signaled very clearly that they would like for Siddaramaiah to be the next Chief Minister. His popularity at least 10x that of his nearest Congress rival, more than twice that of his closest BJP rival. He is the man who's been able to stitch what used to be called the Ahinda coalition together. He's got a lot of the backward Kuruba, non-Kuruba OBCs, Dalits, tribals, minorities on the Congress ticket, which is why, despite having the vast majority of the Lingayat vote share intact, the BJP stands at 66. This is masterful social engineering of a kind we haven't seen from the Congress in a very long time. This is what the BJP usually does, Ashok Malik, to its opponents in the other parts of the country. And now you've got the Congress doing it to the BJP in Karnataka.
You know, actually the BJP would want Mr. Siddaramaiah to remain for 5 years because that will allow it to make a serious pitch at the Vokaliga vote. Remember, Lingayats and Vokaligas voting together has happened earlier. For the Congress or for the Janata Party, it has happened earlier. It was an old social coalition. And the BJP would try and build that coalition moving ahead.
No, but I'm not sure.
Add to what Ashok was saying.
Just to build hypothetically on this argument, Lingayats and Vokaligas haven't largely voted together for many decades. Yeah, they used to back in the day. The Congress used to be the number one party with nobody else in the fray.
Congress or Janata Party, they used to vote together. If you have a situation where the Congress government is essentially a non-Vokaliga, non-Lingayat government, run by Mr. Siddaramaiah, that coalition will naturally form.
Do you think so, Sandeep Shastri? Can the Vokaligas and the Lingayats be on the same ticket as part of a social coalition, or do you think, given the current reality of Karnataka,
This was okay 2 decades ago. Today it seems to be, or next 5 years, it seems to be a little difficult to see both.
Because these are two
supporting
entrenched
the
communities,
same
both
party.
claimants for power and influence. Can they be on the same side?
What is happening is one of the two dominant castes with the OBCs and the Dalits are what would be together.
You know, what Mr. Siddaramaiah needs to recognize, and he admits in private conversation, one of the mistakes he made last time is suddenly dramatically on the eve of elections announced that I'll give Lingayats religious status and ended up dividing the Lingayat community itself, angering a large section of them. Even this time, one of the mistakes he made was said he's a corrupt Lingayat chief minister to Bommai. And that angered a lot of Lingayats. He has to carry the
Those are
Lingayats
live
along.
images of DK Shivkumar outside his residence. He's come for the first time, now will speak. He had a bit of a fever the last couple of days. He was exhausted. He literally woke up from his sleep, came straight to our cameras on the 10th of May. Here he is, pumped up. The moment a Neta wins, there's more energy. No matter what fever you have, he has a drip on his hand. Paracetamol was going in. All that's forgotten. 129 leads at this moment. DK Shivkumar, his supporters want him to be chief minister. There is a meeting taking place. KC Venugopal, Mallikarjun Kharge, Randeep Surjewala, 3 people who championed the Congress's strategy, meeting at this moment to decide what happens next. Let's see if we can listen to DK Shivkumar. Akupati, if you can translate.
Stop talking, man. Everybody.
ಅಖಂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮಹಾಜನತೆಗೆ ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾದಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಾಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟು ನೀಚಳವಾದಂತ ಬಹುಮತವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗೇನು ಮಾತಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ.
I will not talk about leadership.
ಆವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಏಜೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೆ.
I have sent somebody to get the election certificate.
ರಾಮನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ.
Oh, there is some trouble brewing in Ramnagar where Nikhil is losing.
ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ರಾಮನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಜನ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Yeah.
ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಂದು ನನ್ನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿ, ನನ್ನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಲಿ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದು ತಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
You seem emotional today. It's a big win for the Congress party. Whom do you credit, sir? Whom do you credit for this victory, sir?
I credit my party cadres and all my leaders. They have worked hard. People have exposed faith in us, and the leaders have supported us. It is a collective leadership, and we have jointly worked. I have said in the beginning, joining together is the beginning. On the day I took the oath, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. That is what I said on the day. I assured Srimati Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi that, and Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, that I will deliver Karnataka to their fold. I can't forget Srimati Sonia Gandhi coming to meet me in jail when all these BJP people put me under jail. So I rather choose to be in jail than having an office. That is the confidence what Gandhi family and the Congress party in the entire country restored at me. I thank all my leaders in the state, including Mr. Siddaramaiah, all the MLAs, all the party officers and the workers from the block to the booth level who took up the responsibility. It is not one effort, including my ACC office bearers, my general secretaries, in-charge general secretaries, secretaries. They work like a block office bearers, and all of them are responsible. I have a lot of things to tell. I will come later. I will meet you in my Bharat Jodo Bhavan and I'll meet you and discuss with you.
Your supporters have come in large numbers. They are all saying what will you tell your supporters?
I don't want to tell anything. There is only one support, Congress support.
So one thing you know their voters.
DK Shiv Kumar, they're getting emotional, breaking down live on television. The man who engineered this Congress campaign, organized it, funded it, DK Shiv Kumar there, Rajdeep, breaking down as he spoke to the media for the first time, getting emotional. He said, I'll shave off my beard only if the Congress wins. Now he'll probably come back clean shaven the next time.
You know, look at what he's gone through in the last few years. He's gone to jail. He's been targeted with income tax notices virtually every day. He embarked on a yatra himself soon after COVID in 2021, which in a way connected the Congress. Long before the Bharat Jodo Yatra, there was a yatra that DK Shiv Kumar undertook, raised the issue of irrigation, of water crisis that Karnataka was facing. You know, he is one of those old-style politicians ready for a joust. You know, he is a real resourceful politician, but a politician who says, business is my profession, politics is my passion. And you've got to give him credit for what he's done. He's a 7-time MLA. He's worked his... soon to be 8. His brother is the MP. And for all the allegations against him that have been made, he's always been ready to take them on. He's always been open to the media. And I can see why he's got emotional. Because, you know, when you had 3 years of the kind of struggle, when he took over the Congress in 2021, the party was in bad shape.
After the bypolls, they got hammered.
After the bypolls, they got hammered, the government had fallen, and, you know, he was sort of lifting the Congress party is not easy. He's done that.
He was put in jail for 104 days.
He went to jail for 104 days. He hasn't forgotten that. He keeps saying he was offered deputy chief ministership to shift to the BJP. We don't know whether that's true or not. But either way, this is a politician who deserves his moment in the sun just as much as Siddaramaiah does. So, you know, it's been a joint operation, and the entire Congress leadership.
They make a good team. One is an organizer, the other the mass leader. If they stay together, that is, if they start fighting and squabbling, then you've got Rajasthan Angkor. If they don't, then they've actually fought together. Despite their differences in private, in public, they've put up a united face.
And I think the credit to Rahul Gandhi and Randeep Singh Surjewala is this, that they've made sure that they stayed together. Even during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Rahul Gandhi had this scene which went viral of running with Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah. He made sure he did not make any preferences, and I think that's a sign of a good leader. So, you know, while we attack Rahul Gandhi at various times, I think on Karnataka, full marks to Rahul Gandhi for having empowered his local leadership. There's a model out there.
I now want to focus to the most important thing, which is when it comes to poll coverage, nobody gets it right in quite the way India today does. And I want to walk across now as I welcome, because I think he's just run away. I saw him just a moment ago, but let me see if I can go find him. Pradeep Gupta had come, and he's still waiting, I think, for us to determine where we've reached. But 129 leads for the Congress, that's a very big and very decisive mandate. 129 leads for the Congress party and 66 for the BJP. I'm still just scoping right behind our studio looking for Pradeep Gupta. He's there somewhere, but it's not going to be as difficult to find him as it will be for the Congress to determine who becomes the next Chief Minister. Pradeep Gupta is now here. Pradeep ji, aa rahe, chha gaye. Welcome. Congratulations. Rajdeep, join us. This is very good news.
Where is my Mysore Park?
This is the hero. Well done once again.
Mysore Park, and I'm going to cross it right. It's 1 o'clock.
Mysore Park as well.
You know, it's 1 o'clock. I haven't had breakfast also today, unfortunately.
We just fed you so many idlis and vadas. How can that be discounted?
Arey, box kaun kholega?
129 leads, 122 to 140 was the tally that you'd given. Many in the BJP thought you'd lost the plot. 130 now.
Center point.
131 was your center point. 130. No matter who wins, and there's some KGF music playing, Kolar Goldfields comes from old Mysore. That's where the Congress is done well. Yash is
lovely.
here.
Yash is here.
Of politics is here. The Yash of polling is here.
Mysore
Park. He gets the first Mysore Park.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
Well done.
So much stress. Sir, आप खाओ ना, मैं आपको खिलाता हूँ. Let him eat first. He has to eat. He has to eat. Why are we eating the food? He's the one who took all the... If this had been the other way around, his head would have been on the guillotine. His head would have been in the guillotine. It's come also from Karnataka. Okay, I'll have a little.
Mr. Kaval is a fit man,
Yeah, yeah.
unlike us. Okay. Come on.
No, but
Professor Shastri, the encyclopedia of
highly
Karnataka.
stressed. Right now, of course, there's
Ashok Malik.
kind of music playing.
This time, let me
Preeti,
tell
come
you.
on.
Yeah. अरे वाह, ऊंचा करो इसको. Salam Rocky भाई. It should say.
Ramakrishna.
We should say Rajdeep Salam Gupta ji.
Salam Gupta
Instead of
ji.
Rocky bhai. Or are you okay with being called
What
Rocky
is that
bhai?
walk that he does? There's a walk, right?
Acha, wow. You did it with
yeah.
Yash. Yeah. Now you should go.
Dancing,
Pradeep,
walk.
निकल के दिखाओ. Come on.
Walk.
Come on, Pradeep. You do that Gupta ji walk.
You
Come
gotta
on.
do a walk, like.
Rocky bhai walk.
You got to do a Rocky
No,
walk.
no,
निकल के दिखा दो.
You want to do a dance or not? Quick
No,
dance.
yeah, look at that. Come on. This is no,
dance, walk.
one second.
We're not dancing, we're walking. We've got Mysore Park.
No. This
And
doesn't
the
work.
reason
One second. You didn't walk like Yash. Come on, walk like Yash, like the proper way.
Okay, we'll both.
Both can walk together. Both can walk together.
I'll show you, you can follow.
Tell me how.
Yash taught him.
You're hiding him.
Pradeep, yeah, you're not.
Come on,
no, you're not doing it
all
with
this
swagger.
side. Okay?
For the only
Now you got
pollster
it,
who
you
got
got it
it
now?
right, you have to do it with more
Right?
swagger.
Yeah.
You got to do it with swagger.
Less swagger.
वो कैसे वो
से नहीं
करते हैं ना?
चलेगा.
चल, ready?
अरे वाह, क्या?
That's the way. That's the way. Okay, come on. We had a good time.
Now, let me tell you this time.
Okay, go ahead.
Rahul, this time the pressure was tremendous and I would say highest.
Why was the
Highest ever.
No, because you
Highest
messed up
ever.
Karnataka last time.
One is that, and secondly, you must have seen all the polling agencies, all the channels. They also do good job and they are getting the data in, and none of them, all of them has shown the hung assembly possibility. You tell me one agency or the channel who has not shown the hung assembly.
Which is why you are Rocky bhai. Which is why you are Rocky bhai.
I am trying to tell you is that when data comes in, and the kind of campaign going on by the political party, and to put this kind of number, and particularly the pressure is that how to start the tally 120 plus. This is something very difficult.
Did you have your heart in your mouth when you saw 110, 105,
No,
111?
that time you people were just...
I was nervous.
Just guessing it, ki it will be hung assembly and possibility and JDS and Joker and all that kind of a thing. But that time only 4 to 5 rounds were completed. And I was very clear, particularly on account of vote share. It was since beginning from Election Commission, once the all 224 seats started machine counting, it was always 44 by 36.
Which is
44 by
8%.
36.
So
I want to show that on the
So
screen.
that shows-
One second,
that
this is very important. His not just is this right,
beginning,
broadly
then it settled to
directionally,
7%
he
now.
also has it right in terms of vote share.
43 by
43 for the Congress,
Same we
36
predict.
for the BJP, 8% was the gap in Pradeep's poll.
No, 7%. I think
No,
Pradeep
8%
predicted
was the
7,
gap
right?
in
No,
Pradeep's
43-35 we predicted, 43-35.
So it's 43-36. Now the interesting thing is that you've been able to capture the direction right. The two little things which aren't right. And I want to see where things stand at this moment as I get you to respond to that.
Poll percentage ditto matching.
It's fantastic.
Seat numbers ditto matching for all the parties.
It's just phenomenal.
All the parties are in our mid-range.
And you know, I want to tell viewers why it's so tough. Remember, this is a three-cornered state. There's a third player. When it's bipolar, you might be able to get it right. When it's tripolar, you don't know how much that
Triangular.
third part,
And
triangular,
regionally, it is
and you've got
placed regionally.
sub-regional, and you've got independents and strong candidates coming in also. So it was not an easy poll. To pull Karnataka off like that, it's a tough state to predict.
What changes did you make from the last time? Because a lot of people, especially when they were coming in, they said, okay, you got it wrong last time. I know that you've been working very hard on trying to perfect your Karnataka polling techniques. Explain to our viewers what changes you made.
Let me give you full and extraordinary credit to my Axis My India team on the ground and back in office doing analysis. And let me tell you this time, we have studied our last term 2018 data more than this time data.
Okay. We will continue talking about this. Siddaramaiah is speaking at
Now
this
see
moment.
131.
I want to go across
Rajdeep,
and
131
show you his son Yatindra flanks him, the doctor. Siddaramaiah speaking at this moment live. This is the first time we are hearing him say anything since the morning. So we'll just sit for a moment, we'll come back. R.K. Upadhyay will translate for us, and then we'll continue talking about just how fantastic this poll was.
120.
The counting of the votes is not yet completed. The trend clearly shows that Congress party would get comfortable majority. I have been consistently telling during my campaign that Congress party would get around 130 seats. That was my assessment of the situation in the state. Almost it comes true. We may cross 130 also. It's a big victory to Congress party. The people of Karnataka wanted a change. In Karnataka, because they were fed up with BJP government. There was a strong anti-incumbency against the BJP government. The BJP did not come to power. Whether it is in 2008 or in 2018, there was no mandate by the people, the BJP party. In 2008 also there was a fractured verdict. In 2018 also there was a fractured verdict. In 2008 also they came to power through Operation Kamala. In 2018 also Operation Kamala. They have spent a lot of money in Operation Kamala. The BJP asked some of the MLAs who defected from Congress and JDS by giving them money, and all MLAs who are defected and involved in Operation Kamala, they were all sold. Many of them were taught a lesson in this election. The people of Karnataka are politically very matured people. They know which party would save the state. Because there was a threat by the BJP to the secular fabric of the state. There was a hate politics. The people of Karnataka are not tolerating hate politics or communal politics. They tried to win this election by money power. They could not succeed with money power. And Rahul Gandhi ji, Priyanka Gandhi ji, Mallikarjun Kharge ji, they also campaigned Congress party aggressively. The Padayatra of Rahul ji also helped. It enthuses the workers, the cadre in the party. I think this election is a very crucial election. This result of this election will be a stepping stone for the coming Lok Sabha election. I hope that all non-BJP parties come together and see that BJP is defeated. I also hope that Rahul ji may become the Prime Minister of this country.
Sir, is this mandate against the Modi and Amit Shah who campaigned aggressively for 45 days?
Definitely, 100%. It is a mandate against the Narendra Modi. It's a mandate against the Amit Shah. It's a mandate against the Nadda. It is because Narendra Modi has come to Karnataka 20 times. He addressed 20 rallies. No Prime Minister in the past has campaigned like Narendra Modi. Hey, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ನಿಲ್ಸ ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ. ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಹಚ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆ.
If that is the case, why did Congress not do well Bangalore and postal area? Congress has not done well in this two regions. What is the reason?
See, in the last election, we won only one seat in Bangalore. This time we expected 3 to 4. But Ramanath Rai, Bantwal, we expected. And also Beltangadi, beauty gardens ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು 3-4 ಪುತ್ತೂರು we expected. ಆಯ್ತು 4 ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಉಡುಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಬೈಂದೂರು ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಬೈಂದೂರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗುವ. Considerable number of Lingayats also voted Congress party. Considerable number of Okligas also voted Congress party, including Brahmins. See, Congress party is a party. This is the only secular party in the country which is taking the votes of all communities or religions. He is the only party. See, as far as BJP is concerned, not a single Muslim was given a ticket out of 224. Not a Christian was given a ticket. Narendra Modi was telling, "Sabka saath, sabka vikas." How false? Hey, how much lie he made? See, Narendra Modi could not fulfill in his 9 years tenure the major promises which he has made to the people of the country. No, I was not apprehension. I had no apprehension that Operation Kamala will do it. But because BJP is known for it. With money power, they will go to any extent. But I was not under the apprehension of that BJP is going to make this Operation Kamala, because Congress party would win in this election and more than 130 seats. That's what I expected. So that is what happened also. It is going to be happened. In 130 means, see, JDS less than 25 seats. That is what I said, 20 to 25 seats. BJP 60 to 70, 65. That is what my calculation. I thank Mallikarjuna ji, Mallikarjuna Kharge ji. I thank Rahul ji. I thank Priyanka Gandhi ji for their campaign, aggressive campaign in Karnataka. So far as the Karnataka Assembly election is concerned, Sonia Gandhi ji also. And all the general secretaries, particularly Venugopal, Surjewala, and other secretaries who are in charge of Karnataka, I thank all of them.
CLP meeting का कब प्लान किया? When is the CLP meeting?
नाले मारना तो अनकोटिवी. Tomorrow we want to have a CLP meeting, but all MLAs may not come. Newly elected MLAs may not come tonight. Therefore, we'll think over it. Anyway, CLP meeting is called.
Will you still ban the Bajrang Dal as promised?
It won't make any effect. We are not reading the manifesto correctly. We are not reading the manifesto. What we said was, the organization belonging to Muslims, belonging to Hindus, like Bajrang Dal and PFI, if they do hate politics, such organizations should be banned. That's what we said.
Big question for you. The next big question, very important and emotional moment for you also, that you said that it's going to be your last election. So what's the next?
Both of you are asking that.
The next
one at a time.
Same thing, sir. So this is an emotional moment for you. You said that this is going to be your last election. Next question in front of you is who is going to be the CM in face, sir?
As far as SCM is concerned, hey, as far as the SCM is concerned, newly elected MLAs, they will give their opinion. On the basis of the opinion given by the newly elected MLAs, the High Command will take a decision. That is number one. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಮೊದಲು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕನ್ನಡ. The High Command will take a decision on the opinion given by the newly elected MLAs.
Bombay has said that instead of all the hard work PM can everyone give, but we cannot meet the majority. But we will reorganize the party and come in the Lok Sabha. How do you see it, sir?
See what he said before the counting. What he said before the counting. Huh? Tell me. Please show that.
Siddaramaiah, he led the Congress's campaign, far and away the most popular candidate according to the post poll study in Karnataka. He says the MLAs will give their view and the High Command will decide. Pick this subtle nuance. He said the High Command will decide basis the view of the MLAs, obviously realizing that a majority of the MLAs who are being elected are wanting Siddaramaiah to be Chief Minister. India's numero uno pollster is with me in the studio, and now I want to call Rajdeep Sardesai, who in the middle of this Siddaramaiah press conference has magically managed to change his clothes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got full Kannadiga. I'm the Kannadiga, local Kannadiga. I went to a lovely restaurant called Brahmins in Bengaluru, where I had excellent, where they gave me a nice veshti, so I brought it here. And it's a lovely state. I owe it a lot. My son speaks fluent Kannada. I spent 8-9 years there. And look, I'm not doing this because Congress won or anyone, because Pradeep Gupta has won. And therefore, he's the man of the match. And I decided...
Rajdeep is also holding on to it for dear life.
My fear is kahin kuch veshti ka ho jaye, mera kya hoga? You know, but I hope...
Like holding on to it like really tight.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay. Don't do too much? Okay. But look, you know, it's wonderful. And that's the distinctive...
Do you feel Pradeep Gupta like Rocky Bhai at this moment?
No.
From the Kolar goldfields?
He says he won't dance, so I won't dance.
I think next time...
No, his team messaged me saying he's been practicing his dance.
No, not at all.
Your team only told me.
My team and myself were practicing only the number crunching, and number crunching. Nothing else this time, because this time it was so much of our prestige was on the stake.
No, and this is when nobody else called it like this. You know, 132 is where things stand right now. Not one other polling agency said the BJP would be in the 60s and the Congress could be above 130. And I must tell our viewers that even the senior most Congress leaders, including those most closely involved with Karnataka politics who I spoke to, were thinking that they're more likely to be around 115 or so, 113, 114.
Absolutely.
130 is beyond their imagination.
You know, Rahul, you remember I told you about a midnight call, someone saying, are you all sure about your numbers? I said, look, Pradeep is sure, and I think the big thing about Pradeep, and we'll see it in his post-poll eventually, as of Sandeep's, is the gap between men and women, or between women in the two parties. My sense is the Congress has scored 6 to 8%, his poll had 11%, possibly as high as 11%, that's huge. Once you've got that, I keep asking people, show me one poll where women have voted for the losing side.
All the producers in my ear are saying, why aren't Pradeep and Rajdeep dancing? Because see, now the problem will be, I'll tell you what the problem will be. You danced when AAP won, you danced when BJP won. They're saying, why isn't Rajdeep dancing with Pradeep?
Because Rajdeep is worried that his lungi dance could turn to be rather embarrassing. You know, think about what could happen.
I am also very worried about it.
I was suggesting, Rajdeep, that you can have a belt or a nada.
Oh, hey, mere paas.
To hold down to your lungi.
Look, this is a wonderful part of the world, and I am delighted to. It is in summer the best dress to wear. You feel really good, and I'm glad to be there in all white.
Full of air.
Full of air. So Pradeep, we'll do one.
Okay, come on.
We'll do the
Come on, Pradeep ji.
I don't know how to do that.
Come on. Rocky Bhai walk. Come on, Pradeep, you can do a Rocky Bhai. Come on.
Let's see you move. IPL style.
See, I'll tell you, Pradeep, I'll tell you the difference. See, Rajdeep learned from Yash. Yash had come to the conclave. Rajdeep, that's where you learned your Rocky Bhai move from. He got you standing next to him and doing the move.
Boss, I don't get paid extra for doing the dance. Yash gets paid huge amounts. I get paid the same amount, whatever happens, right? So, I mean, look, don't compare me to Yash. He's a superstar.
But Pradeep is a superstar as well.
He's a psychological superstar. You and I are apna karte hai. If we lose, we get blamed.
No, we get blamed whether we win or lose.
You know, either way. So, I mean,
somebody will be unhappy.
How? You want to tell us?
Last year or 2 years back, when Siddaramaiah was speaking in the assembly, suddenly Shiv Kumar came behind and whispered something into his ear. And what he whispered is his panche is gone. And both of them together helped Siddaramaiah put on his panche
for real,
again.
or you're just
This
making it?
actually happened.
This happened for real, or you're making it up?
And in the mic, on the mic, Siddaramaiah said, I put on a little bit of weight, and then, he was tying it.
Panche ke piche kya hai? They're not even going to talk about, they're not even going down that road.
If Congress is struggling to find the chief minister, the next chief minister, I think Rajdeep is ready, dressed up in a Karnataka, the common choice for the
minister to banai do.
देखो ऐसा है,
Is that why since morning
Chief Minister
he's
is
been
hotly
saying he's a
contested.
Karnataka?
Look, Delhi, compared to Delhi, Bengaluru has beautiful weather, lovely people. You walk down Cubbon Park in the morning, it's a beautiful part of the world. So if someone wants to invite me to Bengaluru, I'm happy to come and have a good weekend there. But I think we've done enough with this. I think we should go back
No,
to
let's go.
our job.
No,
Yeah, let's go.
Pradeep,
Yeah, let's
come
go
here.
back.
I want to show you the magic of the India Today post-poll study with Access My India. And let's go region by region. In coastal Karnataka, you would recall, Pradeep Gupta had said that the BJP would dominate. That's exactly what's happened. Twice the number of seats the Congress has got, 12 place 6 in coastal
13
Karnataka.
seats we've given.
In Hyderabad, Karnataka, Pradeep Gupta had said the Congress would dominate in a big way. Initially, it seemed that may not be happening in Hyderabad, Karnataka, but that's exactly the way it ended up. 26 versus 10. A big win for the Congress in Hyderabad, Karnataka. The biggest story, which everyone was surprised about, all the BJP leaders I spoke to said, Bombay, Karnataka mein aisa boss ho hi nahi sakta. I don't know what you guys are smoking. It is impossible. But that is exactly what happened. 33 leads, up 16. The BJP down 14 from the last time. How did the Congress manage to sweep? Because see, in old Mysuru, they're largely up against the JDS. Here, it's Congress versus BJP and Congress is winning.
Though this region, Bombay, Karnataka, is dominated by Lingayats.
And they've held on to the Lingayat vote share, the BJP.
But people tend to forget that when we said dominate, which is the number one cost equation in that particular region, number one meaning here 18% Lingayats are there. And about Marathas and general, the Brahmins, about 7%. So 25% in all. Until and unless you secure the vote of SCs and STs, nothing is going to work.
So the magic of the post-poll study, Rajdeep, that we did is captured in the Lingayat-dominated seats, the 69 Lingayat-dominated seats, where the Congress has picked up 47 seats. You know, to pick this up is counterintuitive. To pick this up is almost magical because nobody else is thinking that something like this is possible.
You know, and actually what, and as Pradeep's post-poll says, it's not as if the Lingayats left the BJP. There was a counter-consolidation on the, you know, and that you'll see when you come to the SC-ST seats. And the real story of Karnataka, to my mind, is SC-ST on one side, and to my mind also the women, men, you know, gender. I cannot emphasize enough. Every election, Rahul, which are the elections where the BJP has faced a struggle and lost? Mamata Banerjee defeated them, she had more women vote. Nitish Kumar, against all the odds in the backdrop of COVID, won that 20 November election. Women voted in larger numbers for him. Show me an election where women, why did Yogi Adityanath win? Women voted in much larger numbers. Women are cutting across all your Lingayat, Vokalika, Dalit, tribal, because they feel strongest.
Can I give a national context to what we've seen happen? And I don't want to refer only to one state.
We'll get that post.
But the strategy that we've seen, Pradeep, is essentially what the BJP has done in states like Haryana, in states like Uttar Pradesh, where the non-dominant communities are brought together. For example, in Haryana, despite the Jats not overwhelmingly voting for the BJP, they were able to get the non-Jats together. Here, despite the Lingayats not voting for the Congress, they were able to get the non-Lingayats together, form a rainbow coalition. So the Congress has done to the BJP what the BJP typically does to the Congress in most other states and to opposition parties like
before Pradeep, 1 minute, because Supriya Srinath wants to leave.
You want to say sorry?
Yes, Supriya Srinath, about 3 hours ago, what was it, about 10:30, I had said you were in for a tough fight because you were 114, 115, and I said, you know, be careful. Things could, you said clear victory. I said 114, 115 will not be a clear victory. Guess what? You've done some magic, and it's been 134. Pradeep's magic has worked. First of all, sorry for giving you a hard time at that time for my use of words, clear victory. So you can now smile. I've been asking for a nice Supriya Sheenage smile. I know as a
Now
social
she's
media
smiling. अरे वाह,
अरे
क्या
ये हुई ना बात.
Now she's
ये
smiling.
2
अब तक
घंटे
she
पहले
was
आप कर सकते थे. So you are also nervous. Big win. Congratulations.
I was never win. And in fact, I'm back on India today very briefly to just tell both you and Rahul, I told you so at 10:30 a.m. That's why I'm back and I will go back to say, no, 1 second.
No, but you told us at 10:30, we told you on the 10th of May. We already told you on the 10th of May what you told us at 10:30.
But at 10:30 a.m., you were almost making it sound as if we are the vanquished and they are the victors.
No, we were
but
saying
I'm
tough
glad
fight.
I stuck to my gut and I'm glad I stuck to my own assessment. I will, however, say we have to be absolutely humble in our victory. And I think the credit should be given to the leadership of the Congress party and to the people of Karnataka who did not get swayed by the diversionary, distinct practices of the BJP. They stuck to real issues. They
Would you like to congratulate Pradeep Gupta also? He was giving you bigger numbers than most Karnataka Congress leaders were giving me. What do you have to say about his poll, Supriya?
That's not true. Our own assessment was numbers exactly where they are, but Pradeep Gupta has got it right each time, whether we won or lost. And so when we win,
what
yes,
about EVM machines? Supriya, what about EVM machines? Are EVM machines safe or not? Do you have faith in electronic voting machines?
Rahul, I am neither going to let you distract me with one video or get me distracted with this. Today is a day when we have won.
So democracy is in danger or not? Supriya, is democracy in India in danger or not? Supriya, is democracy in India in danger or is it alive and kicking?
Is in safe hands.
Democracy in India has been reinstated by people in Karnataka who are telling Prime Minister Modi, don't come to Karnataka.
Come on, Supriya, that's unfair. No, that's unfair. It can't be that when you win, democracy is alive and kicking. When the BJP is winning, then democracy is dead.
No, there's
no question. There's no question of
Supriya, now you're doing an Amit Malviya on us, and that you don't need to do that.
I get to do it? Don't I get
No. She's the winner opposite of Amit Malviya in the BJP. The one runs the Congress IT cell, social media cell. The other. But this is really a big question, Rajdeep. Now, 1 second. For all of what they say about democracy being in danger, institutions being corrupted, people being swayed, etc., etc. The fact that they won as dramatically as they have, the fact that they have won, not one Congress leader today questioning the validity of electronic voting machines.
I think we have to make a distinction between institutions that could be in danger and the EVM.
Every time they lost, they said elections are being fixed. Modi is fixing elections. Amit Shah is fixing elections, not acknowledging that they ran a weak campaign. When they ran a good campaign from the first day, we've been saying they ran a good campaign.
Before you come in, just let me say this, Rahul Kanwal. I've always believed this EVM debate, you show me the evidence, otherwise you shouldn't be speaking about it.
No, but how many Congress leaders have said that?
Yeah, you see the fact, but whether it ends or not, provide me evidence if you believe, otherwise don't. But Supriya Sheenage, a final word, how are you going to celebrate now? You see, you need to finally, the Congress, the doles in the morning I thought were premature. Now you can celebrate in the evening. And I can offer you also Mysore Pak, the same Mysore Pak that I offered Amit Malviya. Maybe the two of you can have a box together.
I run the IT cell of the Congress party and he runs the biggest fake news factory in the world. So I'm not sharing anything with him. But I will just, before I go, say one word. And I think that one word has to be the resilience of democracy. When you take pot shots at me for what some people may have said about EVM, we did not say EVM in Gujarat. Yes, we lost, but we won Himachal. We won Karnataka. I think it's the resilience of democracy. When you push people and take their vote for granted, they retaliate and they retaliate in big numbers.
You can say this, but when the BJP wins, you cannot say that democracy is dead. Democracy is dead in India. But Congress wins in Karnataka. Now let's see whether democracy is dead or not. Because democracy can't die on the day that you lose, and democracy cannot be alive on the day that you win. Democracy is alive. You need to fight. Like you fought in Karnataka, you need to fight and let voters decide who they want.
No, you're making an illogical statement. Democracy is dead when institutions are, compromised. Democracy is dead when the Prime Minister goes on and makes an appeal after the Model Code of Conduct says 5 p.m. the campaign is over. Democracy is dead when, journalists are jailed for showing the truth. Yes, democracy is dead.
People are electing government, democracy is alive.
Madam,
okay, Janta Janardhan. Ma'am, Janta Janardhan. At the end of the day, Janta Janardhan, मैंने कहा उस दिन गाना, Rahul asked me to sing a song. I sang it, I can sing it again. गरीबों की सुनो wo tumhari sunega. That's the song. That's the song. So I think the people know better.
He's in full flow.
No, the people know better. That is true.
To the song.
That is true. You asked me for a song.
वो 10 लाख तुम्हें
तो एक पैसा दोगे no, you see, if I start singing more, all the viewers that we have will leave. So I won't do that. But the fact is, that is what happens. So
Does Supriya want to sing a song? Supriya?
What's your song,
What's your
Supriya?
song? Even if you don't sing it, what's your song? What are you humming? What track's playing in your head?
Come on, give us your favorite song today.
Lots actually, but to begin with, I'm unstoppable. Have a good day, guys.
Okay, unstoppable. Stay unstoppable. क्या करे?
No,
Pradeep, तेरा कौन सा गाना है? तू गाना तो गा.
नहीं गाना छोड़ो. I would only
You and I are great singing fans.
democracy is alive.
Very good singer.
Please.
Kishore Kumar.
No. Democracy is alive as long as people are electing the government in all fairness.
Absolutely.
That's
No,
it.
but this is an important point which needs to be made. 5.2 crore voters in Karnataka had the option of casting their mandate. 73% of them did. They voted one way. Democracy cannot be alive on the day the opposition wins, and democracy cannot be dead the day the BJP wins. This is double standards. EVMs can't become unreliable and fixed the day the BJP wins, and they can't become perfectly validated on the day the opposition wins.
So
I couldn't
democracy
agree
in
with you
safe
more.
hands.
Yeah, sure. But let's also give credit to the people of Karnataka. This is a state with a single day poll. It does not require multiple polls like other states. Peaceful. You don't hear of complaints of irregularities. People calmly go to the polling booths. I even saw Mr. Basavaraj Bommai, very calm.
Not
and I'm
one
told he's going to,
repoll, not even one repoll.
yeah, and he's going to probably leave tonight, and it's great. Look at what's happening in neighboring Pakistan, where you've got Imran Khan's being jailed. There's violence. This is, in all Indian electoral democracy, is one of the great stories of this country. We should be proud of it. You agree with that, Ashok?
Absolutely. And if I could add to it, I think the people have voted wisely, because even if you're a BJP supporter, you're actually happy there's a single party government. Rather than a khichdi and a coalition.
And now you won't have, at least the resort owners are in bad, have had
Which is a good thing for Karnataka's politics.
Which is a great thing for Karnataka.
Absolutely.
Okay, Professor Shastri, democracy thriving or not?
Undoubtedly thriving, and as I told
Electoral democracy.
I told you in the beginning of this show today, whenever Congress is ahead, it will be a majority, as is being proved now.
Another person.
Oh, those are two important images on your screen, right? K.C. Venugopal, Organizational Secretary of the Congress, Randeep Singh Surjewala. He's had many electoral debacles, but in this victory is Randeep Surjewala's victory as well. Only he knows how he's kept Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar together, getting them to calm down, thande ho jao, bringing them together.
And Rahul, there's a reason. You see, K.C. Venugopal was General Secretary last time when the Congress lost Karnataka.
But he doesn't have much chops with the Karnataka
in
Congress.
2018. So 2018
People don't take him very seriously.
No. He's very close to Rahul Gandhi. And at the end
That's his claim to fame.
Dekho, jo jeeta wo Sikandar. Today is not a day. If I was a Congress strategist, today is a day I would celebrate, because when I haven't won a big election for years and it happens, it shows resilience. You see, at the end of the day, politicians, Sharad Pawar once told me, I said, sir, what are the qualities you need to be a fine politician? And he said two. He said, one, have a thick skin. Number two, patience. You've got to stay on.
But Rajdeep, it's a big fillip for Randeep Singh Surjewala as well.
He's lost three consecutive elections.
Exactly. He's lost 3 consecutive elections. His back was to the wall when the whole reject happened in the Congress party.
Right.
He is bag and baggage in Karnataka. This election was make or break for Randeep Singh Surjewala's career in the Congress as well.
No, also the one person who's not on the screen right now is Sunil Konalugu. And remember, he is the Prashant Kishore of sorts for the Congress's campaign in Karnataka. The only difference is PK would have been live right now, taking a part of the credit and possibly irking his political benefactors. But Sunil played exactly the same role behind the scenes. He's the third leg in that stool. He brought the campaign together. So while a lot of the political organization was done by the likes of Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah, did a lot of the campaigning, he's the brains in some sense.
And way more elusive than
40% Sarkara, PCM, etc. A lot of it came from him, which really did help the Congress dominate the narrative. It hasn't happened in a long time where the Congress, except when they got blindsided by the Bajrang Bal versus Bajrang Dali self-goal towards the end, the Congress did dominate
but
the
it's not a
campaign.
self-goal anymore, no? That's what they were wondering in the end. So it's actually worked for them.
Everything is a sixer.
No, for them it actually worked.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you're talking about the Congress campaign in Karnataka, I think one needs to give it kudos. Because, one of the biggest thing was centralization versus localization. I've been watching the campaign. One of the things is, this business of saying, 40% CM. But the BJP repartees were very quick. The last 5 days saw repartee after repartee, front page. The Times of India was divided into two separate supplements. One supplement had the front page of the BJP, the other had that of the Congress. So repartee after repartee, eye in the eye kind of politics, and reacting to what happened yesterday. That is the niftiness of the campaign. I think both the parties ran a nifty campaign, but one party
I thought the Congress
did better.
was far superior. They were way more professional.
Veerappa Moily joins us, senior Congress leader. And remember, this is a big day because 134 versus 64. When was the last time the Congress was almost double the tally of the Bharatiya Janata Party? So that hasn't happened in a very long time, not in the Modi era. They won big in Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh, relatively speaking, is a smaller state, much more political prestige at play in Karnataka, where the Congress has delivered a big blow to the Bharatiya Janata Party. That's DK Shivkumar holding the Congress flag on his balcony at his residence. He's one of the big architects of this victory as well. He was under the weather, but once you win in the way that he has, then it doesn't really matter. Everything then just gets fixed completely. It's a big day for the Congress party. One thing that Pradeep Gupta said, which I remember from Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, is that you believed it was good for the BJP.
Yes.
Because a lot of the anti-incumbency then got flushed out, clearing the deck for the Lok Sabha polls, which in any case is the much bigger fight for the BJP from Modi's perspective.
And also it allows party to revisit their strategy. That is very important in politics. Whatever you have been doing and you are losing, and if you don't learn from those mistakes, it's not going to have, works for you. So this is what happened. And on the other side, the winning side person often get complacent, and they miss the ground reality. To read the ground reality and to address them is the key to success.
And I remember, if we all remember, 2018 November, December, Congress won Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. And they felt that, 5 months later, all is well. It didn't work out because you made wrong choices. State elections are very different to national elections. I think political parties need to recognize that. They have every reason to celebrate in a federal polity when they win state elections. But how do you adjust to a national election is going to be a big challenge, Ashok Malik, for all political parties, including the BJP. For the Congress, the reverse. How do I take my state success to the national level? The BJP, how do I take my national success to a state level?
Look, the national election is an entirely different election. But as Pradeep Gupta has said, the state elections leading up to it give parties a time to re-strategize, look at new techniques. There are challenges for both. The Congress's big challenge is no national face. The BJP's challenges a third time is, to motivate voters to come out a third time. There's no hostility to Mr. Modi, but there is obviously a complacency, a fatigue which sets in. So,
how would you do it, Professor Shastri? If today you were telling the two sides, what do they need to do in the next 9 months ahead of a Lok Sabha election if they have to make Karnataka their bastion? BJP won 26 out of 28 in Karnataka 2019 Lok Sabha. What do they need to do to repeat it? What does the Congress need to do to prevent that happening?
Rajdeep, I have already said it. Prime Minister Modi has already launched the first election campaign for the 2024 elections in Bangalore. Then he campaigned for the state assembly election. I think when it comes to the national poll from Karnataka, the buzz I've been hearing among a lot of people is when it comes to the national election, Modi, we are with the BJP. The point you made.
So how do you change that? Can that be changed? Can political parties change that?
I think what will be important for the Congress is in the next 1 year they come up with a good performance at the state level.
So they're going to have to perform.
They're
going to have to perform and they'll have to time to perform.
And the opposition will need to come together.
Veerappa Moily, he joins us live and exclusive at this time. He's been Chief Minister from 92 to 94 and understands the state of Karnataka very well. Mr. Moily, many congratulations on this big historic victory at this moment. The Congress party 54 up from the last elections. It's been a long while and not often in the Modi era that the Congress has been able to win against the BJP in such resounding fashion.
Mr. Moily, can you hear us? Mr. Moily, can you hear us? Mr. Moily, we'll try. Mr. Moily, one more time. Can you hear us, Mr. Moily?
Okay, give us
I come to the question of what can a political party do to undo it all. See, the Karnataka has redefined the election to say that 3 parties for 3 purposes. The Lok Sabha, the Assembly and the BBMP. Now the point is, if the Congress wants to establish itself, it needs to have a national story for the Lok Sabha election. It cannot go to the Lok Sabha election with a local story. It won with a local story the assembly elections, but it can't do that. And in the BBMP election, it has to go with a micro-local story, which is all about things that you see, touch, smell, taste, walk on, fall down upon, etc.
I think one more thing is in this election, very, very big losses to the defectors. So defectors have been defeated in a very bad way. Mahesh Kumatali has lost. Ramesh Jarkiwali, I believe, has lost.
He's trailing.
He's trailing.
Yes.
Sri Ramulu has lost. And then,
Sudhakar has lost.
Sudhakar, who was a man of the moment during the COVID.
Huge. And Sudhakar has faced serious allegations from the other side.
Yes.
This whole 40% commission. If a Sudhakar starts losing, switch from the Congress to the BJP, there is a message. Voters can only do so much. I can't punish a politician every day. But every 5 years, in my own little way, I will send a message to at least 10, 12 of them, which will hopefully be understood by others. Defectors, don't defect for your personal benefit. Try and provide the people. I think the last 5 years have been tough years for everyone. COVID years, not easy. So therefore, local anti-incumbency actually gets accentuated. So I think the likes of Sudhakar facing defeat, the likes of C.T. Ravi, was trailing when I last saw him, and he's still trailing.
We can still show that on our screen. As we wait for Veerappa Moili's audio to get fixed, I can show you what's happening on the various VIP seats of Karnataka. B.S. Yedurappa's son B.Y. Vijendra leading Basavaraj Bommai, the Chief Minister leading C.T. Ravi, prominent face of the BJP trailing. D.K. Shivkumar has won already handsomely. Karunakar Reddy, brother of Gali Janardhan Reddy, the infamous Bellari brothers, has lost. Soma Shekhar Reddy is trailing at this moment. Gali Lakshmi Aruna, the wife of Mr. Reddy, is trailing. H.D. Kumaraswamy is leading. Revanna, the brother of H.D. Kumaraswamy, Devegowda's other son, has won. Jagdish Shettar has lost. Let me just go there. Now, there's a big message in those who want to jump from the BJP to other parties. Jagdish Shettar in Hubli Dharwad Central managed to get only 29,340 votes. Mahesh Tengiyanki got 64,910 votes. That's a big blow to Jagdish Shettar, although he did, to the extent that he did, impact the narrative as somebody was leaving the BJP, a prominent Lingayat face leaving the BJP, going across to the Congress. Lakshman Savadi, though, the other turncoat from the BJP who came into the Congress, has won from Savadi 66,892 votes versus 27,660. Veerappa Moily is now back with us. Moily ji, welcome, congratulations, namaskara.
Yes. Thank you, namaskara.
The Congress smiling after a long time. They haven't had much to smile about. Do you think this is your big day in terms of giving to the Congress High Command some kind of a victory from your state?
Yeah, definitely, hello?
Yes, sir, we hear you. Go on, sir.
Hello?
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. India Today's, India Today's exit poll proved right. In fact, they suggested this number and we could get around that number only. Congress could secure the success. And the Congress, the Karnataka state is always a Congress state, with this ideology, cosmopolitan outlook, secularism, and inclusive politics and social justice. And we could, any party, who runs away from that. For example, the BJP, they depended only on the propaganda and the speeches of Amit Shah and also the Prime Minister of India. That is Narendra Modi. That is not local, and they could not connect to the psyche of the people. That is how that has not impressed the electorate of Karnataka.
So is it a local election then? Mr. Moily, is this a local election fought on local factors using local leaders? That the real message of Karnataka is vocal for local.
Local for local. This is how it happened. Even when Rahul Gandhi came, or Madam Sonia ji came here, and our Priyanka ji conducted a hurricane tour, they only struck the local chord, and that is how people were very much impressed, and their speeches influenced the psyche of the Karnataka voters, and it helped. And our own leaders, the party led by Siddaramaiah ji, D.K. Kumar and many others, including our in charge AICC Surjewala ji, they really worked out a very good strategy. And in fact, in some of the regions we must have failed in our strategy. But if that we also work on the even other areas, we could have got another 10 to 12 seats. That doesn't matter. We must congratulate the electorate of Karnataka who have proved their worth and proved that they are secular and they are not communal, and they also for the social justice.
Dr. Moily,
It can be that kind of a
Lok
principle.
Sabha results from Karnataka could look very different. The post-poll study that C-Voter ran shows an 8% surge in BJP vote share on the day that these same 43% voters voted for the Congress. If this was a Lok Sabha election, the Congress's vote share, our estimate shows, could have come down by 7% and the BJP's vote share up by 8%. So 2024 in Karnataka could look very different.
Then I am not talking about the Lok Sabha. We'll speak to you on Lok Sabha when it comes to that. But our electorate, particularly, they get the first credit for, and also our leaders who came here, Rahul ji, Sonia Gandhi, the Priyanka, and also our representatives from the ACs who came and canvassed and worked out a strategy.
Mr.
And also
Moily, who do you feel is the man right for
Congress
the top
workers
job?
by and large.
Mr. Siddaramaiah or Mr. D.K. Shivakumar?
No, that is a process which the AICC will undertake, and we are confident that they will take a right decision, and there will be absolute unity of the party in running a government for another 5 years.
Mr. Moily, I appreciate your joining us. You're confident that your government will last 5 years. It should with these numbers, but you're not telling us that big question, kaun banega Mukhyamantri, which I think will remain a big question. It's reached 135 now. So what's happened, Rahul, in the last couple of hours is a lot of those marginal calculator seats have gone one way.
Bangalore now 14-14.
So Bangalore also has changed, 14-14. So there is
Dr. Moily smiling. What does it feel to be a congressman at a time when you're handed one big defeat after another? Now
Certainly.
to find this kind of a margin, 135 versus 63, must be a big relief.
Yeah, this is definitely a opening, and also opening not only for the state and also for the national politics, and it will open up the avenues of success of the alliance against BJP.
R.Q. Upadhyay has a question for you.
Lok Sabha election.
Moily avare namaskara, Ramakrishna Upadhyay ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. I want to know from you, see, Congress has had a tradition of KPCC president going on to become the chief minister. Do you think D.K. Shivakumar should get a chance now?
No. It is open, and the ACC observers will come and make an assessment. After taking the consensus among the MLAs, they will take right decision. It's not correct that KPCC president invariably cannot become the PCM. For example, when the S.M. Krishna was a KPCC president, and also Virendra Patil was KPCC, they became the chief ministers. Yes. It's not correct to say that whoever is the PCC president will not become chief minister. But anyway, that all depends upon the ultimate consensus which will be taken of the MLAs, and the AICC observers or the AICC president will take a call.
Yes.
That will be smooth. I am confident about it.
Professor Shastri.
Moiliji, namaskara. Sandeep Shastri here. You just now mentioned that next year's Lok Sabha election is a totally different issue. But as a senior Congress leader, what would you think should be the strategy the party should use in Karnataka for the 2024 Lok Sabha election?
Yeah, for the present, we have to keep our cadre intact by giving them the task every time, whether through the government or through the organization. We have to keep our workers, cadre, leadership quite busy. Just because we succeeded, they should not become again idle. That is one strategy we'll have to adopt. Another question is that, wherever there are gaps, naturally there will be some gaps in strategizing our whole election campaign and also the party strategy. And that has to be, that gap will have to be filled up by working out a proper strategy. Wherever we have failed, whichever region we have failed, I think we need to rework the strategy and present it, and those areas will also, regions are also, will come back to Congress fold.
Okay, we'll leave it over there for the time being. This is a big victory for the Congress party. Of that there can be absolutely no doubt. And the Congress and every congressman is fully entitled to celebrate it. Dr. Moily, for joining us, thank you very much. Rohan Gupta joins us as well. He's been waiting for a while. Rohan, in your home state of Gujarat, the Congress got pummeled, but you've handed quite a beating to the BJP this time, giving all Congresswalas something to cling on to and something to smile about.
Absolutely, Rahul. As a Congress worker, I am very proud and very happy. The way we have defeated BJP, it's not a small thing. Rahul, let me tell you, I was there in Karnataka for last 40 days in different regions. When I went there, local leadership had given up because of 40% corruption and local issues, Nandini's issues and all. After declaration of tickets, their confidence went down, and they were just relying on Mr. Modi that he will come and he will do some magic tamasha and they will win. So I think this is the victory for people of Karnataka for keeping the issues local, for voting on their own issues, for voting against the failure of the government, for voting against the failure of BJP in fulfilling the promises given to them. They tried everything under the sun. I think this is the defeat of overconfidence of their central leadership and defeat of corruption of BJP of state leadership. Because they were before 10 days, let me tell you, Rahul, the local cadre has completely given up. They had no hopes. They were just believing that, okay, Mr. Modi will come, he'll do a road show and they will win. But the way they tried to raise the issues and the way our cadre countered, we kept election on the 5 promises which were given to people. We went to door to door and ensured that this delivery is done. All our CMs were there. Mr. Gehlot, Mr. Sukhu, everybody addressed the press.
How do you ensure that Karnataka doesn't become the next Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh? How do you ensure that Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar stay together? Your government in Rajasthan at this moment completely a mess. Sachin Pilot marching, doing his own Rahul Gandhi kind of padyatra in this searing heat. Could Karnataka just be the same unless you're able to keep these two guys together?
राहुल, इस बार चिंता मत कीजिए, सब कुछ अच्छा होने वाला है. Congress party also learns, and we have seen that this kind of victory we have never seen in long time. So we have learnt a lot from our mistakes also. We have learnt a lot from
Gupta, tough decisions because
so we will
you saying सब कुछ अच्छा होने वाला है. कल से आपका जो president, जो कल से जो रंधावा जी हैं आपके, who's taking care of Rajasthan, उनसे यही नहीं तय हो पा रहा है कि सचिन पायलट जी के लिए करा क्या जाए. What to make of his march against your own government?
मैडम, आज मुझे कर्नाटक के लिए खुश होने दीजिए. आपके सवाल का जवाब मैं कल दे दूंगा. So I am very happy today because our cadres have work on ground and we let us have one day at least. We are there to answer. We are not like BJP कि हम प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं करेंगे, आपको जवाब नहीं देंगे. पर आज का दिन हमको खुश होने दीजिए. ये हमारे कार्यकर्ता की मेहनत की जीत है, हमारी लीडरशिप के मैसेज की जीत है और आखिर में कर्नाटक के जनता के स्वाभिमान की जीत है. Because they ensured that everything they tried, they failed. And other last thing, टुडे इज सैटरडे एंड आई एम बिग भक्त ऑफ बजरंग बली जी और मुझे लगता है उनका आशीर्वाद हमको मिला है. अगर बजरंग बली जी के भक्तों को खिलाफ भाजपा ने जिस प्रकार से अत्याचार वहां पे किया है, उनके प्रॉमिसेस पूरे नहीं किए हैं, तो आई थिंक उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमारे साथ में है.
Okay, let's leave it there. This Bajrang Bali debate is an interesting one because at some stage we are going to have to see, does it have an impact on election when in the last moment you try to change the narrative? My sense is, Rahul, I could be again wrong, is that it consolidated the BJP's voter, brought him or her to the polling booth, but it did not bring you the incremental voter. You see, elections are won on incremental votes. And
no, but that also is important, Rajdeep. I'll tell you why. Because initially, during the campaign, their own voter was quite dispirited because the kind of government that was run. It is right now, if you see their vote share stands at 36%, which is what they had last time. If they hadn't done that, then their own voter may not have come. The initial polls were showing 31% wanting to vote for the BJP. That is 5-6% down from what they had last time. At least they were able to keep their vote together.
But what
But
it does...
it's also worked for the Congress because it
right.
consolidated the Muslim vote.
Sure.
For example, how have they won in Ramnagar? It's because the Muslim vote consolidated behind the Congress and didn't go to the JDS at all.
I think an excellent point that Preeti makes because, Ashok, just a minute, you know, the JDS vote is traditionally where they won, they don't just get vocal ligas, they also have constituency with large Muslim pockets, especially in Old Mysore. Now, if that vote consolidates behind the Congress, then the JDS is left.
But the counter to that is any Muslim consolidation would lead to a counter consolidation.
No, it doesn't. You see, this is where I disagree. This is not, if I with due apologies, Rahul, this is how different states are different. That might happen in North India. You see, in North India, aggressive, first of all, the Muslim consolidation in Karnataka will never be aggressive in terms of, it will never be manifest openly. That doesn't then lead to a counter consolidation. Look, elections are eventually won when you get, this is not also Bengal, where you have a 30% Muslim vote, so you can play Muslim vote bank politics. It's only 12%. You need, Congress got a majority Hindu vote. That's the, you know, we need to understand that. You can't win this victory without a majority of the Hindus voting for you. Yes, Ashok, sorry.
Just 2 points about religious politics, okay? One, where it works for the BJP in Karnataka, one where it doesn't. We have to realize the Bajrang Dal is seen very differently in coastal Karnataka than in Bangalore or in Delhi. In coastal areas where there is a Muslim radicalism, where there is a PFI problem, the Bajrang Dal is perceived a little more sympathetically. And therefore, as Rahul says, the BJP's voter came out to vote where otherwise he may have
But
said...
Ashok, how? Because if you look at coastal... Yeah, please.
They may still have lost, but they did come out. That's one.
So
Second point.
Go ahead, please go ahead.
The BJP has played a strong religious card over the past 1 year in Karnataka. I think it has backfired because it has ended up consolidating Muslims behind one, like in Bengal, where the Congress did not get any Muslim votes. All the Muslim votes consolidated behind Mamta. It ended up hurting the BJP.
With one caveat, please appreciate, Bengal is 30% Muslim. These are 12%. Let's not call, you see, Hindu-Muslim politics will not work.
Let's listen to B.S. Yadurappa.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಂತ ಬಲದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಈ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶದಿಂದ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಧೃತಿಗೆಡುವಂತ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪರ ಆಡಳಿತ ನೀಡಿದಾಗ್ಯೂ ಸಹ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿನ್ನಡೆಯಾಗಿರುವ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆತ್ಮವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಸಹಕಾರ ಸದಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನತೆ ಈ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮತದಾರರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ವಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಡಿಫೀಟ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಟು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ. Started with only 2 seats, BJP has grown to form the government in the state on its own strength. Party workers need not to be panicked by these results. Although the BJP government, under the leadership of the popular Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, has given a pro-development administration in the state, we have lost the election. We will introspect about the party's setback. We will give all cooperation for the development of the state. I respectfully accept this verdict of the people of the state. I want to thank the voters of the Karnataka state. Thank you.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮೀರಿ ಗೆಲುವು ಸಾಧಿಸಿರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಈಗ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಬಯಸ್ತೀರಿ ಈಗ?
ನೋಡಿಯಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡುವಂತದ್ದು. ನೀವೇನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಯನ್ನು ಕಾರ್ಡನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭರವಸೆಯನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ ಭರವಸೆಯನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸಬೇಕು
guarantees from day one.
ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ
He's telling the Congress government.
ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರು ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು.
ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೂ ಅದಕ್ಕೇನು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇನಿಂದ 25 ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಸೀಟ್ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸೀಟನ್ನು ಗೆದ್ದು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ
To win well in Lok Sabha elections, we had won 25 last time. We'll do the same thing
ಈ ಒಂದು
2024 also.
ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪರಿಣಾಮ
Sir, what do you think has gone wrong with the BJP?
ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕಡೆಗಣಿಸಿದ್ದೇನಾದ್ರು ಕೂಡ
Sir, what do you think? Sir, a second. What do you think has gone wrong with the BJP this time as far as the strategy is concerned? And also, sir, you were not that actively campaigning as well.
No, madam, that is not correct. From last 3-4 months, I toured in the state, and you know very well, I have not even one day I have not taken rest. Even then, we lost the election. Natural.
Sir, but what do you think has gone wrong as far
Reason
as the
for the
strategy
loss,
It's
sir.
too early to say anything. We will introspect about all these things, and we will come back to you.
Sir, reason for the incumbency. Sir.
Interesting, and I want to get a sense of this, for our viewers. This is the strong man of the BJP for 30 years.
But he knew he was losing.
That's
in
right.
all conversations he was
Private
having,
conversations.
He was saying 60-65. Yedurappa knew exactly where the BJP stood.
So that leaves me to ask this question, Rahul, because here is someone who's been their only regional satrap in a way south of the Vindhyas. 2 years ago, you remove him. You spread, reports that there are allegations of corruption against his family. He's been, nepotism. His son is, of course, contesting. Then you bring him back as the parliamentary board 6 months ago. You say he's your star campaigner. Mr. Modi lifts his hand. Mr. Boma is in the background. Nobody's looking at it. Did they get this Yediyurappa factor wrong? Do they? I mean, I harp on this. Yes, generational change is all very well. But when you have a leader so tall, do you remove him in the manner that you do unless you have someone ready, at least who can match up to some of his charisma? You can't leave it as a vacuum. The BJP did, dare I say, what the Congress has done for years with some of their tall leaders in Karnataka and other states. Why not accept that the BJP got this horribly wrong in terms of the way they dealt with Yediyurappa?
Rajdeep, you are right in that. I think the mistake that in now hindsight which happened is Rajdeep, the Yediyurappa was fatigued towards the end of his tenure and gave up, in a sense. And therefore, the BJP government was not seen as a performing government. When he gave up, I was just now telling Ashokji, Bommai was not Yediyurappa's choice, but Bommai was centre's choice, endorsed by Yediyurappa. And Yediyurappa was not involved in the government as seriously as he would have liked to be. You kept him out. And then in the campaign, you brought him back because you realized he was important for the party to win. So this lack of a consistent approach to Yediyurappa, I think also has cost.
But sources close to Yediyurappa say the next 5 years could be quite good for his son Vijendra. Remember, if another Lingayat chief minister had got another chance for 5 years and R.K. Upadhyay can build on this, then people close to Yediyurappa feel his son would have been sidelined. In some senses, there's a bit of selfishness at play as well, where they think that he will then have 5 years to prove himself in the opposition.
I think secretly Yediyurappa would be happy with this result.
Why?
Yeah.
Because if the BJP had come with the full majority, his son wouldn't be able to shine. He wouldn't be able to shine. Now he can prove himself.
Does he have what it takes to shine?
Well, I think he's capable. He's a very capable man. I met him a few times. He's very sharp. He understands things. And he's very popular among the public. I mean, whenever he goes to some public meeting, I've seen getting maximum support. So he will be the successor to Yediyurappa.
We now have for the first time a seat-by-seat dissection of the accuracy of the India Today, Access My India post-poll study. Pradeep's just got it from his team in Mumbai. Pradeep, do you want to tell us where we stand?
So out of 224, our seat-by-seat prediction stand correct for 190 seats as of now.
Amazing.
As of now, 190 seats.
That is phenomenal.
And let me tell you, for the interest of viewers who want to know how the caste equation played, so in comparison to 2018 election, let me tell you, whenever the party who retains 70% of their base, then below 70 is a danger point and above 70 is okay, and above 80 is very good. So let me report one by one. Dalits. BJP hold down to 61% of Dalit and 29% Dalits shifted to Congress and 7% to JDS. Coming to the general class, BJP hold down to 81% of their and 12%
No, so
shifted.
just one second. Let me pause you to say that you're saying that this is of the vote that they had last time.
Yes.
This is the retain swing analysis.
Retain and
of
swing
the
analysis.
vote they had,
Yeah.
how much have they kept and how much is moved? Just
Yes.
1 second. We're getting some images of Siddaramaiah at the Karnataka Cafe. He is having lunch. And he's earned a good lunch. There he is. I also need lunch, boss. He's getting a good lunch. So he's having a nice lunch at his residence. Siddaramaiah. Now he's making us feel very hungry here in the studios. We need to bounce, Rajdeep. I don't know whether we got a nice Karnataka Cafe kind of lunch, but go on, Pradeep.
Yeah. Okay. So general class.
Bisebeli Bhat. I can see Bisebeli Bhat there. I love it.
81% holding. Hold
Ragi
on
Mudde.
to,
He's having Ragi Mudde? Ragi Mudde I'm not a great fan of, but go ahead. Sorry.
So 12% shifted to Congress, 4% to JDS. Now very important is Kurba. Congress is holding on to 89% and BJP 60% and shifting 31% away from BJP Kurba votes. Now coming to the most important one, and this is the big game changer over here, let me tell you with full conviction here, these scheduled tribe votes, Adivasi vote. BJP is holding on to 68% and shifting 20% to Congress and 8% to JDS. Here Congress is holding on to 79% their vote. JDS, important is here, JDS, 66% they are holding on to Adivasi vote, what they got last time in last assembly election. 20 shifted to Congress and 11 shifted
The other
to
amazing thing to
BJP.
look at is the Congress tally now, the leads and wins stands at 137.
Beyond
137.
Rajdeep's dreams.
No, but close to what Pradeep was saying. Rajdeep's dreams?
Rajdeep is gone. My number now I can reveal it. My number in my, what do you call it? The sweepstakes in the office was 1, 2, 3. I don't know why. I thought, 1, 2, 3 add up to 6. 6 is my lucky number. I chose 1, 2, 3. Then I told a friend that whoever gives the highest, and you can clarify it with your assignment team. I said, Jo sabse zyada dega, wo jeetega. This was about yesterday in the morning. And I tried to change my number.
So it's our producer
I tried to
who
use
wins.
my influence to change my number. They said, sorry boss, you can't pull your weight here. So at the end of the day, I've lost. And I think someone gave 130.
No, but our coverage won. What I'm told is that you had to add 3 or 4 of our competitors, and even then they would be struggling to kind of meet the live viewership numbers that India Today was registering. And we're very, very thankful to all our viewers for your constant support, your backing, the trust that you have, and for staying plugged into our coverage. The fact also that the poll itself set the tone, and Pradeep Gupta, as is most often the case, if you really need to know what's happening, just watch India Today on the day of the exact poll, and you'll have a very good sense of how the results will ultimately shape up.
I think we got
Mallikarjun
so many
Kharge, the
people
Congress
coming.
president, speaking at this time. Let's listen to him. He comes from Karnataka.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಜನತೆ ನಮಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಬಹುಮತವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ.
Have given us the massive mandate.
ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ
I would like to thank people of Karnataka for this mandate.
ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಪಾತ್ರರಾಗತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ
Whatever the
ಸರ್ಕಾರ
trust they've kept in us, we will try to uphold that.
ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ನನಗಿದೆ.
I'm confident that we'll be able to meet their.
ನಾವು ನಿರಾಶೆ ಪಡದೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ಏನು ನಾವು 5 ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
Okay, he's talking about 5 guarantees.
ನಾವು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ತರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
We will do all possible to fulfill the promises we have made. No, he has not given time limit.
ಆಮೇಲೆ
No time limit.
ಜನ ಈ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಸತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
People are fed up with the previous government, and that's why we got the mandate.
ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನ್ಯಾಯ,
We will ensure social justice.
ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಏನಿವೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಕಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು
We will implement all the welfare schemes.
ನಾವು ತರ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದರ ನಂತರ ಮಾಡೋರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
I am congratulating Mr. Rahul Gandhi also for the leadership he has provided.
ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಅಂಥ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹುಷಾರಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ,
And Sonia Gandhi also, because she came at least for the last campaign despite her ill health.
ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕರು CLP ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಬೇರರು, ಸಂಘಟಕರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಪೋಕ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸು, ಯಾರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ.
I'm thanking all the leaders, the spokespersons, the party workers for the effort they put in.
ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂತ ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆ,
We won this election because of the collective efforts.
ಬಹುಮತದಿಂದ ಅನೇಕ ದಿವಸದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇದ್ರದೊಂದು ಜನ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಅವರ ಗೌರವಕ್ಕೆ ಪಾತ್ರರಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ.
We will live up to the trust the people have kept in us.
ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ
I once again thank Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi for the leadership they have provided.
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ
Because they made sure that everybody went together.
AICCಲಿಂದ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತು ಸುರ್ಜಿವಾಲಾ ಅವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಾವು ಒಬ್ಬರ ಹೆಸರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಜನ.
Thanking Surjewala also.
ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಶೋ. ಇದು ನಾವು
collective show
ಬರ್ತದೆ
by the Congress party.
ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್.
I'm getting phone calls from across the country.
ಇವರು ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ
people are congratulating us.
ಅವರ ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧತೆಗೆ, ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನಿರ್ಣಯ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಮೆಚುರಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ತಲೆ ಬಾಗ್ತೇನೆ. पूछे तो बोलते
सर एक बार हिंदी अंग्रेजी हिंदी में भी उत्तर भारत के लोग भी सुनना चाहते हैं, उत्तर भारत के लोग भी सुनना चाहते हैं.
अरे ಆಯ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲ
बोलने
ಹೇಳಿ.
ಮೋದಿ ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ರ್ಯಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಬಿಜೆಪಿನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇದು ಈ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ ಲೋಕಸಭೆಗೆ ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿನ.
ನೋಡಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮುಂದೆ ಬರಲಿ, ಮುಂದಿದೆ.
Back to the Lok Sabha elections. I don't want to talk about the Lok Sabha elections. Let's talk about this election.
ಆಯ್ತು, ನಾ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. देखिए, अरे बैठो, दोनों बात करेंगे. देश का हमारा कर्नाटक जैसा मोदी बोलते हैं कि ये मैं मूल निवासी हूँ, कौन सा गुजरात में बोले, मैं भी यहाँ का भूमि पुत्र हूँ. जरा सुनो भूमि पुत्र का भी. हाँ, देखिए, मैं आज का चुनाव और आज का जीत ये जनता का जीत है, और जनता ने हमको जिताया है, और जनता ने एक भ्रष्ट सरकार को डिफीट दिया है, उनको हराया है. लेकिन हमको आगे बहुत कुछ करना है. जो वायदे हमने निभाए, वायदे हमको निभाना है, वो हम निभाएंगे. हमारी जो 5 गारंटी है, जिस गारंटी पे लोग विश्वास रखे, उन्होंने हमको वोट दिया है. खासकर महिलाएं, दलित, वंचित, जो OBC के लोग और इवन अदर अपर कास्ट, सभी ने इसमें अपना सहयोग दिया है. तो इसीलिए मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है कि ये जो कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप में हमने इलेक्शन लड़ा और इसको फल मिला। और इसके लिए मैं खास करके मैं ये कहूँगा कि हमको जो प्रोत्साहन मिला, खास करके जो सोनिया गांधी जी का और राहुल गांधी जी का और प्रियंका गांधी, ये सभी ने जो कैंप यहाँ करके हर जगह घूमे, हर जगह उन्होंने अपना प्रभाव डाला और उनके प्रभाव से भी बहुत से एरिया में ये जो परिणाम निकले हैं उससे ये दर्शाता है। तो इसलिए मैं उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ और कंग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ कि मेरी पार्टी आज इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल की। इसका क्रेडिट उनको जाता है और सारे हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को जाता है। तो इसीलिए मैं यही कहूँगा कि अगर आप अच्छा काम करेंगे तो लोग आपका साथ देंगे और आगे आने वाले दिनों में भी जहाँ जहाँ स्टेट के इलेक्शन होंगे वहाँ पर हम अपना जो आज की जीत है वैसा ही हम कोशिश करेंगे।
जीत का क्रेडिट तो दे दिया आपने, हार का क्रेडिट किसका है? हार जो हुई बीजेपी की, क्या पीएम मोदी की हार है मानेंगे आप? प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की हार है ये?
देखो आपके जो विचार है आपके पास, मेरे विचार में मैं ये इलेक्शन हम स्टेट में जो जीते हैं ये जनता की जीत है और हमारे सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने एकजुट होकर ग्राउंड लेवल से बूथ लेवल से लेकर पीसीसी तक जो काम किए और एआईसीसी के सभी नेता लोग एकजुट होकर जो काम किए उसका नतीजा है। किसी और के बारे में अब इस वक्त मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता। हमारे पास एक प्रोसीजर होता है कि कहीं भी राज्य में कभी भी इलेक्शंस होते हैं तो हम लोग उस एक प्रोसीजर के तहत ही करते हैं। यहाँ के एमएलएज की मीटिंग बुलाते हैं, ऑब्जर्वर सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर जाते हैं, जाने के बाद वहाँ का जो ओपिनियन आएगा, जो कंसेंसस बनेगा वो हाईकमांड को बताएंगे। हम लोग उसमें सभी रहेंगे, राहुल जी रहेंगे, सभी लोग मिलके निर्णय वो लेंगे। वो बाद में की बात है। अब यही ठहरे ठहरे ऐसा निर्णय कोई भी नहीं लेता, नहीं लिया। मेरे को 52 साल से इसका एक्सपीरियंस है, तो इसीलिए कृपया करके ऐसे क्वेश्चन मत पूछिए।
Becoming the president of the AICC, many times they've blamed the Congress leadership for losses. Now, do you take this as your win, sir, being the president?
Don't put what you call your words in my mouth. तो अरे अब जीते हैं, अच्छा माहौल है, इसको रखो। आपको भी अच्छा होता, नहीं तो आपकी जबान बंद हो रही थी। अब देखिए ये जीतने के बाद आपकी जबान भी खुल जाएगी।
सर कब तक आएगा? कब होगा सर?
ಒಂದೆರಡು ದಿವಸನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅದೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ಒಂದೆರಡು ದಿವಸನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕನ್ನಡ?
सर आपके एमएलए को यहीं पे रखेंगे सर, बेंगलुरु नहीं रखेंगे? आपके एमएलए को बेंगलुरु नहीं रखेंगे? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ
देखो वहाँ रखना यहाँ रखना कोई बात नहीं है। अब हमारे एमएलए उतने सक्षम है, यूनाइटेड है और कमिटेड है। उनको यहाँ पार्टी मीटिंग के लिए बुलाते हैं, कैसा करना क्या करना उनकी भी राय लेते हैं। तो उसका ये मतलब नहीं छुपा के रखना, उधर भेजना, ये नहीं है। तो ಇದು ಒಂದೇನಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ। ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಎಮ್ಎಲ್ಎಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವರ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವರ್ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ। ಆ ಕನ್ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಒಂದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ। ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನಡೀತದೆ.
ಸರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆಟ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆट पेपर वोटिंग आगता मुख्यमंत्री
सर आपके ऑब्जर्वर कौन रहेंगे सर यहाँ के लिए कर्नाटक के लिए?
अगर वो तुम्हारे सामने बोलो तो मेरा क्या है?
प्रियंका गांधी जी का कितना अहम भूमिका रहने वाली है, क्योंकि इस बार चुनाव में बहुत बड़ा उनका प्रचार का जिम्मा दिया गया था.
I don't want to comment, criticize. This time, I don't want to comment on anybody. We have won. Now we have to work. When the question comes of criticizing in Parliament or in next election, I will do that.
सर एक सवाल है प्रियंका गांधी जी के बारे में मैं पूछ रही थी, कई बार पूछा. प्रियंका गांधी जी इस बार चुनाव प्रचार में काफी अहम भूमिका रही. आगे आने वाले में उनका क्या अहम भूमिका रहेगी, क्या करने वाले?
देखो, वो भी हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं, प्रोमिनेंट लीडर्स, उनमें वो भी है और वो उनका एक पर्सनालिटी और उनकी जो भाषा सब लोग लाइक करते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग यू. तो ये क्या है, उनका तो पार्टी में जो कद बड़ा होगा उसमें कोई चिंता की बात नहीं. और आप हमारे में फूट डालने की
victory as Congress president in his home state, and not just a minor 115, 120 kind of victory. This is 137 versus 63. Rajdeep, Mallikarjun Kharge in his home state as Congress president, even if the Gandhis didn't play a role front and center, Kharge as president leading his party to power is a big message.
Piece of trivia here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
This is the first time since Narasimha Rao and Andhra Pradesh in '94 that the Congress will be governing the home state of its national president.
Good point. 30 years. And and I think it makes a difference. You see, you've got to look at this election as Siddaramaiah, who had his Ahinda coalition, which he's been speaking about for the last several years, didn't work in 2018, worked this time. You've got a Dalit, who is your party president, only the second, I think, since Jagjeevan Ram, and in his case comes from Gulbarga, Hyderabad, Karnataka, has a connect with the people. Again, language makes a huge difference, Rahul. I keep repeating, national leaders speak in Hindi, go into rural Karnataka or rural Bengal doesn't work. So Mallikarjun Kharge, son of the soil, as he said, and a great life story. Cut everything else out. When you look at his life story, saw his mother being killed virtually in front of his eyes in a riot, came from a very poor, humble background, made his way to the top.
Political stories of our time.
Yeah, one remarkable story. Then you've got Shiv Kumar. What is he? Resourceful, comes from a relatively dominant caste in and around Bangalore, has built a reputation as a doer. So you've got a doer, you've got a social justice man, and you've got a Dalit, who's been in Karnataka politics for 50 years. How do you combat that? That's where I come back to the point. You want to replace Yediyurappa? You have every right saying generational change, but you need then players who can combat the other guys' local faces. Why does the Congress lose Uttar Pradesh? Because they don't have any faces who can even take on anything that the BJP has to offer. Why does the Congress possibly have half a chance in a Madhya Pradesh or a Chhattisgarh? Because they've got strong local leaders. The message, Rahul, is loud and clear. Vocal for local. You misread this mandate and believe this is a national referendum. Either way, you're making a huge mistake.
I'm told Rahul Gandhi is at the AICC headquarters. He'll be speaking moments from now. He's just waiting for Mallikarjun Kharge to finish. I just want to show you before that happens where Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra went from, where the Congress stands on those seats. Remember, his Bharat Jodo Yatra went through 51 seats. The Congress is either won or is leading on 38 of those. So on the seats where Rahul Gandhi campaigned during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the Congress has a strike rate of 75%. They've lost only 25% of the seats where Rahul Gandhi campaigned. That's a very strong strike rate, okay? So the Bharat Jodo Yatra, 51 seats, the Congress is won or is leading in 38 of those. If I look at the rally impact, just a second, rally impact. Okay, where in the world is it? Okay, here it is. Now, these are the seats where Rahul Gandhi campaigned. Okay, so in the seats where Rahul Gandhi campaigned, 22 such rallies, the Congress has won 16 of those, 73% strike rate, lost only 27% of those. In the seats where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra campaigned, the Congress has a 63% strike rate. So they've been hammered, Ashok Malik, for a long time as not being able to pull votes. There are all kinds of things stuff. Today, they'll have something to cheer about.
No, this is one election where everything went right for the Congress. Yeah. You had an anti-incumbency against the BJP. You had a factionalized BJP. You had strong local leaders. And the BJP and the Congress ran a good campaign. The BJP also ran a decent campaign, but the Congress also ran a good campaign. So everything went right for it.
The other thing that will be debated is this Bajrang Dal issue. The fact is that the BJP, and if you look at vote share, Harish Bijur, the BJP has been able to hold on to its vote share. They're exactly at 36% where they were. The Congress is up 5%, but that 5% is essentially coming from the JDS, which is down 5%. Yeah. So it's not doomsday for the BJP. They are where they were. It's the JDS that's fallen.
No, absolutely. That gain from the JDS, why did it happen is going to be a key question. The consolidation of votes in the Mysuru region. But in addition to that, did the Bajrang Dal issue have an impact at all is the key question, because at the end of the day it created for consolidation. Did people suddenly decide that voting for the JDS may not be government making, while voting for the Congress could be government making? So that polarization has happened there, and it's actually come to the fore. But as this ends, we just heard two big leaders. One is B.S. Yediyurappa. He left with one word, and he said that the Congress party must start implementing their promises immediately. He put a time frame. And whereas Mr. Kharge, has a demand now today that you have to implement all the 5 promises.
And that is where Rahul, they're coming to a catch-22.
Rahul, the last point
they're coming to a catch-22. Will they now ban the Bajrang Dal? Because that is what the manifesto says.
No, along with the PFI. They clarified that.
There's a caveat in that also. They said, we'll see.
There's 2 things here. One, we need to appreciate that I'm not holding a candle for the Bajrang Dal. It has some extreme elements. But in the context of some regions, sub-regions of Karnataka, where there is Muslim radicalism as well, there is the PFI problem, the Bajrang Dal, by some sections, is seen very differently than it is in a TV studio in Noida. I want to clarify that. Just 1 minute. Second, the BJP ran a religious polarization campaign for a year. Hijab, Tipu, all of that. I don't know whether it has actually added votes to the BJP.
It hasn't.
So hear me out. What it has done, as we pointed out, it has consolidated Muslim votes behind one party rather than split it. We saw this in Bengal. We're seeing this again here.
Yeah, with one caveat again now. Ashok is right. It consolidates. But please appreciate, when it consolidates in a Karnataka, it will win you 10, 12 extra seats.
It adds on.
It's not like Bengal, where it can win you an election. Yeah. Bengal Muslims make a difference in about 90 seats.
Agreed.
So the scale is different. I think I maintain, Rahul, I said it on your program a couple of days ago, the BJP got its strategy wrong in 2022. That's when you should have smelled the coffee and realized that the people were hurting post-movement.
The stage there is set for Rahul Gandhi to come. Just one second. Look at those images on your screen right now. They're all lining up, waiting for Rahul Gandhi to come. Mausmi Singh is live. Let's try and listen into what she is saying.
अब कहीं ना कहीं एक जीवन दान मिलते हुए कांग्रेस पार्टी को राहुल गांधी के लिए ये एक मोरल बूस्टर। और ये देखिए राहुल गांधी की तस्वीर हमारे कैमरे पर आप देख सकते हैं। राहुल गांधी यहाँ पे चल के आ रहे हैं और यहाँ पे पूरी लाइमलाइट राहुल गांधी के ऊपर, कैमरे की अटेंशन राहुल गांधी के ऊपर। जैसे राहुल गांधी आ रहे हैं तो यहाँ पे कांग्रेस नेता उनके पीछे नजर आ रहे हैं। जब जीत होती है तो एक अलग से जोश और ऊर्जा और उत्साह। राहुल गांधी उसी कपड़े, उसी अंदाज में, जिस अंदाज में उन्होंने भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में अपना झंडा, कांग्रेस का झंडा बुलंद करने की कोशिश की थी और मोहब्बत की दुकान का जिक्र किया था। यहाँ पे राहुल गांधी वही कार्गो पैंट्स में मुस्कुराते हुए, ये गदा कोई उनको थमाते हुए, और यहाँ पे जीत के जश्न के बीच राहुल गांधी मीडिया से मुखातिब हो रहे हैं। जाहिर तौर पे कोई गदा दे रहा है, कोई पीछे हनुमान जी की तस्वीर है और यहाँ पे एक बड़ा दिन कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए। राहुल गांधी।
We should get that things
हेलो हाउ आर यू? वो ढोल बंद करा दो। राहुल जी जिंदाबाद। राहुल जी What is this camera? Camera from Take it there. No. Take it there. Not here, take it there. Hey, take it there. This is not the place. वो ठीक है भैया उधर ले जाओ. No. Remove it. Everybody should be there, brother. Will you take question? I can. भैया ये पटाखे बंद करवा दो। साथियों, राहुल जी आपको संबोधित करेंगे, प्लीज शांत हो जाइए। आज स्विच इट ऑफ। शांत हो जाइए साथियों, शांत हो जाइए। राहुल जी अभी प्रेस को संबोधित करेंगे। शांत हो जाइए प्लीज। नमस्कार। 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 एक मिनट, पहले राहुल जी बोलेंगे। साथियों शांत हो जाइए, अभी राहुल जी बोलेंगे, शांत हो जाइए। नमस्कार, 2 मिनट। हाँ, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं कर्नाटक की जनता को, कर्नाटक में कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब कार्यकर्ताओं को, सब नेताओं को और जो हमारे सब नेताओं ने कर्नाटक में काम किया उनको बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूं। देखिए कांग्रेस पार्टी कर्नाटक में गरीबों के साथ खड़ी हुई। हम गरीबों के मुद्दों पर लड़े और मुझे सबसे अच्छी बात यह लगी कि हमने नफरत से, गलत शब्दों से ये लड़ाई नहीं लड़ी। हमने मोहब्बत से, प्यार से, दिल खोल के ये लड़ाई लड़ी और कर्नाटक की जनता ने हमें दिखाया कि ये देश मोहब्बत इस देश को अच्छी लगती है। कर्नाटक में नफरत की बाजार बंद हुई है, मोहब्बत की दुकानें खुली हैं। ये सबकी जीत है। सबसे पहले ये कर्नाटक की जनता की जीत है। हमने चुनाव में कर्नाटक की जनता से, गरीब जनता से 5 वायदे किए थे। मैंने अपने भाषण में कहा, खारगे जी ने भाषण में कहा, सब नेताओं ने भाषण में कहा था कि हमारे 5 वायदे हैं। हम इन वायदों को पहले दिन पहली कैबिनेट मीटिंग में पूरा करेंगे। मैं फिर से कर्नाटक की जनता को दिल से बधाई देना चाहता हूं, धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। नमस्कार, जय हिंद। थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
38 wins and leads for the Congress party, 62 for the BJP. This is a big day for the Congress and even for Rahul Gandhi. The seats where his yatra went through, for once he's been able to land those into victories for his party. It's not just his own impact but accumulation of factors, but net he's done well. He's talking about a mohabbat ki dukan versus a nafrat ka bazaar. So, well, he's on song and his party is on song as well in Karnataka.
And he has put the onus on the Siddaramaiah government, saying that in the first cabinet, we will take a decision.
So you
on
already
this 5
declared a
guarantees.
Siddaramaiah
Yes, he has
government.
declared. No,
He didn't say anything about
he didn't say
Siddaramaiah government.
He said in the first cabinet, they will take a decision.
You know,
So it's a big-
victory is an exiler. He's got confidence. Look at the smile on his face. His cheeks are all bright, and you know, it gets you going as a neta.
It is his day.
And also the number of times he's been hammered by defeat. So he's really taken a lot, you know. This whole idea of Mohabbat ki dukan versus a Nafrat ka bazaar, that's what he tried to push through the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and that's what he's trying to emphasize on now.
Well, it's a big day for him. It's a rare victory after a long time. And so let's not be churlish. Let's grant him that.
Rahul, I think, the Bharat Jodo Yatra and now this win, I think this is going to be a definition point of the reintroduction of the Rahul Gandhi persona into Indian polity.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well,
the BJP will think it's a good thing.
I guess the people need to decide whether it's a good thing or a bad thing at the end of the day, because there are going to be alternatives. And these are the alternatives which are on the planet.
I think it's becoming a BJP Congress consolidation now.
Yeah.
Because with the Congress having won this on its own,
But that's great news from the BJP's
the next
perspective.
3 states will also see a strong Congress BJP clash in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh.
Absolutely.
Of course,
No,
Telangana
I
is
think,
different.
Rahul, I think
So,
for 20
so the third front idea gets a bit of a push.
No, I think for the 2024 elections, this is good for the opposition if they can come together. And,
But it'll be
some
more
kind
difficult
of
for the opposition to come together now.
Yeah.
It'll be more because it'll be the Congress would want to project itself. Obviously, fair enough.
That's right.
No. So it actually, let's see how it plays out.
But
Maybe
it's
the
a rare
BJP will
good
also be
day
happy with this.
at the hustings for the opposition. Not in the Modi era has the opposition had as big a victory, especially the Congress. I mean, Trinamool had its big victory, the TRS had its big victory, the BJD had a big victory, but 138, that's a big day for the Congress party. The kind of victory Harish Bijur they haven't had. You're a brand man. What does this mean? It's a very diminished brand relative to where it was. From there, this victory?
I think brands diminish and brands burnish once again. And I do believe in the state of Karnataka. It's been a yo-yo between the parties. What this says nicely is the fact that one party will rule Karnataka.
Yes.
And this is something that
positive.
everybody in Karnataka has wanted. Not wanting Bisi Bele Baat or a mixed, Chow Chow Baat kind of a government. And I think this clearly brings to the fore that domination of one party. But then the point is 60 months, because Karnataka has a habit of shifting one from the other. And I think, people are going to look at it. But the key point I want to underline is the Karnataka person is very, very defined. One government at the center of a different party, one government at the local assembly, and possibly a different government at the BBMP level. And this I'm saying loud and clear, Arvind Kejriwal, are you listening? Because, the corporation election is typically an election for the Jhadu.
I think the fact that the 2018 election gave a split verdict was disaster for Karnataka.
Yes.
Because we had a coalition government and then, defections, and then you had, two different governments from the BJP. This has been a disaster. So now at least there will be a stability.
Which is good.
So stability.
Which is very good.
And also, from a journalist point of view, I feel that you will have something new to look for.
Also, it makes things more exciting.
Yeah.
As an observer of politics, if the BJP had won Karnataka and the Congress had lost, then Madhya Pradesh,
It makes the
Rajasthan,
next year exciting.
Chhattisgarh would have been very predictable.
It makes the
Now
next
the
year
Congress will fight because they think, okay, grand old party, abhi zinda hai, we have a chance, and the BJP will say, okay, we're in opposition in 2 states, we can pull them back. So it will make things exciting, which is just as well. So we're going to take a very quick break right now, and we'll keep our coverage going. We want to thank very dearly all our viewers for being so strongly with us all through the morning. Your trust, your time, your support means the world to us. To all our fabulous panelists, each one adding their own very unique insights to this coverage, adding so much value, depth and layering. We're not done, so we're not going anywhere. Just a very small break. And then we'll be back and have a lot more for you all through this afternoon and then the evening. Democracy is alive and kicking. Those in government and those in opposition finally agree on that.
ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ, ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮತದಾರರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರು ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ವಿರುದ್ಧ. ಅವರ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ, ಅವರ ದುರಾಡಳಿತ, ಅವರ ಜನವಿರೋಧಿ ನೀತಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಇವರಿಂದ ಜನ ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಜನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಜನ ತೀರ್ಪು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Starting next year, these bunk beds will be available on hire on Air New Zealand's long-haul flights. The design was revealed a couple of years ago. Now their prices have also been announced. The beds will be available for passengers wanting to take a comfortable snooze at 35,000 feet for $100 an hour. The beds will be available for maximum of 4 hours and just once during a flight. The 6-bed bunks, known as Sky Nest, will have a pillow, sheets and blanket, earplugs and a reading light. According to the airline, passengers who oversleep will be gently woken up by the air crew. Air New Zealand is already offering Sky Couches on its flights, which combines 3 economy class seats to form a bed. The new bunk beds will be available on ultra long-haul flights on board new Boeing 787-9 aircraft on the Auckland-New York direct service and the 14-hour-long Auckland-Chicago flight. Currently, an economy class ticket for the New York flight costs up to $1,800, while the lie-flat seats of business class. Similarly, an economy class ticket to Chicago costs $870, while the business class ticket will set you back by nearly $8,000. Making a $400 spend for 4 hours of sleep a fantastic bargain for many passengers. If this additional source of revenue clicks for Air New Zealand, it may soon find favor with other airlines as well, particularly the more aggressive ones like Emirates, Qatar, British Airways and Turkish Airlines. Even Air India, which has a massive pending order of 470 aircraft, may opt for the revenue spinner. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
In 2012, Prabhas worked in a commercial entertainer titled Rebel for his fans.
ఆవేశంతో వేటాడే పుల్లు చూసుంటారు. నేను 2 ఏళ్లు ఉపవాసం తర్వాత వేటాడే పుల్ని. దానికి ఆహారం ఇప్పుడే ఫిక్స్ అయింది. నేను యముడి రూపంలో వచ్చిన రెబల్.
The film, despite lacking content, was devoted mostly to the superstar's fans and was directed by Raghava Lawrence.
Rebel time start.
Later that year, he returned, and how? 2013's Mirchi was a blockbuster.
రాష్ట్రంలో ఏ అమ్మాయికి అన్నయ్యవు.
ఆడపిల్లను కాపాడుకున్నట్టు కాపాడుకోవాల్సి వస్తుందా?
The action drama was directed by Kotala Siva, another big name in Telugu cinema. Mirchi had all the right elements of a masala entertainer, rivalry, but most importantly, love.
వీలైతే ప్రేమిద్దాం డ్యూడ్, పోయిదే ఉంది. మహా అయితే తిరిగి ప్రేమిస్తాం.
He then made his Bollywood debut in 2014 with Ajay Devgan's star Action Jackson, in which he appeared in a special number titled Punjabi Mast. However, his career hit eternal heights with the Bahubali films, which released in 2015 and 2017.
మా దేవుడు అమరేంద్ర బాహుబలి రక్తాని విను.
జై మహేశ్వరి.
Top-notch VFX, magnanimous sets, a larger-than-life cinematic experience, and one fictional period story, S.S. Rajamouli changed how Indian cinema was viewed, and Prabhas became a pan-Indian superstar. Later in 2019, he starred in Saho, which was directed by Sujit. The film also featured Shraddha Kapoor opposite him.
गली क्रिकेट में तो सब तेंदुलकर है। असली टैलेंट वो होता है जो भरे मैदान के बाहर सिक्सर मार सके।
Despite unfavorable reviews, the action thriller grossed over 400 crore rupees in ticket sales.
अपने आप को रोमियो समझते हो?
नहीं, I don't fall in love. ये प्यार मुझसे नहीं होगा।
After this, the superstar featured in a romantic drama titled Radhe Shyam. The film, however, failed to live up to the expectations of his fans and was a disaster. As far as his upcoming projects are concerned, Prabhas is currently gearing up for the release of Om Raut's Adipurush, a take on the mythological epic Ramayana. He also has Salar and Project K in his kitty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
The two startups which revolutionized food delivery in India, linking restaurants to customers, becoming generic names in the process. But Swiggy and Zomato have their own competition now. Competition which threatens to erode their margins, uncut their offers and wean away customers who have become so dependent on their services. The mega disruptor is ONDC, a government-led digital superhighway for small retailers to reach their customers without having to pay middlemen or increase costs by giving commissions to third parties. Several food brands have already onboarded the ONDC platform. Interestingly, it was customers who discovered the huge price advantage ONDC is offering. This Twitter user pointed out how a McDonald's burger was 60% cheaper if ordered via ONDC. Another user also ordered from the fast food brand and found not only was the bill lower, but ONDC was not charging for delivery. A customer in Vizag also tweeted the advantages of ONDC after ordering food via the government-owned platform.
ONDC is in that journey is to disaggregate e-commerce and allow small suppliers or even big suppliers like Nestle and small merchants to be on the grid. And there are two interesting use cases that have been launched in the last 1 month, which I'll just take a minute. One is called PIN code. PIN code is launched by PhonePe, and it's a hyperlocal commerce product, which essentially acts as an aggregation and coordination layer on top of small retailers. Another is something called Namma Yatri, which is changing mobility where you can order an auto rickshaw and then you pay directly to the auto guy without paying any platform in between.
Business Today TV took a look at the prices and discounts being offered by restaurants listed on ONDC platform against those on the Swiggy and Zomato apps. The entire Taco Bell menu was at 15% discount on ONDC, while the other delivery platforms offered maximum discounts up to 120 rupees. Burgers from Wendy's were at 20% discount on ONDC, while only Zomato offered a conditional discount of 200 rupees. Barista snacks and beverage were at 28% discount on ONDC, with only Zomato offering much smaller discount. Krispy Kreme donuts had a flat 8% discount on ONDC, while the other delivery platforms had smaller offers. However, the reach of ONDC is still a fraction of the market Swiggy and Zomato service. It has 29,000 sellers with more than 3.5 million products listed, ranging from food to clothes, cab rides to movie tickets, and groceries to electronics.
In fact, not just RRR, S.S. Rajamouli's magnum opus Bahubali was heavily inspired by Ramayana too. second part of the film franchise drew inspiration from the legend of Ram, especially where Bahubali and Devasena, played by Prabhas and Anushka Shetty, are banished from the royal palace.
प्रेम आज भी वही करता है विनोद।
प्रेम?
प्रेम विनोद।
Suraj Barjatia's Hum Saath Saath Hai won the hearts of many with its central theme of family bond and love. Interestingly, this film also drew major inspiration from Ramayana. From the bond between stepbrothers to Lord Ram's exile, it mirrors the exact plot of Ramayana and had several references including chopais from the epic saga in the film.
प्रेम बाबू, विवेक बाबू अपना धर्म निभा रहे हैं, आप अपना निभाइए। रामकिशन जी को सारे कारोबार को आपकी जरूरत है। मौसी जी, ये रामकिशन जी के संस्कार ही तो हैं, जिसकी बुनियाद पर देखिए, दो भाई आज एक दूसरे की खुशी के लिए लड़ रहे हैं।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 44 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 38 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 38 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 41 and minimum 27 degrees.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar, discover the magic of smart lights. Co-powered by Tech Pro by Blackberries. Show the way.
A very good afternoon to all our viewers. It's been an ecstatic day for us on ground and for the country as well. What a win for the Congress party, and it appears that India Today yet again has got it spot on. Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's been tracking those developments from ground with me, joining me right here. We're in front of Mallikarjun Kharge's residence, the Congress president. Seems like the entire Congress cadre now elated, Nagarjun.
Well, that's true. In fact, this will be the action headquarter right now for the next one day at least. He's the AICC president as well. So we are expecting that Mr. Siddaramaiah, Mr. DK Shivkumar, Surjewala, KC Venugopal, as per protocol, will have to come meet him now and then take the things forward as to when is the Congress Legislative Party meet going to be called, and all the MLAs will be called to Bengaluru, and then the big challenge for the Congress.
Not little did we expect a sweeping victory. Well, India Today did expect it. Our exit polls predicted it as well, and we've got it spot on. But the entire state, including a bunch, I mean, I'm going to take the risk to say that most of the regional channels call this a hung assembly.
That's
but we were confident with our exit polls, and again, we've got it right. In fact,
I was told that out of 224 seats, we were right in 190 in seat to seat when you tally what we had given earlier. So the strike rate was almost close to 100.
Yeah.
190 seats out of 224. India Today My Access survey had got it bang on.
We're super thrilled, and a lot of them actually asked us, why are we attending a wedding? Well, this is as good as that for us. We've got our India Today exit polls have been proven right yet again. It's spot on for us. A big day for us, undoubtedly, and for the country. And that explains our record-breaking viewership as well. I'm going to take you through all those updates. The headlines first. Congress registers a landslide victory in Karnataka. BJP suffers a massive blow across the state. Big reverses for the JDS. Kumaraswamy Jr., Nikhil Kumaraswamy loses in Ramnagaram.
All eyes on who will be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. DK Shivkumar breaks down after landslide win. Siddaramaiah calls it a loss for the Prime Minister. Hopes Rahul Gandhi becomes the next PM.
Newly elected MLAs, they will give their opinion. On the basis of the opinion given by the newly elected MLAs, the High Command will take a decision.
I don't want to tell anything. There is only one support, Congress support.
The Congress now credits Rahul Gandhi for the landslide victory, calls Rahul invincible, tweets Rahul's video, no mention of Siddaramaiah or DK Shivkumar. In fact, Rahul takes a Mohabbat versus Nafrat jibe at the BJP, saying hate is lost, love is won.
दिल खोल के ये लड़ाई लड़ी और कर्नाटक की जनता ने हमें दिखाया कि ये देश मोहब्बत इस देश को अच्छी लगती है.
India Today exit polls equals to exact polls. India Today exit poll bang on. Others predicted hung assembly. India Today predicted Congress sweep.
Let him eat first.
All right, India Today, as always, has smashed viewership records. India Today with over 20 times our nearest rival. Total domination of viewership ratings. Number one, India's number one channel smashes every competition.
BJP dominates urban local bodies in Uttar Pradesh, leads in 17 municipal corporation seats in UP mayor polls. Samajwadi Party fails to open account.
All right, what a tantalizing counting day this was. There was enough and more signs showing Congress taking a good lead, but this kind of majority settled at 3 p.m., almost making it quite clear that Congress has comfortably passed through the majority mark, and it appears that celebrations have already begun in different parts of the state of Karnataka, and not just the state, of the country. We saw celebrations in Tamil Nadu, in different parts of southern India.
Well, before anything, Nabila, I think we should celebrate because India Today once again has got the exact polls, and the exit polls have come true once again. So it's time for us to celebrate, and in what better way than the Rajinikanth style? If you can hold my phone,
Go right
I'm going to do this.
You missed that. Our exit polls are more exact than that. But kudos. Nagarjun, our team, India Today's entire team, have done a fabulous job in covering the length and breadth of Karnataka, bringing every angle and perspective and context going into the Karnataka elections. I'm going to take our viewers through as at 3 p.m. the numbers have barely settled. We also have Anaga, our reporters, joining us, Sagai Raj as well, joining us from different parts of Bengaluru, tracking our netas who are right now erupting in mini celebrations. DK Shivkumar, the house right besides Mallikarjun Kharge, in fact, has right now headed towards Kanakpura, where he's going to be taking his winning certificate because he's won his constituency, Kanakpura. R. Ashok has lost. And the number of other leaders, Nagarjun, I'm shocked to see a bunch of high-profile ministers. Go right ahead. Bunch of high-profile.
If I can take you through and our viewers through the leads and the losses that people are getting, especially, remember, 32 ministers in the cabinet, ministers who are winning or in the leading right now. Home Minister Arga Gnanendra, Ashwath Narayan Minister C.C. Patil, Prabhu Chauhan.